born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to say. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to say. When only all I know, see, where you're stamming it down, no overdoing me. Jerk left, jerk right, I'm number 23. Every day of my life, the win is all I see. Train harder than most, it's more than a dream, this is reality. I was born to be king, break the sweat from my soul as I bring sound in and let it go with the form of a javelin throw. Come on, Stay on my head to be dope. Wrap my hands up tighter than the rap that he wrote. Then let it float like a butterfly right to your throat. Think it's a joke till you tenderize. Beat you up so bad, your friends will ask which way did he go. Hard to recognize, sorta like the face of a ghost. I'm blazing your boat, don't think you gon' be staying afloat. The waves on the coast, claiming you on your way to the ropes. So let's go, come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. One in a million, the billions I had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. One in a million, the billions I had to sing. I've been a champion for all of my life. As a young and golden medals, more than something I like. I would always look for challenges, the sorcerer's type. Always where the hazard is, left hook, so where the jabbing is. Brought up with the savages, I had to win. Thought about the war long before they brought the battle in. Hashtag warrior, what he channeling. Pick up the ball, then I'ma slam it in. What do you call what's really happening? Slapping with the bat in hand. Full house, now bring it back again. Oh, you lost, get back to hassling. Or hustling hard to get back to the front. Reach for the stars until the day you catching them up. But you ain't never gonna catch me, son. You can call me the immaculate one. Foot the track and you're done. Supersonic, I'm a comic, short the black of the sun. It's 9 back to the 1. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. One in a million, the billions I had to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. One in a million, the billions I had to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. One in a million, the billions I had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. One in a million, the billions I had to sing. There is no quitting.
nunca se les olvide. Las mujeres lo hacen mejor. They say there's something in the water that got them all acting so crazy. Don't know why they even bother showing up, calling me mommy. Can't get that summertime body for free. Why you be calling, we don't wanna speak. Yeah, if you want it better, listen carefully. We don't go running if you wanna know what we need.
Locos cuando vienen, somos lo que quieren, no se lo merecen, como no entienden.
We know that we can do it better. Lo sabemos. We'll have them throwing the dinero. Velos. We always do it right. No, we don't waste no time. Show them that we got it, then we leave them with an appetite. We know that we can do it better. Lo sabemos. Throwing it down, loving the crowd. We know we're up in the million crowns. Getting them loud, taking their clout, so one day I can buy a house. Sabe que nadie nos puede parar. Somos la reina y se enamora. Ven a mi cama, te vas a agotar de lo que te va a hacer. They say there's something in the stuff we're drinking. You crawling on your hands and knees, I'm sipping. I bet you never had your head so spinning. Te veo corriendo aquí, corriendo pa' acá.
Locos cuando vienen, somos lo que quieren, no se lo merecen, como no entienden.
say Sister Evolution or Revolution?
Good morning and welcome to the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. We are at Avoca this morning. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. How are you going, Dimmy?
Yeah, good, Brett. Stoked to be here. A big, important day of moving day for these athletes as they try to sort of advance into that really solid point system. Everyone looking to try to get themselves onto the Challenger Series. So this event right now is critical to the outcome of where these surfers will sit when it comes to qualification. Good looking waves too.
We have a little bit of a bump in swell throughout the week. A little bit of wind on the face, but still plenty of opportunity out here for the surfers. We do have the women in the water this morning.
Yeah, there was definitely waves down in my hometown in Manly yesterday. It was like 4 or 5 foot. So I knew there'd be waves up here. And by the looks of it, we've had some really, really tight heats, tight battles. We're into the round of 32 in the women's. Big heat, it is Dimity Soil out there taking on Lillian Young, Isabella Campbell and True Starling. So just a stacked way to start the morning. I do believe, Britt, these are 30-minute heats. And we're going to be running right through the completion of this round and into the men's. So it's going to be a bumper day. Excited, and as I said, so much on the line here, and we've already seen both men's and women. There have been some upsets, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually, takes that challenge on and handles the pressure of trying to get those 3,000 points.
It is, and a lot comes down to this event. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2023. Second last opportunity for surfers to lock in points for that Challenger Series campaign. We have the 3,000 here, and then finishing off this leg of events, 5,000.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, 3,000 points is going to be a big chunk of your performance when it comes to qualification. And already, as I said, having a look through yesterday's scenarios, there was, some dramatic, falls from the draws in the men's and women's. So it's going to be a bumper day. And as you said, the last event of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and traditionally one of the better events on the circuit in Australasia. And as we spoke about, a little bit of bump on the face at the moment, but great to have Vissla and Sisstrevolution involved in the event. And I'm sure the athletes are appreciating a little bit more power in the wave, considering what we had at the last event. Actually, mind you, Maruba was pumping.
We have had some small waves throughout the entirety of this series. But surfers just managing the conditions that they've been dealt with every single event. We've had massive waves to tiny waves to what we've got here this morning. And, surfers making the most of this opportunity at the moment. Isabella Campbell, she's only locked in a 0.9, but still plenty of time remaining in these heats, Dimmy. Mentioned they're 30 minutes, so allowing surfers all the time in the world to lock in the scores that they need.
A nice little airdrop out of the lip there for the surfer up and right, and I do believe that might be very hard to see in the glare at the moment, but I'm sure we'll get a confirmation of who that was. Nice read, and look at these nice tasty rides. So that looks like True just on her body rotation. Really nice turn. Getting very funky with it indeed, and able to ride out of that turn. So that was definitely a point of difference for the surfer from North Narrabeen. She's got a very unique way she goes about it, and very, pretty to watch on a wave. But it was good to see her sort of, change that up with a bit of aggression on that final manoeuvre, Brett.
It was, Dimmy. It wasn't a clean manoeuvre, but True, she engaged the core. You could just see the core strength required to even complete that turn. She drifted the tail, got a little up and down the face, just stuck with it. And hopefully for the surfer in green, got the completion that she was looking for. Probably one of the better waves that we've watched so far in this heat. Of course, heat number 5 of the women's round of 32. Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. We are at Avoca, just in front of the Shark Tower. 8 a.m. start. The women's round of 32, and we'll be following that with the men's round of 32. So a massive day of action here at Avoca.
Yeah, it's going to be a bumper for sure. And waiting on these scores to lock in. That first wave of True Starling was a 5.17, so that's a nice way for the North Narrabeen local to start off. And as I said, I like the aggression and the judges rewarding that. A nice combination of turns. Look at that glare out there. It is a beautiful day. Apparently it's going to be 34 degrees today, so it's going to be a hot one. And here's that one from True, just that really nice engagement of the rail and that turn. You just see how low she got that drop while it's sort of leaning into that turn. I felt she probably left a little bit out there with the exit of that turn, but I do like the fact that she really had a crack at it. So the judges gave that a 5.17. Lillian Young was on the way before, and she had a 3.33, so not a bad way to start. Of course, Dimity Stall, one of the most decorated surfers of her generation, definitely coming through, looking to get herself back into the elite ranks. And it will be interesting to see what she brings with her power game these days, sort of mixing it up a little bit with WSL, working as a commentator along with Laura Enevar. But for her right now, she doesn't want to be behind the mic. She wants to be in front of the mic.
She does. She wants to be on the other side of that camera. So Dimity Store, a bit of a slow start, which is uncharacteristic for Dimity, but I feel like with her experience, she'd be just waiting for those good waves to come through, really putting herself in that position to catch the ones with quality. And like we said, 30 minutes on the clock, there's plenty of time for these surfers to lock in those excellent scores.
Yeah, I feel like with 30-minute heats, she's probably hasn't even, that thought process. She's just out there focusing on that next opportunity. But 30 minutes definitely gives the athletes that advantage of being a little bit more patient. But, the surfers are lucky to have 30-minute heats today. I reckon that's going to be really intriguing when you get into both the men's and women's, because they've been coming from that sort of rapid-fire 20-minute exchanges. So that little bit of extra time, it does change the scenario when it comes to your strategy and the way you go about your heats.
Oh, it does, Dimmy, for sure, and it's one of those things you don't normally see 30-minute heats until the very tail end of an event towards the semis and finals, but we're into the round of 32 and we've already kicked off with 30-minute heats. So, normally we do see that with smaller conditions that might be allowing those competitors the extra time, but we've got plenty of time in our schedule to give the surfers as much opportunity as they can for this event. This is, of course, Sisstrevolution. Central Coast Pro QS3000, great to have Sister on board. They are the sister brand to Vissla. And, well, it's the first new women's pure surf brand with an offer from swim to apparel to wetsuits to have launched in the past decade. Great to have Sister on board. If you're wanting to look at their product, head to sisstrevolution.com. Plenty there to be had.
Yeah, I did just that not too long ago, and they've got some fantastic apparel and very environmentally friendly as well. So great to have Johnny and all the team from that brilliant brand involved, and they've been a real kind of key element to the development of this series and the development of events within New South Wales. The QS is to have multiple events in our own state's pretty incredible. You don't get that sort of luxury around the world as we see a surfer up and riding. And I think that might have been Dimity. Maybe wrong. Oh, no, it was Isabella Campbell. But, yeah, great to have such an amazing brand involved, supporting development within Australia. And, as I said, this event itself, so many different partners. Of course, the presenting partner, Mad Max, and our supporting partners. Without them, we wouldn't be able to hold these events. The Central Coast Council of Avoca Beach Hotel, what a great venue that is. We've stayed there a lot over the years. Destination New South Wales, WSL and Surfing New South Wales. So great to have all these partnerships with these brilliant brands, and to Rowan and his team on the ground doing a great job. But right now, it is 20 minutes to go. So right now, 10 minutes has elapsed. So a third of the heat's gone. Dimity Store still out there just waiting for that opportunity. They're probably all out of free surf this morning, so they've identified where they want to position themselves on the bank. So it'd be pretty important for her next ride to sort of stamp her authority on this heat. When you look at it on paper, you go, yeah, Dimity Store, probably the most experienced campaigner, but these other three athletes, they've got game, so she's going to have to be on it.
Dim, she'd definitely be the favourite on paper. She's a former World Tour surfer, was on tour in 2014 and 2015. Well, she's looking to qualify for that Challenger Series and get back on tour with just under 19 minutes on the clock. This is the women's round of 32, heat number 5. At the moment, it is True Starling in the green from North Narrabeen with a 5.17. Lillian Young in the black, 3.33. Izzy Campbell from Western Australia in the white in third place, and Dimity Stoyle in fourth at this point. But that is True Starling on screen. Great first turn. Can she get another connection? So she's looking for a backup now, Dimmy. Almost called you Dimity then. We've got Dimity in the heat. Nickname's Dimmy.
Don't worry, that's all good.
People do get for the first heat.
Exactly. I will say right now that I feel like True Starling has really started to find, you know, that meat in the sandwich when it comes to competitive prowess. Like, I felt like in the last couple of years she's developed that skill set, but going off what she's achieved in 2023, I'm impressed by her ability to put, you know, multiple performances together. I felt like when she was a little bit younger, it was a bit hit and miss, where she was trying to find that rhythm, that groove, that comfortability in heat scenarios. But right now, I feel like she's starting to really show her wares as a solid competitor, and it'd be great to see her take the next step and get herself into the Challenger. Right now, she's in the lead. Last wave a 4.40 and a 5.17 is the highest wave. But I think it's more about the visual effect of how she's surfing as well. I think she's made a lot of advancements. She's worked very hard on her craft, and it's starting to pay dividends.
It is starting to pay off for True Starling. She's now living on the Tweed Coast up at Cabarita. So she's made the move with the family. She got a second place at the Gold Coast Open, but like you said, she's had a couple of results already in this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and one of those things with True Starling, you know, I think both of us have witnessed, just going off that conversation, the consistency in True this year.
100%. That's the most impressive thing. Where I felt like in the last couple of years she could put a really good heat together, but she sort of struggled to put that back-to-back performances together. I feel right now that she's so confident in what she's working on and what she's been, you know, training for, that she's now really starting to find that groove of, you know, getting 4 or 5 heat wins back-to-back. And that's what it takes to get to that next level. You know, these surfers, there's so many great athletes in these events. You have to be able to be on your game, on your A game, every time you hit the water. I feel like that's what she's been doing in the last, especially in 2023.
Yeah, you do. And I feel like with the QS, you know, like, you want to be consistently making quarterfinals at least, the bare minimum for every event, to be looking for that Challenger Series qualification, particularly in the bigger events like this one, for example, QS 3000 and the QS 5000s. You can make the quarters in those type of events. There's a lot more points on offer as opposed to your QS 1000. So although a lot of surfers might have, you know, some really good results in the QS 1000s, when it comes to these bigger events, that's where the difference is going to be.
Yeah, a quarterfinal is going to outdo a win in a 1000 for sure. And if you look at the ratings and the way it's set up, you can see those athletes that are at the top of the pile, they're consistently getting quarters, semis or finals. And to be honest, when you have to raise that level again and go on the Challenger, that's where it's going to come into play, because you have to be able to put these back-to-back performances in to get on to the World Tour. And that's what they're looking to do out here. And right now, it's pretty intriguing to watch this heat, because the surfer in red, no, she is out there, ladies and gentlemen. She just hasn't got a wave. And I think as that looks like True. Enter it again. It's effortless the way she serves. She's got such a beautiful technique on the rail, and she's definitely got a unique stance for sure, because you can tell every time she takes off where she's positioned.
Yeah, even in a glary morning, you can really pick True Starling's style, even just from the shadows. We watch a surfer on screen there. Not 100% sure who that is. It might be Lillian Young, but it could be Dimity Stoyle. Looks like that is Lily from the Angara Yamba region. So she'll be looking to get a number on the board. She's already locked in a 3.33. Dimity, she took off on a wave, Dimmy. It was a 1.07. So was it worth the wait with priority with 14 minutes left?
Yeah, that's going to definitely throw a rhythm out for sure, and Lillian Young getting the job done. Of course, young girl from up the coast, and she did a bit of commentating with us last year at the Skull Candy. Great little commentator as well, so she's got a lot of strings to the bow. But right now for her, she's just trying to improve on that 2.93 Like you said, Dimity Saw very it's not her normal game to be this sort of patient out there, and the fact that she took away with a 1.07, you know, that's put her under a bit of pressure now because she's at the back of the rotation and she's going to have to sort of give herself some separation. Maybe that will actually help her.
It's interesting even just watching on screen now, this competitor here, that's Dimity. She took off right on the end section, but I just watched that wave just break so much further out, and I feel like there was a lot more opportunity for a couple of critical turns before the section where Dimity took off.
100%, but I really like how fierce that rail was engaged then for that turn for Dimity, and sometimes that can free you up. You know, look at that, a 6.17. Having priority, you can overthink it at times, and I felt like the strength of that last wave was the fact that she had the freedom of just sort of scouring the lineup and just putting herself in any position she liked. And imagine if she got that wave from deep on the peak. That could have been a 9.
We had the cameraman just ready to go, and I just watched it. I'm like, is anyone really
going
to go this way? They're just out of position. But Dimity Stoyle, she capitalised off the end section. She locked in a 6.17, so the highest single wave of this heat so far. So the surfer in red, originally from the Sunshine Coast, now only looking for a 3.4 to move into first.
Now resides on the Goldie. She's been there for a long time now.
She has been there for a fair few years now.
She's in the Drac Pack. Is that what they call themselves? They've got, you know, like Steph and her and all the girls.
They are always
have some fun, always having fun, always with a smile on their face. But she is, as I said, a fierce competitor. She's so well established in the competitive ranks, and she has that steely kind of way about going about her business. And that's why I still feel she's got so much to offer at a high level in the sport. You just saw that. She got a wave basically not on the end of the peak, but halfway through the peak, and she's still got the best wave of the heat. So that's going to give her some confidence moving forward. She's probably out there a little bit frustrated where she sits, but such as her expertise, I feel like she's in a really strong position now to advance on through this heat.
And like you mentioned, Dimmy, that the priority situation, sometimes when a surfer does hold priority, they can become too selective and start to say no to waves that potentially they should have said yes to. So I feel like even though Dimity is in 4th priority right now, this could work to her advantage and just take that pressure off, allow her to kind of hunt the lineup a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. It just frees her up a bit. I feel like at times the handbrake that can be priority can really mentally sort of fry an athlete where you're sort of overthinking it and you're not really as free as you normally are. To be honest, I mean, they say surfing's a pretty easy sport. You get 2 waves and you do your best on 2 waves, but there's so much that inside that bubble of those 2 waves comes to formulate a heat. So it's great to see her actually free up a bit, and you just saw how solid her foundation is with that rail, and the judges lapped it up as we head towards the 10.5 minutes mark, and someone is going to have a crack at this. This looks like True, is it? I do believe that was True Starling, the current heat leader. So that is the surfing green, and like you said, she's had some consistent results this year. Looking strong, looking to get herself into that round of 16. But there's still so much time on the clock for these other 3 competitors to get the job done and put a little bit of pressure on. Dimity still only needs a 3.4. Not a lot.
There is not a lot in this heat at the moment. Lillian Young only looking for a 3.92 to move into second, and Izzy Campbell chasing a 6.34. So quiet heat here for the competitor in the white, Izzy Campbell. She's holding first priority and looking for a pretty decent score at this stage. We can up and out there for True Starling.
Yes, so True Starling comes into this event ranked 19th, which, you know, she's there and about. So another good result here will push her up that ratings for sure. But she's going to have a big result here to get herself into that kind of mix of getting on through. Right now, Paige Harrop, of course, is leading the QS ratings when it comes to the women's. And good to see Philippa Anderson get through again yesterday. So we talk about consistency. Philippa has locked in herself quarterfinals in multiple events, in big events too. So that's why her consistency level puts her in that frame where she's going to have a crack at the challenger. But sitting in the position she is, she knows that so many of the female athletes are chasing her, so she needs a big result. Here we go, surfer up and riding, and lovely little dismount there with 8.5 minutes to go. Of course, it's been a pretty, I want to tap into this with you as an athlete, right? It's been a pretty long journey for these surfers, both the men and the women. And I felt like last year it was a real learning curve for both the men and women when it came to making the adjustments with fatigue, because we basically had 4 or 5 events back to back, and that takes a lot out of a surfer mentally and physically. So I feel like this year, talking to the surfers, both the guys I've been involved with and stuff, I feel like they've tapped into a better system that has worked for them, because I felt like last year when they got to Avoca, some of them really sort of jumped up, and some really fell behind because I felt like they were a little bit drained mentally. So I think 2023 has been a bumper year when it comes to identifying that. Here we go. It looks like Dimity up and riding. How do you deal with that?
The fatigue?
Yeah, like as an athlete, you have to go back and just switch off and put yourself in the best sort of position you can be mentally to make sure you stay fresh.
I think it's identifying how you switch off. Like, obviously people switch off in different ways, and I think if you can identify what works for you, that's where the difference is. You know, like, you might be surfing and traveling and you might be studying while you're on the road as well, but that's not necessarily switching off. I think it's finding different hobbies or, you know, ways of relaxing or tuning in with yourself to really just make sure that whatever you're doing to switch off from your contest zone is actually not creating more stress and more anxiety.
That was a lovely turn there from True Sailing, but yeah, and I think if you're winning too, that helps, because it's that sort of that positive energy as we see Dimity just getting loose. But yeah, it's hard because I think they'd all be looking at, you know, scenarios and where they are positioned. I mean, you can tell surfers not to worry about that stuff, but come on, they're athletes, they're finely tuned, they'd be looking at the ratings, they'd be going, okay, I'm in a great position. That in itself adds a little bit more pressure to, especially to someone who is young and coming into that ranks, where I feel like someone like Dimity, a little bit different because she's got so much experience. But yeah, I feel like, you know, there's so many ways to go about it, but from an overall point of view, the athletes have definitely sort of embraced these multiple events better, and they've handled it a lot better this year.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Dimmy. I feel like a lot of these surfers have just found what works for them. As we watch Izzy Campbell, just a quick one there. Unfortunately, not able to get the completion. But yeah, I just feel like, yeah, if they can find ways of switching off outside of the contest zone, even if it means, like, I know a lot of surfers stay right on the contest bank and they stay in houses that might be right there, but I feel like sometimes it's better to stay 10 minutes down the road and you can really just disconnect.
Give yourself
from the event site.
some space.
I think that's a good option sometimes. And with the rankings thing, it's a hard one because you look at the rankings and you want to know where you're sitting, but then at the same time, it does create that extra pressure. And I think there's ways of going about it that you could potentially not look at the rankings and just solely focus on your performance. So if every event is if you've got to get through heats, so you're not there to lose. You know, you're wanting to put everything into every single heat that you surf. And at the end of the day, if you've done enough, you'll get through, right?
I definitely feel like there are some surfers who have that ability to just lock into that 30-minute challenge and then identify it and then able to switch it off and then sort of calibrate what they're doing and refuel and do everything you need to do to make sure that you're in that really good physical and mental space when you go back out there. But it's definitely an art form that they have to learn, and this is what these series is about, just learning your craft. As we see surfer up and riding, attacking, that is Dimity. She was looking to offload that 1.13. That's definitely going to be out of the equation now. But yeah, like, it's such a great development program that WSL have got when it comes to you allowing such a high level of competition, but also allowing these surfers to actually learn and sort of, they always used to talk about the QE grind, you know, but just allowing them to develop their skill set, because you can be as talented as, you know, anyone in the world. You can be one of the best surfers. It doesn't always transfer into the competitive field. So you've got to learn your craft, and I feel like that's why overall, even at the highest level, the sport's growing really rapidly because of these systems.
It is. It's a whole picture sport. You can't just rely on your surfing. Like, yeah, one thing is talent, but there's so many different factors that play into the sport as a whole, whether it's your nutrition, your psychological performance, or your physical performance, or your surfing, or, you know, there's so much mental strategy that also goes into surfing. And, you know, it really is a whole package, bigger picture kind of thing. You can't just solely rely on surfing.
No. There you go. Look, Dimity Store, as we spoke about before, look, there's a barrel. Locked in a 617 and has just backed that up with that two-turner, a 5-point ride. So very professional approach. Knowing she needed to offload that 1.13. She's now in the lead. True Starling now in second and is up to the surfer in black to get a 7.44. And unfortunately, a little bit out of rhythm. It happens in some heats. Isabella Campbell, she needs a 9.67 and she'll need to get that, I'd say, in two increments. So she basically needs to start again and look at True Starling's 10.77. But time is the enemy, Britt.
It is 2.5 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, the women's round of 32, heat number 5. 8 heats in this round. Following it with the men's round of 32. And, well, we have 30-minute heats, so plenty of time for surfers throughout the day to lock in the scores required. But at the moment, Dimity Stoyle in first place, True Starling in second. You'd almost say the two more experienced competitors when it comes to QS campaigns are moving on through this heat at this stage, whereas Lillian and Izzy, they're relatively new to the QS, still quite young, more than capable of getting the scores required.
Talented. Very talented indeed. And I was just thinking about the tides today. It's going to be pretty tricky today because the tide, I'm pretty sure the low tide's about 10 o'clock. So it's going to be a tricky day when it comes to making sure you're on the right waves, because I feel like there's going to be some waves that offer a lot of scoring potential and other waves that are going to run across that right pretty quick, especially as we head towards low tide. But what is really good is the size of the waves and the quality when they come in. I reckon there'll be a couple of pits go down today, a couple of barrels. The guys trying to get drained.
We almost saw one just before, just the surfer wasn't able to get on out of there. But yeah, you mentioned conditions there, Dimian. Just you can see on screen just how much water is moving on that inside section. That's where it can get tricky as well. You know, you take off, you catch a wave, and then you can sometimes get caught, which makes it hard throughout a heat towards the tail end to actually put yourself back in position through second or third and fourth.
5-minute paddle out is really going to affect, you know, your ability to get multiple waves, but it also affects your levels of, you know, like your breathing levels and trying to get that fatigue factor back. So it's so important to find those waves that allow you that opportunity to score, but also be smart in the way you actually, you know, work out how to get back into the lineup without, you know, cooking yourself too bad. So we are going to be heading down to the end of this heat. What a great way to start. So Dimity Stoyle really slow out of the gates, but forced away back with that 6.17 and backed it up with a 5. So very, very professional approach from the surfer from the Goldie.
Looks as though that concludes the women's round of 32, heat number 5. Dimity Stoyle and True Starling moving on through. We'll go to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of heat number 6.
This is the motivation.
new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Avoca Beach for the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro. This is a QS 3000 event and our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We are now into heat number 6 of the women's round of 32. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. How you going, Dimmy?
Good, mate, good, and stoked to be here. And another exciting heat. And what I have noticed is a lot of Japanese contingent surfing in this event, both in the men's and women's, as we see surfer up and right in nice first turn.
I feel like that's Paige Harrop in the white.
It's very much like True Starling that last week. She's got such a unique way about surfing. And she's the actual current leader of the series. She's been on fire. She wants it. She wants to be back in the CT ranks.
She does.
She's probably looking at Portugal the other day going, oh, God, get me back there, please. She's got a bit of work to do, but she has been seriously the standout performer with surfing like that. What about the way she just went 12 o'clock into another big jam? And I love the fluent nature of that second turn. She didn't get caught in the lip, and the judges lapped it up a 6.83. But like we said, she's definitely been the standout performer on the series in 2023. It was interesting to speak to her on that post-heat interview a couple of events ago, and she spoke about, how what COVID did to her mentally when it came to, missing just that, because she's been travelling since she was about 16 as a competitor. So she said that time at home really sort of allowed her to evaluate exactly what her career meant to her, and it sort of fueled that passion she has for competitive surfing. And you can see it in the way she's come out this year. She's just absolutely been on point.
She has been. Well, she's ready to go. She's currently number 1 on that 2022-2023 WSL QS Series ranking. Paige Harrop, she's a former World Tour surfer, a total of 7 years. 2010 to 2014 and then 2018, 2019. So she knows what it feels like to drop off and then work her way back on tour. So she's more than capable of rising to that challenge. Paige Harrop, she competed on the Challenger Series last year, finished 33rd. I feel like she didn't necessarily have the year that she was looking for and maybe left a little out in the water, but she's looking to go a lot better here for 2023.
Yeah, I feel like last year's Challenger would have been disappointing for someone of her stature. Her best result was at the Bledo Pro. She got a 9th. But yeah, she would have gone away and really had to think about exactly what transpired in those events, because there's some really good events that I felt like suited her surfing, as we see up and right in. Nice forehand gouge in turn. But yeah, if she gets another crack in 2023, which I'm pretty sure she's going to, I feel like she's going to be a lot more confident going into it.
Oh, she should be. She's been in that contest rashy for a number of years now. She's certainly got what it takes. But I think, like we were talking about before, it's one thing to have the talent, but just all that hard work behind the scenes. And we were talking about fatigue and mental fatigue. And, for someone like Paige Harrop, like you mentioned, she's been travelling the world since around the age of 16. She's 32 this year. And I think, over time, you really got to find ways of re-energising yourself and remaining current, as we speak to another former World Tour surfer. We have Dimity Stoyle down there. Dim, it's Britt Nicol and Adam Hennessy in the booth. How are you feeling after that first heat? It looked a little bit tricky and slow to get started.
Yeah, I was missed so many good ones. I was just out of position and the rip was... I feel like I was just sitting out a bit too far. Kind of got the spot at the end of the heat, and then... by the end of the heat, it was kind of over. I'd already had a couple, but yeah, if I'd had start that heat again, I probably would have sat in a little closer.
Well, you don't need to. You got through and got the job done. But talk us how you go approaching first heat of the morning. Obviously, you've got a heap of free surfers out there, then you paddle out for a heat, only 4 competitors in the water. Can it sometimes be a little tricky to find your positioning in the lineup?
Yeah, I hate being first heat. I don't really know a surfer that likes it, really. It's like you're also just you're the test pilot heat for the contest, and when there's about 50 free surfers in the lineup beforehand, so I don't free surf before because I just I don't see the value in trying to get waves when everyone's really hassling to get waves. So I relax and stay on the beach and watch and prepare for my heat and my own. And but it is hard because when there's 50 people in the lineup, everyone seems like they're getting good waves, and it's not until you actually look at what would be a scoring wave for a heat, and then you count, and there is not that many. You've just got to be smart when you're watching a free surf and kind of not look at all the people ripping, but just look at what you think you might be able to do on that wave, because boys do a different story too. They can punch out big airs on a section, which we can't. So those things.
Yeah, Dimmy here. Question about
Hey.
the 30-minute heats. How are ya?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Those good, thanks, legend. But those 30-minute heats, does that sort of change the strategy a bit compared to the sort of that frantic nature of those 20-minute heats? Do you get to sort of breathe a bit more air in and really calculate exactly what you want to do? Because even though you didn't actually get off to a start, I always felt that once you had the freedom of no priority, you were going to go attacking anything you could find. Was that how it felt to you as well?
It is hard with 4 in the lineup, if you take a bad wave, take the 4th priority, you kind of have to wait a while to be on a good wave. And 30-minute heats is just so much nicer. It gives you a chance to open up, and even though I gave myself a nice 20-minute heat in the end, I didn't take off until about the 18-minute mark, but the difference was I had priority. So I kind of just said to myself, I'm like, yeah, sweet, you've got a 20-minute heat now, but at least you got first priority, so I can pick any wave I want. It's a bit of a love it.
All right, as a fellow commentator these days, I wanted to ask you, I know, so many of us know how strong you are as a competitive beast, and we know how much you want it. How have you translated that, having to pull the rashie on and then having to sit back and watch the CT and go, oh, that's exactly where I want to be. How's that been? Has that been tricky?
Oh, it's half-half, sometimes I'm sitting back to watch, and actions look so hectic, and I'm like, wow, I'm so lucky I'm not out there right now. The girls, there was a heat, and the girls were losing. I think Gabriella Bryant needed a 1.5 to make the heat, and it was just a dead closeout, the worst waves you've ever seen for a heat. That's the points like that where I'm like, oh wow, I'm kind of glad I'm not out there, it looks so bad. But then you've got in those other heats where the girls are getting some nice barrels, and I'm definitely those are the most. I'm a good weather surfer these days. I just like to surf when it's pumping.
Well, hopefully you get pumping waves in the round of 16. We're going to wrap it up there, Dimity, but well done.
Thank
Congratulations. We'll be looking forward to interviewing you again soon.
Thank you. See you later.
See you, Dimity. Yeah, she's such a good competitor. She's fierce. And that's what I like about the nature of what she goes about. I was thinking about it actually, not today, but I've been thinking about it over the last month when I listened to her commentate, and I was like, surely deep down, she knows she's got it, and she knows that's where she wants to be. And she surrounds herself with some of the best athletes in the world. So that would fire those juices up as well. And I just feel like, 2023 could be the year if she can get onto that challenger and if she could make the CT ranks. But yeah, it's a fine line. Look, I was just thinking about it when she spoke about, the Gabrielle Bryant thing. I watched the heat of a young guy had a lot to do with when he was young, Maxine Houston, the other day, and I was so frothing because I was it's true, in a heat. Caelan Robson dropped a 10-point ride in the last minute or two, and I saw it pop up on my phone. Right, I actually turned the heat off. I went, I've got to go to bed, and all of a sudden it said Caelan Robson perfect 10. I was like, No way. It's at that moment, you just feel for these surfers, and Dimity sort of would have that in her arsenal as well, because she's right there. She's on the CT as a commentator. She's analysing exactly what's going on, but deep down, I reckon it's fueling the fire a bit more for her.
Yeah, I remember having this conversation with you a few weeks back in one of these events while we're on broadcast, and it is. I feel like Dimity's there, but she isn't where she wants to be when she's there, if that makes sense. And she does her DJing as well. Shimmy Disco. She does that with a lot of events and around that crew, and and then she's on the scene commentating those World Tour events. And yeah, like you said, I think deep down where she wants to be is on tour.
Yeah.
She's there at the moment, but just not in the surfing aspect. And I think, if she can just find that consistency again this year, qualify for that Challenger Series, and, well, she'll see herself back on tour. She knows what it takes. No stranger to winning events at that top level. But at the moment,
we've got a replay. Destination New South Wales replay. And this is his first wave of Paige Harrop. Very nice connection. Just the depth of that bottom hand turn helped her really elevate to 12 o'clock. And, very nice way to start. Another nice ride for a goofy footer. Look at that, just aggressive. I think that is surfer. Very hard to see at times out there this morning with the glare, but yeah, the girl's really... I believe that was the Japanese surfer in green with a 4.83. So nearly halfway through this 30-minute heat, and interesting to get the inside of Dimity regarding just that first heat. And you become like the crash test dummy of what the scale is set, really, when you think about it. And she said it, and she identified it really well. She said that when you're watching guys in the lineup free surfing before an event, there's 50 dudes in the lineup, and it feels like everyone's getting good waves. But when you get out there, it just changes the landscape. So it's good to sort of get a different view on, how tough it is. I remember an interview with Kelly Slater. He hates morning heats. I think it's because he likes a bit of a sleep in, but he doesn't like the morning heats. And Dimmy said it's hard to get out there and be that sort of that benchmark of what the day's going to actually provide when it comes to not only the wave quality, but the scoring potential and what the judges are looking for, what scale they have set.
Yeah, that first heat, I feel like it is very much a guinea pig heat. And, well, yeah, it sets the tone for the rest of the event and the rest of the day. So competitors really having to identify where the position is on the bank. And like Dimity mentioned, she chooses not to go for a free surf when there's that many competitors in the water. Just sits back, keeps a close eye on it, and really just tries to pick the eyes out of where those good waves are coming from. Because when you've got that many people in the water, it's just everybody seems to be up all the time, and it can be tricky. So she did well. She did well also to just readjust. 30-minute heat, she thought of it. She goes, you know what, it's just a 20-minute heat now. And that's how she approached the situation. So she did well to just click into that mental strategy as well, knowing that she's just got another normal heat on her hands, really.
Yeah, so it was Anu Masuka out there with that 4.83, Paige Harrop with a 6.83, and it's up to the surfer in red to get herself a 2.57, and Charlie Hurst out there only needs a 1.67, so a bit of a slow start. And how many times you see at all events all around the world when you see, as we see this replay of Paige Harrop's first wave, just what a way to click in a gear. But how many times you see it at all levels where it looks like it's pumping just before the first heat of the day, you get out there and the ocean stops.
It does happen.
It shows you who's boss. It's like, mate, I'm controlling the reins here. I'm pushing all the buttons. And everyone's like, oh, what happened to the waves? But, that happens so many times on all levels, even junior levels. Kids will just come and go, what happened then? So 30-minute heat today, I feel like that, again, is a major advantage for the surfers to identify and take a different kind of look into what they're trying to do out there in the ocean. It frees them up a little bit more, but it also, we've said it so many times that sometimes, that extra 5 minutes or extra 10 minutes, if we say, can prove a hindrance as well, because some surfers, when you're in the lead, you just want it over, especially if you're in second position and someone doesn't need a huge score. Here we go. Looks like, is that the surfer in red? Very hard to see out there right now. We'll wait for those scores to lock in, but with 13 and a half to go, of course, this is the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the final event of 4 in the rotation. Great to have such an amazing brand, and this is the Sisstrevolution Pro, the sister brand. Of course, they celebrated their first basically anniversary, and then COVID hit. So to actually fight through that scenario and still be flying high, it's considered by the public as just one of the most great brands. The apparel is amazing, both men's and women's. Wetsuits are great as well, and to have them involved and being the major sponsor of this Pro Surf Series is great. It's a big shout out to everyone in the office and everyone who is a part of that Vissla team, Johnny and Toby and everyone. It's been great to have you guys involved for a long period of time too. I was going to ask you, do you know who's actually leading the series in men's and women's?
Vissla. No, I don't actually. I'm sure you do though. It's probably why you asked me the question, because I feel like you know the answer.
I actually don't. But if I was going to say who I thought maybe Solly. Well, actually, no, Mikey Madonna would be. What am I saying?
Yeah,
Mikey Madonna, he's won 2 events. So Mikey would definitely be winning the New South Wales Pro Surf Series in the men's. But it's been 3. Maybe Kobe Enright. Maybe. She'd be out there. Nixie? Yeah, she'd be up there as well.
I know Nixie won the series last year, but it's interesting too because we had the Great Lakes Pro, which was a QS 3000 as well.
Yeah, that sort of changed things up.
I feel like that's probably the determining factor on who's where.
Yeah, actually you're probably right. So Nixie and Mikey would probably be first in both the men's and women's there as we head down towards the final 11 and a half minutes. So it's actually been a pretty slow, even though there's plenty of waves, you can see them rolling in. It's trying to find those waves with those corners and allowing these surfers the ability to really attack. So we haven't seen a lot of long rides, but we've seen quality and depth, especially from Paige Harrop. That 6.83 was definitely the benchmark of this heat. And I love the patience and the fluent nature of the way she goes about it. She is in first, and as we speak, Charlie Hurst has jumped up in the second with that last wave at 3.8. It looks like in 3.17. But as this tide, Brit, starts to drain away, they're going to have to be a lot more picky about trying to get themselves on quality waves. You can see the surfer in the lineup waving their hands. If you're a bit of a novice, that's just trying to get the attention of the beach announcers. They're not looking at anyone on the beach saying hello, good morning. They're just trying to get some information, and what a critical role the beach announcer plays in all events, because they're the ones who have to give the information to the athletes. You sit there and you go, oh, how cool is it to listen to someone talk on the beach? But realistically, their main role is to feed information into the mindsets of the athletes. And it's such an important role as well. So we are down to 10 to go. Surfing red did lock in 2.27, and I feel like that was Paige Harrop again. So right now, the Japanese surfer, Anu Masuka, needs to get a 2.14 to move up. Pretty tight between second, third, and fourth. And Paige Harrop, the current QS ratings leader in this region, again, just showing, I feel like very much like Dignity in that last heat. They just have a very structured way of putting the blocks and the bricks on the house. It's impressive.
It is, and I think, that comes with maturity in the sport and the fact that they have been competing for such a long time and just being able to fine-tune everything. And I think, we talked about Paige Harrop earlier with that transition over COVID, just being able to reevaluate as we watch live action in the water. That looks like it might be the competitor in the black. Charlie Hurst just not able to get the completion, catches a rail. She's currently in second place. Not going to be the 7.2 that she's chasing for first, but will she improve on her second place position?
Yeah, I feel like they've got to all the surface today are going to have to be really aware of just that breeze and that little bit of chop on the face as well, because you'll find a lot of people do grab rails and that can throw out the rhythm of the ride. So it's just being aware exactly where your position is on the wave. And that looked like a good wave to start with, as we see someone on the backhand and, nice elevation into the lip. That was the surfer in green, backing up that 4.83. And I feel like that's going to be enough to get her back into our second position, the Japanese competitor. And out wide, just dropping into a bomb. Wow, that was a lovely turn. And that was red, I do believe. So this is starting to really tighten up. We saw a 4.23 Brit for last of green, and that was a really solid connection on that turn for the surfer in red. Wow, I liked it.
A surfer in red, that is Anissa Flynn. She's looking for a 6.79 to advance at this stage. She's only got a couple of small numbers so far as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Cracks the lip. That was the competitor beforehand, but here, beautiful first turn, top turn combo.
That was so well placed under the lip, and you just see how much speed she got off that bottom hand turn when she engaged that rail. I'd love to know what she was riding out there, because that looked on point. A 4.07 wasn't enough to put her into second, but it's shortened the gap. She only needs a 4.99 to go from fourth to second. Charlie Hurst with that last wave needs a 5.26, but that nice connection for the Japanese surfer, I felt like put her in a position where she's got two waves in that sort of mid-range, and it's put a little bit more pressure on both third and fourth.
It also puts pressure on surfers like Charlie Hurst having competitors in the event that aren't from the region. So we've spoken about it before with the Sarah Baum case of her points not counting. She surfed for the South African country, but you've got competitors like Anon in the green and also Anissa in the red. They're both international competitors, not part of the Australia Oceanic region. So their points won't count. They're just here for experience. But it means that they could potentially be spoilers for surfers like Charlie Hurst. She's currently in 11th place on our rankings and looking for a result here at the Central Coast.
100%, and we just saw a lovely finishing move for the surfer in white, and you knew she liked that. The way she came out of, the way she rode out of that wave, I felt like she knew she was on a winner here. That is such a sick turn. And like you said, like Charlie Hurst, it's a different mindset, because when you go against surfers that you're actually, day-to-day competing against, you know what they bring to the table, and sometimes the unknown can be a real, heavy distraction for a surfer.
Can be. You don't know what to expect, and at the moment, the battle of the goofy footers. All four surfers on their backhand.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat. I wonder what the ratio these days are, natural to goofy worldwide.
What do you do, me?
That should be my next adventure. Try to work that out. I'm a goofy footer. I'm very goofy.
Out of the water too, right?
Oh, yeah. I had an intriguing morning this morning, trying to get to work, just doing the hard yards, as I do. But, yeah, I'm a goofy footer. I love goofy footers. All my heroes were goofy footers growing up. Barton Lynch, definitely Tommy, TC, Tommy Carroll, and then a little bit further along, Damien Hardman, all Northern Beaches surfers and all world champions and all goofy footers. And, of course, probably sort of my finest, later on would have been coming back from what he went through and to fight back and get himself back on tour and then finally winning a world title. That is tearjerker kind of stuff. So, yep. Not a lot of goofy footers down in Manly, but they all do go left butt at North Stone, I will say that. Because of that pipe, it's dangerous, that pipe.
Definitely the pipe.
All right, so we're down to 4 to go, and it is the surfer in white, Paige Harrop, locked in a 6.23 for that last wave for that one turn. So judges rewarding that, and wow, she's feeling it. You can see the body language. I feel like she's just on point with every turn she's doing, and that kind of momentum will carry her through into the coming days. Look at the way she just attacks this wave. Nice setup, and this, bang, wow. Solid connection with the lip. Was that a half claim? A mini claim, you reckon?
I feel like it was a semi-no-claim claim. There was a bit of hand jiving going on there. So there it is. Last of green, a 6.03. It extends her second place position. Charlie Hurst in the black, now chasing a 7.06. And the competitor on screen, Anissa Flynn, chasing a 6.79. So requirements have extended. Job is a little harder now for third and fourth with just over 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm impressed by the surfer in red, Anissa Flynn's attack. She comes from a very solid base, and her speed lines are amazing. I just feel like it's been unfortunate so far. She just hasn't found those waves that open up. If she gets 2 turns done, she's dead set got the game to have an 8. Look at that, how quick that transition. Had she been able to get into the lip of that next turn, I feel like that wave is going to be a solid keeper. So we are down to the final 3 minutes to go. Great to have, of course, Destination New South Wales involved in this event through its major events agency. They've been supporting surfing for a long time, and, you know, it gives everyone the opportunity to come to these beautiful venues, Avoca Beach on the Central Coast. Great place to bring your family. Central Coast is one of the most, you know, drawn out spots when it comes to quality of waves. There's so many different locations. We encourage everyone to get down there and have a look at the event if you can in the next couple of days. And also, if you want to bring your family, come to the Central Coast. It's a great place to visit. 2 minutes. So both black and red, Charlie Hurston and Flynn, they need some big numbers to get through now. But their surfing has been on point, and it's going to be about opportunity. Paige Harab, the veteran, I would say. She probably doesn't like being put in that kind of scenario, but she is a veteran. She's been around for a long, long time. And as you said, 7 years on the championship circuit. That is, stats-wise, that'd be right up there with some of the best ever. I feel like, you know, getting yourself on the CT ranks is such an achievement, such a wonderful achievement. To stay there in the longevity of being there for 7 years is an incredible achievement, as we see surfer in and out.
Even just showing that resilience, you know, within that 7 years, she did fall off tour, and she had to
twice, I think.
She had to grind her way back there, and, you know, like Paige, she knows what it takes. She's been around for a long time, and just to have that resilience to be able to go, you know what, I still want to be on that world stage and find a way back there. So hats off to the competitor in the white. Kiwi.
The Kiwi bro. And Sisstrevolution, great to have them involved. Of course, the sister brand of Vissla only launched a few years ago and has been involved with Surfing New South Wales in a competitive nature since its inception, as we see the surfer in green, I do believe, up and riding. That is...
I think that could be
that's Charlie Hurst, actually. I was just going to say, I noticed that that style for sure. So she needs a 7.06. I don't know, Britt, if that's going to be in that ballpark, but she's definitely a talented young competitor, and she's got plenty of game.
She does. It was a beautiful first turn, but just not able to get another connection. The wave kind of just fizzled on her. But Charlie Hurst still puts together a great effort here for the women's. Round of 32, heat number 6. So we will conclude that heat. That's the current heat leader up and riding, doing a bit of a victory lap. Paige Harab, current first place woman on the QS series at the moment. We're going to cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of heat number 7.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
This is the motivation.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to the live action at Avoca Beach for the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. This is our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. Robbo, we're into the women's heat number 7 of the round of 32.
Yeah, what a fantastic day. We've got waves, we've got amazing weather. It's almost like summer here. And it's going to get hotter as the day progresses. We've got a few replays from earlier in this heat. Talk us through this, please, Brett.
Beautiful first turn, a little hung up, but she managed to capitalise through that section. Frothy wave. So a couple of competitors off to a quick start. That's Nixie Ryan on screen there, carves into the pocket, looking for the inside connection. And also the surfer in red. So quick couple of scores there. Nothing too much of substance at the moment. The highest in that first exchange was Coco Cairns, a 3.83. So at the moment, she is in first place. These are, of course, 30-minute heats today, starting with the women's round 32. We'll be following this up with the men's round of 32. Moving on into the women's round of 16 will be Paige Harrop, our previous heat winner. Paige, it's Britt Nicol and Robbo in the booth. How are you feeling at Avoca this morning?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm cooking. I shouldn't have worn my wetsuit, but it's pretty nice out there.
Hey Paige, you're no stranger to spending a lot of time on the road. Dimmy and I were having a conversation throughout your heat, just in terms of the mental and physical fatigue that some of the surfers and athletes can experience throughout this leg. Can you talk us through how you manage the fatigue?
Yeah, my home most of the year is my suitcase, but yeah, I've been doing it for so long now, it's pretty much all I've ever known, so Yeah, I love it. It's definitely a bit of a roller coaster ride over the years, but you just have to listen to your body, and when it doesn't feel right, you have to actually take a day off. And yeah, it's hard sometimes, but just learning to listen to my body as I get older.
Paige, coming into this event, and next week you'll be in Newcastle, no doubt. And after that, the Challenger Series. You must be really focused on this coming month. How are you feeling about what's ahead of you immediately?
Yeah, no one's actually said if I've qualified yet, so I still want to try and get a couple of good results in the next couple of comps. But yeah, looking forward to the challenges and surfing snapper again, and the new one at Narrabeen would be pretty cool. Yeah, just liking my boards and feeling really good for the rest of the year.
Well, no doubt you're really focused at the moment, so we'll let you go and prepare for your next round, and good luck as you surf on, Paige.
Cool, thanks guys.
That was Paige Harrop, our competitor from New Zealand, former World Tour surfer looking to get back on tour. She is also the current leader of the WSL QS series for 2022-2023. So as she just mentioned then, she's not safe yet. No one has told her that she's qualified yet for that Challenger Series, but maybe a good result here will solidify that spot.
You'd have to think she's very close, being in the #1 position and progressing through already into the round of 16. And with all that experience, know-how and ability, Paige is ready for a great campaign this year, I'm sure. That's our surfer in white.
That is Sasha Baker. Great two-turn combo there from the competitor in the white. We'll wait for that score to be locked in. Right now, she is only looking for a 3.34 to move into second place with 22 minutes on the clock. So there it is. Last of white, a 4.67, the highest single wave of this heat so far. It puts Sasha Baker into second place, now only chasing a 1.56 for first. Ray Campbell in the red in first place, thanks to a 3.73 and a 2.5.
As a QS 3000, great to see the contest organisers actually adding 10 minutes or 5 minutes to these heats, 30-minute heats, plenty of time. They're giving the surfers every chance because these points are really, really critical.
Yeah, you're right, Robbo. We don't often see 30-minute heats this early in an event. It's normally our semi-finals and finals that we may move into 30-minute heats. So the surfers having that opportunity and the extra time in the water to lock in the scores required. But I feel like it can also be a case of, as we watch a surfer just go for the barrel. That's Coco Cairns. She's already locked in a 3.83. I'll be interested to see where that score locks in on the leaderboard. But just back to that, I just feel like it can also be a case of, I wish there wasn't an extra 5-10 minutes. If you're at the tail end of the heat and you're in first place and then all of a sudden you get bumped into third or fourth, it can be a tricky one.
You'd be cursing it, yeah.
It can be the quickest or longest extra time.
But with 4 surfers out in the lineup and they're all congregated together on the one bank, I think 30 minutes gives them absolute maximum opportunity to get their waves. Coco Cairns a 4.83 and a 3.83. She's been impressive all this season on this series, and no doubt she's focused on that qualification into the Challenger Series, which are coming at us really quickly, Britt.
They are. It has just been one event after another, back to back to back. Coco Cairns, she's had an amazing result already. She got a second place finish at the QS 5000 on the Tweed Coast. So it was a great way to, I guess, start her 2023 campaign. And in saying that, the points did carry across from late last year, but just a great start for the surfer in the black. She looks to qualify for that Challenger Series. On screen, that was Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head in the green. She's currently sitting 4th place on the QS Series at the moment. She's looking for a spot on the Challenger. She's had some great results already this year. She's had a fair few first place finishes, so she knows what it takes to win. Live action on screen there.
Any idea what the schedule is today, Britt?
I believe it is the women's round of 32, heat 5 to 8. And then we'll be moving into the men's round of 32, the 8 heats in that. And then the men's and women's round of 16 are on standby. So
Okay.
they may or may not be on later
All
today.
right. It's either a really big day or it's a reasonably comfortable day ahead for us. And it's hot.
There's an expected heat wave across New South Wales and southeast Queensland.
La Nina's finished.
It'll be like 35 degrees or something. I feel like I can't feel it at the moment because I'm in air condition and freezing. But if I stepped outside, I'd be boiling.
I know,
complete
it is.
opposite.
No, I've been out there and it's a really hot day and you can feel the heat and it doesn't feel like autumn, it feels like summer.
Watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Nixie Ryan. One big turn and it looks like she might have got rewarded on the scoreboard. A 5.67 last to green. So Nixie moves into second place. Coco Cairns in first. Raya Campbell now in third place in the red. Sasha Baker in fourth, and on screen, that was the current heat leader, Coco Cairns. Looking for another number and wanting to move on through to the women's round of 16. Is, of course, the Sister Evolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. Great to have Sister on board for this event. They are the sister brand of Vissla. Watch the replay on screen of Coco Cairns.
Great turn in the middle there. She's got a lot of power, a lot of precision in her moves. I feel if she gets the wave that links up, we're going to see big scores from Coco because she's definitely got the power moves there.
I just liked how she really just put that extra flair into that turn.
She
you can
does.
just see the drift in the tail.
Well,
Just over 17 minutes on the clock. Beautiful day at Avoca Beach. I feel like conditions are maybe starting to improve, Robbo. The wind had a bit more, I guess, feathered texture on the faces earlier, and I feel like it's just started to back off a little bit.
yep, they've picked out a great beach, Avoca. It's such a beautiful area and there's always good sandbanks along here. It picks up plenty of swell, so there'll be no shortage of good waves, and we've got that light wind almost tending a light westerly, and it might clean up even further. But we're in for a great day of action, that's for certain.
You have Raya Campbell up and riding on screen on her backhand. She's chasing a 4.88 to move into second place. Smaller wave, but she's got the inside link up. Can she finish?
Well, that's going to be interesting. Like you said, it was a smaller wave, but it offered plenty of potential, and Raya reeled off some impressive moves, bottom to top turns, linking them together, staying in the pocket. So that wave, even though it was smaller, it offered a lot of potential, and she finished off well. So I'm interested to see what she gets for that. I think it's potentially going to put her up a position.
We will wait and see. We'll leave that in the hands of the judges. Was it a 4.88? Will the surfer in red move into second place, or will she still be looking for a score with 15 and a half minutes on the clock? Live action on screen. That is Sasha Baker from the Sunshine Coast. Further down the line, that is Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head. Get 2 turns in. So she's looking to replace a 2.93, and I feel like she's done the job there, Robbo.
Yes, that's Nixie Ryan and
Coco Cairns.
Yes.
Beautiful turn there from Coco, laying into that last section.
she's just got to find the wave that offers that a little more potential, and she's hunting down big scores, but a lot of her waves are only giving her one move, and she's really pushing it on those moves.
We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Flurry of action out the front at Avoca Beach. White and green. And we also had Coco Cairns answer back. I just love the style of Coco. So effortless to begin with, and just laying everything into that last section. Just really nice to watch.
She is. There we go. Nixie Ryan has improved her position. She's gone up into first place. We're probably waiting for a wave from Coco Cairns, but Nixie's well positioned with a 5.67 and a 5.17. But there you go. Coco Cairns, that powerful move has been really well rewarded with a 6.5. So Coco Cairns goes to the lead, a 6.5 and a 4.83. Nixie Ryan in second with a 5.67 and a 5.17. Sasha Baker has a 4.67 and a 3.07. She requires a 6.17. And Rhea Campbell in fourth position looking for a 7.11. So first and second have opened up a healthy leads, Brick, with some good wave scores on their chart.
They have, and interesting to know that Nixie Ryan, she opened up with one big turn, and it was a 5.17. So judges rewarding that one section, one big turn, and they've just done the same thing for Coco Cairns. She took off nice and cruisy style. She set up the section perfectly, and she got a 6.5 for the one maneuver as well. So I feel like judges just really showing what they're looking for in the criteria today. Surfers getting critical, doing those big turns in the bigger sections, and I feel like for Coco Cairns, the separation potentially might have been the fact that there was a bit of progressive and innovation side to her surfing there. It was power surfing, but she drifted the tail.
Yep.
So we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is it here, 6.5.
Wow. She really lays into it and puts it on the line. And that's why the judges reward those sorts of moves. So you can do... I won't call them soft, but you can do medium backhand turns or forehand turns and do 4 or 5 of them, but one big powerful turn will eclipse numerous mediocre turns. I guess
that is a Destination New South Wales wave replay of a wave there from Nixie Ryan, a surfer from Lennox Head in the green. Currently in second place with just over 12 minutes on the clock. Surfer in green, she's chasing a 5.67 to move into first place. So something identical to her highest single wave of her heat so far. This is, of course, the women's round of 32, heat number 7 in the water. Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. It has been great to have Vissla on board again this year. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales for the past 4 years on the QS events. And this event is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro. We do have the women's in the water. We've also got Vissla Central Coast Pro for the men's side of the draw. The Vissla and sister brands have a history in investment in grassroots surfing, both at a competitive and free surfing level. They have a range of products available. They are environmentally conscious and looking to lead the way for sustainability. Be sure to check out Vissla.com or Sisstrevolution.com. Grab yourself some clothing, wetsuits, accessories, you name it, they've got it. We are thankful to have Vissla and Sister on board.
it's a fantastic partnership between Surfing New South Wales and Vissla. 4 years indicates that both parties are happy, and it's growing all the time. So it is amazing to have good partners like that, developing surfing not just in New South Wales but for the whole of Australia. And yeah, we've got an amazing field here across the men's and women's. There's a lot of international surfers. I guess a lot of those surfers are in Australia prepping. They would have already qualified for the Challenger Series, and they're warming up in these events. So I had a look at the draw before, and yep, there's a lot of Japanese surfers, there's Philippine surfers, they're coming from everywhere. And we're entering the real surf season.
It is, and it's already been a long leg for competitors. And I know you've had a lot to do with the Asian leg of events, Robbo, over the years. And within this event in general, I feel like there are a lot of competitors from that Asia region. Like you said, Philippines, Japan, Indonesia, they're all in this event. And for them, I feel like, you mentioned it, it comes down to just having that competitive experience in the Rashi. They're competing against the Australasian Oceanic region right now, and although it's a good experience kind of thing and builds the momentum for those competitors from the Asia region, I feel like it can potentially be a spoiler for our Aussies.
Absolutely. You talk about the Asia region, and yep, it's the last 5 years with a couple of my colleagues, it's been fantastic to work in that region and see what's developed and what's coming through that region. is amazing. And already, and it's in a very short time, we've got Rio Ueda on the championship tour, and he looks like he's already qualified for next year's championship tour. He's doing that well. So what's coming out of that Asia region is incredible, and it's watch this space over the next decade, because as we know, many of the best waves in the world sit in the Asia region, and now we're seeing surfers of incredible ability come out of that Asia region as well. And it's just growing and growing fast.
They are here competing in our Australia Oceanic region. Nixie Ryan up and riding. She is looking to qualify for that Challenger Series. She wants to come up against those competitors on a bigger stage. And we talk about those regional structures. The changes became effective once the COVID landscape kind of made things different for WSL. They adapted to that situation and created the regional series. So the 7 regions throughout the world, surfers competing in their own regions to then qualify for the Challenger Series and then look for that spot on the World Tour.
Couple of good turns there from Nixie.
Wait for the score to drop. Was it a 5-6-7? Will it take her to the lead? I feel like Coco Cairns on a good wave here. She is looking to extend her lead and wants to move on through to the round of 16. She's sitting 15th on our QS series at the moment as we watch Raya Campbell up and riding, answering back. The surfer in red in 4th place, chasing a 7-1-1 to advance. So it's a pretty high requirement. It'd have to be the highest number of the morning so far. But Raya Campbell, she is more than capable of locking in an excellent number. Just over 7 minutes on the clock. Nixie Ryan staying busy, Robbo.
She is, and I feel Coco Cairns may improve her scoreline as well off that last wave, and Nixie has improved her scoreline. So some good scores coming in. It's going to make it tough for the surfers in white and green with just under 7 minutes remaining, but Nixie Ryan's gone to the lead. I think we may still have a wave for Coco Cairns to come in. I'm not sure. Yeah, you mentioned that restructure from during the COVID period, and I mean, it's nearly impossible to say anything good about the COVID years, but the World Surf League spent a lot of time during that downtime looking at the way things were structured, and they made adjustments, and those adjustments are evident right here. There's a beautiful first turn, linking onto the inside. Will she finish it off? Not quite. Was that Coco Cairns?
That was Coco Cairns in the black. She's chasing a 6.08 to move back into first place, because Nixie Ryan in the green locked in a 6.9 and went straight into the lead. I feel like Coco, it was a great wave. Wave selection was perfect. Beautiful section to start with, but just couldn't get the completion.
She did get a 5.33 for a second to last wave, which improves her heat tally. It's made the requirement for white and green a lot tougher. They need a 7.16 and a 7.13 respectively. It's not impossible, but it has made the task tougher with 5.5 minutes remaining. They need to get the best wave of the heat.
Would be the best wave of the morning so far. This is, of course, the women's round of 32, heat number 7. We have 8 heats in this round, so the final heat of the women's round will come up next. And we'll be following that with the men's round of 32. And both men's and women's round of 16 still currently on standby for later today. They may or may not be on. At the moment, we know that the round of 32 will be surfed.
Might be too hot to work by then.
It's going to be hot and humid, that's for sure. It's only not even 9:30 yet.
Yeah. You mentioned Coco Cairns. I think you said she's in 15th position on the rankings. But I think that's because she's missed a few events from last season, and I don't recall seeing her in Taiwan. So her rankings, her ratings will be going up with every heat that she gets through, especially on the back of that second place in the Tweed Coast Pro.
Oh,
wow.
Nixie Ryan.
She's got a wide variety of strengths. How are the judges going to score that?
As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, Nixie Ryan getting progressive, shows the innovation, goes for the grab rail air.
I liked
she
it a
got
lot.
the completion.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where they go with that too, Robbo.
Yeah. It's a
Something
smaller
different.
wave. It was a smaller wave, but she's degree of difficulty on those moves is really high, and she executed that perfectly.
We have a replay for the surfer in red. Looked for the barrel to start with, didn't get it, but got a couple of nice backhand turns to finish with. That was Raya Campbell. She's chasing a 7.13 with just over 3 minutes on the clock. We'll watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Nixie Ryan again, Robbo.
Yep. Yeah, she's had her eye on it. She gained speed and executed. I'm not sure what that aerial's called. They've all got different names, but she has been well rewarded with a 6.33. So, yep, excellent surfing from Nixie Ryan, and displaying her wide variety of talents. It's great to see. She pulled that off perfectly.
It is. She had a great read on that section, and I feel like she backed herself. She had the confidence to go for the air and got the completion. So it just goes to show that that is something that she works on outside of the competition arena. And we often see the men take to the air, but we don't often see much from the women when they've got that competitive rashy on. And I feel like that is where the point of difference comes in for Nixie Ryan, and she got rewarded a 6.33.
Deservedly so.
There wasn't much height in it, but
No,
I feel like
it was
considering
above
the
the lip.
section on the wave.
I know, and yeah, no, it was really well done. And I applaud the judges for rewarding.
Huge turn there from Coco Cairns, but just burying the rail on the way down. So she's sitting in second place. Ray Campbell, well, she's gone into third place, a 5.13. She's now chasing a 6.7 for second, and Sasha Baker in the white chasing a 7.16. So will there be another opportunity for red and white to get the numbers that they are looking for with just over 1.5 minutes on the clock? Nixie Ryan in first place, the 6.9 and a 6.33. So impressed that she read that section and decided that she wanted to take to the air.
And did she win our last event on the series?
Last event was Maroubra, I think.
Was it the event
I've
before?
lost track of all these
Yes,
events. I
event
know,
after
she
event.
won the Great Lakes Pro, which is a QS 3000.
That's the one she won, yes.
So a lot of points went into Nixie's series campaign here as we hit the Mad Mex minute. Grab life by the burritos. 2-for-1 burritos. Scan at that QR code on screen. Thanks to Mad Mex, our webcast partner, keeping us well fed, and you watching the broadcast, keeping you fed as well. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales across the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. So throughout the event, we'll be offering 2-for-1 burritos for all attendees of the event. And for those tuning into the broadcast, you just have to simply download their app today and enter the code SURFING with a capital S to redeem the great offer that was on screen as we watch live action in the water. This is Raya Campbell looking for a number, Robbo.
Yep, and she's not lying down. She's giving it everything. She's improved her position on her previous wave. She's chasing a 6.7. She won't get it on that wave, I don't think. And but she's certainly giving it everything as we count out this heat. Sasha Baker just finishing. She was chasing a 7.16. But it's going to be Nixie Ryan and Coco Cairns progressing out of that heat.
That concludes the women's round of 32, heat number 7. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of heat number 8.
This is the motivation.
To see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to beautiful Avoca Beach. This is the Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. It's men's and women's WSL QS 3000. We're at Avoca Beach. Adam Hennessy, no better man to tell us a little bit about Avoca Beach. Adam, what's special about this area?
The banks are always good up towards the Shark Tower. I'm pretty sure they've set up today about halfway up towards the actual south, which is towards the actual point. But banks are traditionally really good. The area is just so great to visit. The shops, the local crew, they've had some of the most amazing surfers come through their system at Avoca. The likes of
Who? Tell me.
Ace Buckham.
Yes.
Micro.
Oh,
Wade. Carmichael.
Micro's still in this event.
I know. That's what I mean. Who else?
One of the world's greatest coaches, Micro Hall.
Definitely, he's been able to transfer that professional approach into his coaching. And Matt Wilco.
Oh, my, the names roll on.
Oh, Mark Sansbury.
Yes, Ross Clark-Jones.
Ross Clark-Jones. We could just go on and on about what
Glenn Winton.
Glenn Winton, who these banks have, turned out over the years. But, yeah, great to see everyone back here. And traditionally, Robbo, it's always been one of these event sites that actually has always got waves, very much like Boomerang, I feel. When we come to Avoca, traditionally there's good waves on offer. We've had some great years, and you only have to look at the likes, who have come and actually gone
Number
in this
one
event.
in the world at the moment, Molly Picklin.
No, North Shelley, mate, they'll absolutely strangle you if they hear you say that.
I'm talking Central Coast in
I know,
general.
Central Coast in general.
Yes.
What about Macy?
Yes,
Mate,
I know.
last year's this event last year, the final was Macy versus Molly.
And please don't forget one of our leading judges who'll be in the tent judging away at the moment, Drew Courtney, from just around the corner.
Yeah, yeah, your minor.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Micro is from your minor as well.
Right,
He was part of
there
their
you
board
go.
riders. But it
is a rich area for surf.
Seriously. And look right now at North Shelley, they've got the likes of Joel Vaughan, Huey Vaughan. There's so many talented surfers on this coastline. Byron Stapleton, I know that as we see the Surfing Red, Sarah Rakita up and riding in this coast-sanctioned event. And, so many talented surfers. Lennox Chell. The list goes on and on. But what I love about this joint is, it's an hour and a half away from Sydney and it is gold. It is a beautiful, the landscape is just beautiful.
Yeah.
Myself and you have been going there for a long time as part of this event, and it's a great. It's one of those ones you tick off and you go, you know what? Can't wait for this one.
Good restaurants.
Good restaurant.
Beautiful.
Public pools.
Yep.
We've been there. We've been everywhere.
Yes, and we've got some replays here. So this is our Japanese surfer, I believe. Just finishing off there. Nice on the backhand, but that wave not really linking up. Not sure if that was Elise Cooper.
I'd say Elise Cooper, what a talent she is. She's from my hometown of Manly. She surfs for Queenscliff Board Riders. Comes from a great family. Her dad supports her a lot at these events. He'd probably be down there right now. Coops, and as we see the surfer Fry Prum up and riding. And Elise Cooper is one of these surfers who have been there or abouts for the last couple of years. She's quite talented outside of surfing. She does a bit of rugby and stuff like that. She's a powerhouse. When the waves get big and it's on and her performance is on, you know, she can match it with anyone in the world. So a good result here. She's up towards the top of the ratings at least, so she doesn't need a lot to get through. And, you know, it'd be a great reward for her because she's toiled hard in the last 5 or 6 years. She's always been thereabouts, and it's just that, you know, Robbo, that flick of the switch to put her in that next level.
Yep. It can change really quick. And the good news for Elise is she has the best wave of this heat so far. She's in second place, but she has a 5-point ride. That's a decent score.
To talk about our co-sanction events, Robbo, that means that these points for the Japanese contingent will actually apply towards their overall rating, along with our Surfest next week. It will go towards their overall rating for their region. So this is really important.
It is.
A big result here could, you know, elevate you through the ratings and into a position to have a crack at the Challenger Series. So even though, you know, it's a little bit of a concern for the Aussies in this event because the fact that it strengthens up the field when it comes to the quality, but, you know, they've got to beat everyone anyway to get through.
Well, let me tell you, the Aussies enjoy going to the Asian events, which
100%.
we co-sanction in some of the best waves in the world.
I think one of my favourite events to watch last year was probably Nias, really.
Nias is amazing. Krui is incredible.
The boys said, speaking to the surfers when they got back, some of our young guys, they said it was like being on a free surfing trip with a rashie on.
No, it is incredible. What's happened in the Asia region over the past 5 years has been amazing. I've been very fortunate to be a part of it with a few colleagues, and it has been incredible. And they are some of the best waves in the world. So happy to co-sanction and bring the Asians into Australia, and just as happy for the Australian surfers to get over there and surf some of the best waves in the world for serious
You actually said
points.
that, like you said, it's such an untapped environment when it comes to the quality of wave, just not in Japan or Bali or Indonesia, just everywhere in the region. You're talking about China and the Philippines and
Taiwan, Korea.
Wow.
Sri Lanka, India.
India?
There's waves in India. Watch this space.
Watch this space
very shortly. But no, it's fantastic. And to co-sanction a few events, a few of the prime events like this one here with the Asians and return the love back for the Australians to go over there. It's a really good, healthy series. So, yeah, I thought all the Asian surfers in this event might have been here just to warm up for the Challenger, but they're here chasing their spot in the Challenger. So, very serious event.
Yeah, that makes it a lot more tricky because there's a lot on the line as we see. Surfer in red. No, this is the surfer in green. No, it's actually Elise, isn't it?
Yes, it is Elise.
Wow.
Black.
That is sick.
That's powerful.
That combo. Yeah, I said, like, she's impressed everyone on our beach for years and years. So, and it's great to see her continuing to have a crack at the QS because she's definitely got it to mix it. Look how good she is off the bottom here. Bang. Just that extension through the body into another solid manoeuvre. And what I loved about that ride was the fluency of those turns. She lost nothing when it came to
best wave of the heat, I'm calling, Adam.
Yep. Great to see. She's already got a 5, Robo, and she's going to back that up.
I'd say she's going to eclipse that. But we'll see. That's in the hands of the judges.
Yeah, these 30-minute heats, again, I spoke to Britt a little bit earlier about just those subtle adjustments you have to make when it comes to utilising your priority. And just, I feel like, you know, that extension of the heats allows, you know, a little bit of breathing space.
Can be a little more selective,
yeah,
maybe.
It's not that frantic sort of, those 20 minutes of frantic pace.
Too fast for you or me.
Oh, please, yeah. It takes us that long to get out. Well, me anyway, not you. You got those long arms. I got little mini arms. Here we go. Surfer up and right in. It's like white.
Beautiful looking wave.
Wow.
Great start to the wave. Look at that, top to bottom, and she's got to finish off here. Two strong sequences there, so that'll be a good score for White.
I feel like it's definitely changed since I was on for those first 2 heats. It seems like the banks have sort of sorted themselves out a bit more, Robbo.
Yep. Heat's moving in, the waves are cleaning up. And yeah, we've got a fantastic day ahead, that's for certain.
I don't know if you've spoken about this, but they're saying 34 to 36 degrees today.
40 degrees in Western Sydney. What's going on? La Nina's over.
Yeah, I know.
So
I don't ever go out there.
you've loved.
You know what? But
Here
I
we
will go
go.
out there when the wave pool gets up and running. Look at that nice transition and good floating manoeuvre.
Is that Freya Plum?
Yeah, it certainly was. She's got such a nice connection with the ocean. I love the way she attacks, but you could just see, you know, she read that so well. Even that last turn was pretty critical, and she just sort of floated the boat. But yeah, 40 degrees out west, so I do believe we've got the winner of last heat. Take it away, Robbo.
Okay, Nixie, that was a fantastic heat that you just surfed, and we saw you pull off a really cool aerial manoeuvre towards the end of that heat. You executed it beautifully. Obviously, this is a part of your training. Can you talk us through that, please, Nixie?
Yeah, it was kind of a shock to me. Like, I haven't really tried them in a couple of years, but I thought I might as well try. But yeah, stoked to pull it off and get an all-right score for it.
And do you in your free surfing, do you focus on aerial manoeuvres much, or is it just something that just happened at the spur of the moment?
I used to go on the jet ski a lot at the HPC and like we'd practice that, but I don't know, I haven't really tried in a year or two, but yeah, sometimes I do that, but usually I'm just surfing the point and I don't want to mess up the waves, so I don't really go for them out there.
Nixie, talk about the series as we stand right now. You're in a very strong position. How important is it to keep that momentum going, not only in this event, but next week at Surfest as well? How are you feeling mentally?
Yeah, good. I'm just trying not to think about like results too much, just like taking it heat by heat and just like surfing each heat the best I can, because last year when I thought about the results it kind of like came to haunt me in the end. So yeah, just taking it heat by heat and just surfing my best. Yeah,
I was talking to Britt about it earlier. I feel like both you, the females and the males, have sorted out sort of that fatigue factor from last year. Last year I felt like a lot of guys towards the back end, they would come to me and say they felt a little bit cooked. I felt like you've made those subtle adjustments to keep yourself fresh as you've gone along these series, because there's been a lot of events back to back.
Yeah, definitely. I went home after the Maroubra comp for like a week, which was a good reset, just to get prepared for this comp and the next 5,000 coming up, and yeah, just to surf some fun boards at home and like switch my equipment up, and yeah, that was definitely a good reset, and now I feel fresh and ready for these comps.
All right, well done, Nixie. We enjoyed watching your heat, especially that aerial manoeuvre, and we wish you all the best as you progress through to the round of 16.
Thanks so much, guys. See ya.
Yeah, solid performance. And talking about solid performance, Holly Williams locks in a 6.63, a lovely combination of manoeuvres.
It was.
And Fry Prime got a 4.1 for that nice lip gliding turn. So right now it is Elise Cooper out there in the lead with first priority. As I said, very talented young surfer from the Queenscliff Board Riders Club. Fry Prime a little bit further down towards the north, towards the point down at Avoca. But as I said to you before, it's definitely starting to sort itself out. The banks look really nice. If you can get yourself into that pocket source, there's so much opportunity for scoring potential.
There is, and like all these events in New South Wales, moving up and down the coast and just highlighting how much surf there is along this coastline. And the Central Coast is absolutely full of quality breaks from the northern end to the southern end. And there we see Holly Williams just coming unstuck, but she has the best wave of the heat so far, 6.63. We saw that wave a while ago. It was two beautiful, well linked together top bottom to top turn moves. But she's in second place, and both Elise, who's surfing now, and Holly well positioned in this heat. This is a smaller wave for Elise, and she's looking to try and get rid of a 5-point ride. Don't know that she'll do it on that, even though she surfed it quite well, and she's not done with yet either. Looking
like
for the link up.
Queenie rip bowl.
She keeps busy.
Definitely love the fluency of her attack. And even though that was a smaller wave, Rob, I felt like that first term was nice and strong. But, yeah, I don't know if it's going to lapse that 5 point, but what it's going to do is give her that momentum and keep those juices flowing as she heads towards the back end of this heat. She knows that she's probably going to need to offload that 5 to actually, get through this heat. A lovely first turn.
Yeah.
But it was just about the quality of the wave more than the quality of the surf. And she's got such a fluent and easy on the eye attack. The way she goes about it, Rob, I love it.
She could eclipse that 5 point ride. Judges will be discussing that.
Yeah, it's going to be thereabouts, isn't it?
Yeah.
So with 14 to go, we are into the final heat of the round of 32, these 30-minute heats, and then into the men's. It's going to be switching over from the Sisstrevolution to the Vissla Pro Surf. Oh, look at that. Lovely.
I was just looking at the score chart. That's Sarah Wakita. Now, she's not going to get a score on that, but we saw enough there, and I know enough about Sarah Wakita to tell you a 6.47 is what she's chasing. She can get that easily.
Oh,
she
yeah,
is
she's
a very
impressive.
quality surfer. So, yeah, while the requirement's a 6.47, it might seem like a tough requirement. It's not for Sarah. She is a great surfer.
Look at the way she leaned into that turn.
Yeah, she's got a lot of power.
She nearly rode out of that. It was just that she lost momentum as she free fell through the lip, and it was more about once the disengagement of the rail happened, it slowed her up a bit and she got caught. But, yeah, we've seen a lot of her at a high level, and she is world class.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of Japanese women coming through the system at the moment as well.
How good is it?
It is. It's such a global sport. And it's on a trajectory.
And we spoke about it at length with, the German surfer.
Yes.
Coming through and trying to qualify for the Olympics. And what the Olympics has done, it's opened it up to the world for people to use their heritage to get them through and try to qualify. And I reckon it's brilliant.
It is. No, it's absolutely added a whole new facet to the sport, and its popularity, growth, mainstream acceptance, which you'd understand, Adam. You've tapped away in the mainstream for decades.
Mate, back in the day, trying to get mainstream media to
embrace the sport.
Embrace our sport was so difficult. They'd only be prepared to do that on the off chance that there was availability. Now I feel like, globally, it's expanded to a point where it's not a niche sport. It is a world-class sport that people generally love and understand.
And love to watch. No, you're absolutely right. Okay, we have a takeoff. This is our Japanese surfer. Wow. Beautiful first turn. And that's what I was saying. She is a quality surfer. There were two sharp moves there, and while she might not get the 6.47, she may well better her 4.10 and put herself right in contention. So this heat is not over. Same with Freya Plum. Let's not leave her out. She's very experienced and capable of getting good scores.
A 4.30 is what the judges threw out this way. But you just see the quality of her turn. She looks so well connected with that surfboard. And that spells danger for both Elise and Holly because, like you said, she can drop 6s and 7s in a sleep. So both those surfers are going to have to be on their game. And when you have someone like Freya Plum who has had so much experience, such a good surfer in her own right, this is such a stacked up heat, as they all are.
They are. I had a look through the draws earlier, and some of the heats raised my eyebrows. So I'm going, wow.
How good is it?
This is going to be amazing.
And what adds to that, mate, is the pressure that they're going to start to come under when it comes to, you can talk it up as much as you want about, people not looking where they're positioned on the ratings, but deep down, you know where you're at, and there's nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide.
There isn't. Just under 10 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time to play out in this heat. Surfer in green.
What a beautiful looking, look at that.
Oh, it is. The headland's beautiful.
Headland. some of the houses up there, wow.
Is the point any good for surfing?
Yeah, we
You
actually
sure?
we surfed the final day there a couple of years ago. I've seen some great waves come through there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
Vocal Point,
wandered
traditionally.
up before, and I couldn't see a lot of deep
Look,
water.
It's
but-
like, I think it's traditionally like a lot of the points, you know, it has its moments.
Yes.
But I feel like the beaches are definitely world class. But yeah, I've seen some footage from there, just amazing. Here we go. Fry Prum up and right in, trying to get across this section, floating that first corner and just waiting patiently for this thing to grow. That was impressive.
This is her best wave, I'd say, so she's going to put herself right in the game as well. And with the 30-minute heat, still plenty of time for these women to get their waves and get through to that all-important round of 16.
Mate, the locals just embrace this. They'd be up there watching it. They all love it. It has a certain vibe to it when you come to Avoca when this event's on, because they've got such a solid stable of surfers who really compete at a higher level, and the community gets right behind the event. You see the old retired dudes up at the coffee shops, and they're just, who's the next one coming through? It's a great place to visit. It's a great place to come on holidays, and we encourage everyone to get on to the Central Coast Council websites, check it out, check out the accommodation, of course, the Avoca Beach Hotel. We've stayed there a number of times. Great venue, great food, and yeah, it's paradise, and you're only like an hour and a half away from Sydney.
Yep. Beautiful restaurants throughout town. We've sampled quite a few of those. You know what else I'm excited about, Dimmy?
Go for it.
The AFL starts tonight.
Oh, AFL. Boy.
You love it.
I love
You
it.
do. Carlton versus Richmond.
Mate, I'm an NRL dude. Manly are playing tonight.
I
That's all
know.
I want to know.
I mentioned it in the street the other day in Avoca, and yeah,
People just laughed at
yeah,
you.
they look at me like I'm some sort
Like
of
alien.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
What age?
Anyway,
I did go to, we were at Bells once, and I went to an AFL game, the only game I've ever been to in my life, and it was a pretty cool game because there's so much happening off the ball that you don't see on television, which was pretty funny to watch. But yeah, it's NRL versus AFL, and it's definitely New South Wales isn't NRL based. Here we go. Look at this.
beautiful first turn, but no.
Wow.
Okay, so that's Holly Williams. She wants to get rid of that 3.93. Okay, we've got a recap here, Dimmy, so let's have a look at some of these rides. Elise Cooper leads the heat. I'm sure she's going to feature here. And look at that. Bottom to top turn. Looks for a second one, but doesn't make it. That was her early 5-point ride, I think.
This is the one where she really extended through these turns. Nice flow, great rhythm in the ocean for Elise.
It's the
we
best
can
wave of the heat here.
Holly Williams, this is the one where she just unloaded with a two-turn combination. And we talk about the class of Sarah Wakita, and you can just see it. That low centre of gravity, such a really lovely way to go about her business.
So there it is, and right now, Elise Cooper leading the heat, 6.5 and a 5.0. Holly Williams in second, 6.63. 3.93 leaves her vulnerable. She would want to get rid of that because Sarah Wakita, right on her tail, needs a 6.27. It looks like Freya Plum while we're at the recap, but
I feel
that
like
wave's
she's
not
been
gonna...
looking at the lefts, a lot of these lefts. She's sort of put herself in a position where most of them are looking at the right. You can see Mikey Madonna on screen there, getting ready for an important battle. He is currently leading the New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series, along with Nixie Ryan, I do believe. So he is in that position to qualify for the Challenger Series. That's what's on his mind when you talk to Mikey. He wants a crack full time at the Challenger, but he's also leading the series, which is a great achievement in its own right. So with 5 to go, Robbo, you said it, it is going to be nervous times for both Holly and Elise because Freya and Sarah Wakita have the ability to just drop massive numbers.
Yep, they're in striking distance for sure, but they've got to get a decent wave.
Elise Cooper holds all the aces when it comes to priority, but that's an advantage in itself.
And she'll use it well.
she'd probably wait for a bigger set. And if it's got one of those walls that sort of taper off from right to left, she'll definitely identify that to basically shut down Sarah Wakita because she's in second priority. And as we speak right now, it looks like there is a set on the horizon, and it looks like someone having a crack, and this is the dangerous server from Japan. A little bit disconnected on that first turn. I felt like the rhythm wasn't there. That's a better turn. And look at the flow and
Beautiful
engagement.
cutback.
And
Oh, look at
this.
that wave out the back for Elise Cooper. Wow.
Wow.
Some big turns there, Dimmy.
Unfortunately, comes unstuck on that
But
second
that
turn.
first turn was big.
Yeah, I reckon she's going to get rid of that 5-point ride. And like I said, it was an important exchange because
Sarah
of the
Whittaker's
nature.
going to get a score.
100%. And look at Holly.
Well, yep, pressure's on, and she answers the call. So, yeah, 3.5 minutes remaining. These are significant waves being ridden, and we weight those scores and the situation.
Love to get a replay of that wave of red and Elise as well. I'd love to see just how solid that rail work was from the surfing red. I felt like at the start of this wave, there was a little bit of downtime, a little bit of a bobble, but watch this rail work.
Quality.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's quality.
That is so good. And out the back, you can see Elise.
Great first turn. Unfortunately comes unstuck.
One really good turn by every one of the three competitors in that exchange. So will that change anything?
Oh.
Only time will tell. But right now with 3 to go, these sets rolling through. And this is going to be an issue today too, to conserve energy, Robbo, when it comes to, you know, how long it's going to take to get back in the lineup. How long is it going to take you to, you know, to reset once you're in the lineup, to get the, you know, to get air back in the lungs, because it's going to be pretty testing out there today.
It is, and Sarah Okita has scored a 4.9. I thought she might have got a little better than that, but it's still an improvement on her heat tally. It's her best scoring ride. Now she only needs a 5.67. So just over 2 minutes. Time could be the enemy for her, but she's chipping on.
Elise Cooper has
to get
extended
there.
a 5.60.
Yes, right, yeah, and she's probably safe. That second position up for grabs.
You never want to say that. That is the one word you don't want to say in this sport. Did you watch? I was speaking about it before. Maxine Houston would have been thinking,
yes, I know.
I'm going to get through this heat. He had one of the best scores of the day, and all of a sudden, Caelan Robson just loads up with a perfect 10. It's just such a unique sport in that scenario where anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
That's what we love about it.
Yep, 1.5 minutes remaining. Freya Prum chasing a 6.47. Wakita, the Japanese surfer, chasing 5.67. Very achievable.
It's interesting, Robbo, that I felt like that wave of Holly Williams on that last exchange might have slightly bettered that 3.93. I think that is still the score she had prior to that.
Yeah.
So interesting, but definitely Elise Cooper on the strength of that one turn. Had she landed that second turn, that score was going to go right up into the excellent range. So surfing very strong indeed, and you can see them now, the athletes now, Robbo, moving around the lineup, trying to put themselves in a good position if anything comes, and priority, importantly, with the surfer in green, and second priority is with white.
Yep, and Wakita's in fourth priority. That's going to make her job extremely hard with 40 seconds to go. Have a takeoff. That is Holly Williams using priority. Beautiful turn there. Snapped it in the pocket. Snaps it again. So goodbye to that 3.93, I say. And under pressure, clutch performance from Holly Williams, Dimmy.
Yeah, see, this puts a little bit of pressure back onto Elise Cooper, because I feel like that might actually be enough to take the lead.
Yep.
And right now, even though green has priority, the surfing red is still dangerous. So I think time's going to be the enemy, but that was a lovely clutch performance there from the surfer in
white. Yep. Good surfing.
I just saw a 4.87 lock in, so that might have been the score. That might have been previous. So we're going to throw up to a break, pay some bills, be back very shortly. What an amazing day of action we have here at Avoca Beach.
that craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Avoca Beach. The sun's out, the guns are out, and we have some of the best surfers on the planet competing here today. Robbo, we are into the round of 32 of the men's, and you said it before, what a matchup this is. Mikey Madonna, Q Butler, and who else we got, buddy, in this heat?
Yeah, Takong from the Philippines. He's a legend.
Yeah, he's a legend of the sport over there, right?
Absolute
legend. And talking about other legends, what about the great Nathan Hedge, the Hog?
John Mark Takong, they call him Marama.
And what does that stand for?
I don't know, something like King of the Ocean or King of Cloud 9, whatever. He rules. Yeah, he rules Cloud 9.
Wow.
And spent more time in the tube than any man at that break. And there's our man,
Mikey
Madonna.
Strong.
Yeah.
How good are these waves today? It's pumping.
It is. And this could be a final.
This kid has been on an absolute tear, and let me tell you, he's probably not a kid anymore. He's a man, and he's got so much game, as we see Q Butler up and right. And what about the power, the flair, and the control of those turns? That board looks very spiced up, and like you said, they're taking on two of the legends of our sport.
Of their regions, for sure.
100%.
Now, John Mark Takong, amazing tube rider, incredible at Cloud 9, but he has an all-round performance act. He's done a lot of events over the last few years, and he's also got a really good air game. So we've got to watch out for what he's going to be up to out here.
I feel like he's been around a long time, as we see Mikey just extend in, and look at the line into this first turn. Lovely, and just leans in this row. The Kiwi flowing, plenty of flair and spray off that combo.
Judges have got a lot of work to do, Dimmy.
Oh, they're going to have to put a scale and set it high with that last wave of the surfer in black. And there it is, a 7.67. What a way to start.
Yep. The Kiwi, he's been on a tear this whole series. He's focused. He looks fit, strong. He's surfing, in my mind, he is surfing better than he ever has. And I mean...
You said that earlier. You said that in an event. A couple of events back. So it looks like Nathan Hedge has decided to give himself a bit of space in the lineup. He knows these banks. He's surfed here a lot, but yeah, I feel like there's always been such a great power base to the Kiwis game, but right now to Q Butler, I honestly believe he's ready to take his surfing to the next level, and that means trying to have a crack at that World Championship tour for sure.
He would be anyone who makes it would be worthy, but it would be great to see
he'd be dangerous.
Another Kiwi like Q Butler. He's a magnificent surfer.
When I analyse surfing, sometimes I'll break it down and think, what would that athlete look like on those kind of waves? Imagine in a J-Bay or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like
it's got the strength, power, moves to capitalise on those sorts of conditions.
Yeah, but, they've got to get to that level. You can see what's happening right now. We've had the third event of the Championship Tour. Some big results. Some of the surfers who are actually lower ranked have bounced back. The Courtney Conologues of the world and some others as well. And you know what I mean? It's going to be intriguing when they hit Australia for Bells and Margies.
Yep.
Because it's that mid-year cutoff. Do you like the mid-year cutoff?
I do and I don't. I'm sitting on the fence like everyone else. It adds intrigue to it. I think it's a little bit brutal maybe.
Yes.
But it adds intrigue. I mean, things can go wrong, Sophie McCullough's a good example. if she misses the cut because she had an injury and she's had to surf a little bit with that injury, I think it'd be unfortunate. But it's a tough sport.
Wow. To keep up and riding once more. Nice two-turn combo. Yeah, look, to be honest, I wasn't a fan of it back in the day because of the structure of the other systems. I remember when Gabby came on at New York and stuff like that, there was a lot of controversy. But I feel like now I'm a big supporter of it because realistically, if they have a bit of a shocker and they fall off, the opportunity to go straight back on through the Challenger is a great reset. And you look at the quality of wave on the Challenger Series is world class.
Yep.
You got the snappers, you got Hossiger, you got so many the Bolito Pro. You got so many high quality performance waves. It allows the athletes to not go back to that traditional QE grind. So I'm a big firm believer in the cutoff now because of that.
Yep, and don't forget North Narrabeen. You forgot North Narrabeen, didn't you?
Oh, it used to be Manly. Yeah, it is Northy this year.
It is Northy.
But yeah,
I know.
But you know what I mean? Like I'm just thinking about
100%.
back in the day, there was a lot of controversy about having to go straight back on the QS and grind.
Well, now
away.
they don't.
They don't. They
go
on
to
the
a
Challenger.
quality tour.
These athletes are so well refined and tuned that they can get it done in those scenarios.
They can.
Who doesn't want to surf snapper with 4 dudes out? Please, give me a break.
It's a very rare opportunity.
Rare. Here we go. Looks like someone having a look at this wave, and it is the Hog, Nathan Hedge.
Finally.
Power. Look at the way he's surfing. He's like a fizzed up grommet right now.
3 strong turns.
So,
So,
look at him look up
he's
to.
opened his account.
Yep.
And he'd know with 30 minutes on the clock. He's no hurry.
Think about, what he's achieved in his career, and you only got to look at the last couple of years where he's come back and basically been allowed to compete, got some starts in some trials, Margaret River, Chopes, and still performing at the highest level, in the world, even at his age. So age is no barrier. He's one of the fittest surfers you'll ever see.
What he did at Chopu last year was incredible.
Was it semis?
Something like that, but he knocked out Philippe Toledo.
He was knocking out everyone.
He was. He got one.
Yeah, he can.
He's not scared.
And I remember back in the day, there was a real iconic moment where Hogg, I think, dislocated his shoulder.
He should have won that event.
He would have.
He would have won.
He would have won. He was on fire. Here we go, Mikey up and riding into it. Lovely first turn, engaging the rail, just setting it up for the inside line. The surfer from Atlantic's Head and really jams away, but it's a little bit caught. Here we go, Nathan Hedge up and riding once more. So Mike will be disappointed in the finish of that wave, but still plenty of time. And you can see, I think that was our competitor from the Philippines up and riding.
I think so. That's not the sort of wave he wants to catch. He's used to catching perfect lined up, flawless peaks at Cloud 9. But he's also very good. He's dangerous in the beach breaks. He'll get his act together.
All right, we're going to throw down to our post-seat interview with Elise Cooper. Good morning, Coops, and congratulations. You looked on point out there, legend. How you feeling?
I'm stoked. I haven't made many heats back in Oz this year, so to get at least one heat win, can't complain. I'm really happy.
You're up there in the ratings, Elise, and you know that a lot of people support you back in your hometown of Manly and at QBC. What would it mean to get a full-time crack at the Challenger in 2023?
It'd be amazing. I came super close last year, and I think I got pipped in the last event. So hopefully I can do one better and get on the Challenger Series and, get to travel and, just enjoy it all, I guess. But, fingers crossed.
Now talk about your boards. Your boards look really good today. What were you riding out there?
I was just on a round tail CI Pro. It's been my favourite board lately, and especially when it's clean, it just seems to go really good. And happy I chose that one. And
And what about your support staff? Is the old boy up there with you?
Yeah, Dad's the chauffeur. He drove up. He was the one driving up at 5:30 this morning, and I was just sleeping in the passenger seat. So, grateful for him, and probably wouldn't have gotten up here in one piece without him. So yeah.
Congratulations, and we wish you all the best. You're looking so solid. That was a well sought out performance. Elise Cooper moving on to the next round.
Thank you.
Okay, so while that interview was going on, Dimmy, there were a series of very good waves ridden.
I saw Taku Butler just unload on one.
I saw John Mark Takong unload on one. He's back in the hunt. And the thing I failed to mention about Takong is he has the best head of hair in the game.
Better than Carlos Munez?
Yes.
Oh, serious?
Yes, you wait till you see it.
That is some game, let me tell you.
It is.
Makes sure how follically...
we're going to recap these waves while that interview was going on. So have a look at this.
I like this. Wow.
The Kiwi. Power.
That board looks ultra sharp, doesn't it?
Links it all together. And here he is.
Oh, you said about his
He
ability
lives
in the
tube.
First tube of the day. This guy is absolutely blown
Look
up.
at that.
That is sick. Look at the combo. That has to go up there into the good or excellent range. That is a sick. And look at Hogg. This is just a series of explosive waves happening down here at Avoca. The waves are pumping. This ride is just offering up so much. And that was like watching someone surf
Takong.
Yeah.
They call him Marama, Dimmy.
How do you find a barrel out there like that? And look at this one, Mikey. That thing just opened up, that barrel opened up, and then he was able to just tag away. Look at that.
Look at that.
877.
He's our man.
He's your man.
The Cloud9 now, they'd be banging the breakfast tables. They'd be jumping up and down. Their man has scored an 877. That is the best wave score today, Adam.
You picked it too. You said, mate, this guy's got game. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
He'll find something.
The only thing he didn't show us there was his air game, and believe me, he's got that as well.
Here we go. The Kiwi up and riding, flying down the line. Look at how dredgy this wave is. Taku Butler into the lip and into another turn. And what about the release? He felt that.
He did. Busted the fins out. This is a serious heat.
Wow. I loved, that was just such a drainer. Here we go again. It might not be a vocal point, but it's close. Let me tell you, this place is absolutely going off right now. And these guys in this first heat of the men's round of 32 have just put their level and turned the afterburners on. Here we go. Watch this thing drain up and how he just attacks that first turn into the pocket. And again, and I love just that tweak, that release off the tail in that final manoeuvre, and the server from the Philippines, the man who with the highest wave score of the day so far. He is certainly opening everyone up when it comes to, if you don't know him, you know him now.
You do, yep. The world needs to know about Takong.
Best head of hair as well.
Yes, definitely.
Wow, there you go. I mean, I feel like both Hogg and Mike have been surfing good in this.
They have.
And look where they're at. They need a 6.61, Mikey Madonna with priority, and Nathan Hedge needs a 6.88.
Yep.
So
And
such has been the performance of both Kia Butler and the surfer in the blue, and he has a 3.33.
Should be able to get rid of that easily.
I want to see an air.
Yeah, well, you will.
An all-round game.
You will. The all-round game's there.
How good are these 30-minute heats? It's going to be such an intriguing battle. These round of 32, I think that the powers that be have pulled all the right strings when it comes to giving the opportunity for these surfers. It's pretty much been pumping all week, but I feel like today with this, really the wind's backed off, the faces are clean, there's a 4 to 5 foot swell coming through, and again, Avoca is on the map and it's producing.
Yep. What a great heat.
Big shout out to all our sponsors, of course, Vissla. This is the Vissla Central Coast Pro, and here's a recap of this wave. Look how he's dragging the arm. He's just keeping himself in the barrel, and I love this turn. Just tweaking it a little bit different, and then he gets the work And this was the wave that just kept on giving. So that was the best wave of the heat. But yeah, big shout out to Vissla. Of course, Sisstrevolution, the naming rights of the women's division at the 3000, the Central Coast Pro, Mad Mex, the presenting partner. And of course, we've got the Mad Mex Minute in every heat. And then our supporting partners, the Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destinations New South Wales, the World Surf League, and Surfing New South Wales. Great to have so many partnerships involved in this event. And of course, we encourage everyone to come on down to the Central Coast. You're going to cop waves like this, and why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Have the day off.
Especially on a day like this. Here's a takeoff.
Here we go, surfer up and riding in the black. That is Taku Butler, and I just felt like the timing was a little bit out of sync then.
Look at the score line for that last wave, an 8.33, the wave prior to that one for Butler. So he has really opened up his lead. 8.33 and a 7.67. Takong in second position has the 8.77, best wave of the day. Needs a 7.23 to go to first. Is only looking to get rid of a 3.33. That's critical.
This is that wave we were speaking about, Robbo. Look how draining that wave is and how he attacked that first turn with just the fluency of that turn and just how much speed he carried through that turn. And a great combination. You could just see the body language. You really felt that. And let's talk about that 3.33. If he can improve on that, the surfer in blue, Takong, that is going to put such a gap between himself and Mikey and Nathan Hedge. So it's critical that both red and white, their next opportunity has to be on a really good score. Because if not, and the surfer in blue actually gets even a 5, that's going to make the requirement such a struggle.
Yep, but he's got to do that. So pressure all round because red and white, they're smart competitors and they'll know what they have to do and they can do it easy. So while John Mark Takong has the best wave of the heat, it's definitely not over with a 3.33 sitting as your second ride.
Yeah, look at that, a 16.2 wave combination out of 20, and that is putting yourself into the excellent range. Judges love, to see big turns on big waves, and the surfer from New Zealand has definitely brought that to the table this morning.
Let me tell you something, Dimmy. I was thinking about this the other day when I was watching Portugal. These surfers here would see Callum Robson and think, if I can get into the Challenger Series, the dream is that much closer. Callum Robson 2 years ago wasn't even going to make the Challenger Series until he won the Tweed Coast Pro. And then all of a sudden he got on the Challenger Series. I think he was the last qualifying surfer, excelled on the Challenger Series. All of a sudden he's a CT surfer. All of a sudden he's qualifying on the CT surfer for the CT the following year, and then he's scoring perfect 10s and he's in the top 5 in the world. These surfers would look at that and say, it can happen really, really quick.
What do they say? A chip in a chair. That's all you need.
What Callum Robson's done has been unbelievable. Yeah. I remember interviewing him when he won the Tweed Coast Pro, and he says, I can't believe it. I've just qualified for the Challenger Series.
Here we go. Mikey Madonna flying down the line, looking for a ramp. Goes to the air and rides out. Is that going to better the 5.07? I don't know, but yeah. I feel like at times here we see Hedgie up and riding.
Wow.
Nice first hand.
And second.
This is going to be a good score. If he can finish this off, he's really driving hard off that back foot. Nathan Hedge, and he gives it up. Look at him.
Yep.
Frothing.
Tells the judges, take that.
I think that's a lot to it, he wants to put himself out there and go, mate, I felt that, and I want to score. Now throw it to me, boys.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like at times, when you talk to some young surfers coming through, that at times it can be like, it feels like it's miles away. But talking about Callum Robson, he's a classic example of just having that opportunity.
Yep.
The
pathway's there, and he's setting an example.
And it's
Hog's
about
setting
taking
an
the pathway.
example here. I can't believe this heat is on. There's 2 scoring wides from red and white. We said it prior to that. I love the passion from Hogg. I don't know what the judges will think of that, but
I reckon it's his
that
best
was
score.
directed at the judging tower, Adam.
Yeah, I reckon that's going to go into the 6-point range. But with 8.5 minutes to go, as I said, I felt like the next wave for Hogg was going to be really important. And you identified it, going back to what you said about Callum Robson, about just having, once you have that opportunity, it's about, you know, taking the opportunity and making every post to win. And I feel like he's done that. And that last wave for Nathan Hedge was a 6.33. So now, Robbo, he only needs a 5.78. It leaves the surfer in blue very vulnerable out there because he needs to get rid of that 3.33. Has first priority.
Be nervous moments at Cloud 9 in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, they'll be all watching it. The whole town will be watching. They'll be going, come on, Takong, get rid of the 3.33.
Going back to, like, I feel like in all sports, there's a famous story about golf for Cameron Smith, right? Cameron Smith came through our Australian system, and how he got into the PGA Tour was he got an exemption from a sponsor to have one crack as an exemption, right?
And look where he is now.
Well, he actually got 5th, I think, in that event.
Yep.
He then got another crack at the US Open, got 2nd. He then qualified for the PGA Tour, and now he's the richest golfer in the world.
Yep.
Like, it's just about taking that opportunity and running with it. And I feel like that, you know, that inspiration you get of someone like Callum Robson is the clear example, mate.
It can happen so quick.
It can happen at a blink of an eye.
And yep, we're going to recap this, and this has been an incredible heat. Absolutely incredible. Let's talk us through some of these waves as we go to the recap.
Here we go. It looks like the surfer in from New Zealand. What about how much water he dispersed there, and just that release of the tail. Board looking amazing. He's going to be up and again. This is another one of these drainers. Lovely connection with the lip. Comes around and just unloads. This guy's been such on point, and the roll work and the power, Robbo, impressive.
Here's my man.
Here's your man.
Here's
Take us
my
through
man.
this.
Yeah, Takong lives in the barrel. That we'd be right at home there. Out on the face. Yep, I'm more than just a barrel rider. I've got the moves as well. Smooth, precise, and finishes off. Look at the hair. He loves it in Australia, Takong. I don't know, but he's been around
He's been
forever.
around a long time. This is that second score of Ski Butler. Up into the lip. Again, solid release. You can just see him generating so much speed and so much control. Mikey Madonna goes to the air. This did improve his situation, but not by too much. He needs another good score. And right now, the Hog, he has actually laid down the foundation for a couple of nice scores himself. And look at the power, the flow of the goofy foot as he attacks each section with plenty of gusto. And he stood up after that move and went, yeah, give it to me. Oh, Mikey, rail work, solid. Oh, here's your man.
Takong.
Oh, this next level.
He's pulled it up. Goodbye to the 3.3, Adam. That's our man, Takong, live.
Wow, how good are these waves? These guys are absolutely excelling.
Now that's going to increase his margin over Nathan Hedge.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. This last wave of blue, this is going to turn this heat on its head for sure. Here we go, Mikey up.
This is a
Lovely
good wave
power
as
move.
well.
Wow, what about how vertical that first whip was? Nice carve-in turn, a 3-turn combo, and he likes it. And out the back, he would have looked back and gone, oh, not this wave. He's already got his wave.
Beautiful.
Where's he come from,
turn.
he says. This guy's
And
amazing.
Snaps it out of the lip. So goodbye to the 3.33, I say, and increase the margin under 5 minutes.
Judges
He
got
needed
their
to do
way.
it. The pressure was on. He knew.
This is like a finely tuned chess game, this, because I feel like all 4 surfers are totally in sync with the ocean. So it's an indication of how good the waves are and the quality in this round of 32. I mean, there's no easy heats, but this is a clear example of everyone bringing their A game.
And there we go, 6.9 for Marimar in blue.
Still doesn't take the lead, but.
No, but he significantly increases the gap between third and fourth. Hedge needs a 9.34 and Mikey Madonna needs a perfect 10. So clutch performance from the surfer in blue to increase that margin significantly. And I want to shout out to all my friends at Cloud9 in the Philippines. I've got
Will that get you a few extra waves over there?
There's a lot of good people, and yeah, it's an amazing place.
It's an amazing place to visit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So yeah, they'll be loving what's going on in the water right here now. John, Mark, Takong. So the two internationals have put it to the Australians here, Dimmy.
And what I love, but you know, the Aussies have had a fair crack as well. This has just been one of my most favourite heats to watch in the whole series, just based on the quality and the difference of styles and how these surfers have formulated these scores. We've seen Johnny Takong out there with what was just an epic barrel.
It was, yeah. He lives in the barrel.
The only barrel I've seen today that has really opened up and lives in the barrel. But you said it. He's got more than that. He's got game when it comes to his rail turns. He got a 6.9. And then you have the Kiwi, who's just been world-class performance, an 8.33 and a 7.67. His rail game, just the aggressive approach and how spiced up and how visually attractive his surfing is. He is in the lead. And then you got Nathan Hedge, who's so passionate, and Mikey Madonna, who's basically leading the series. Here he goes, the surfer in red from Lennox Head. Goes to the air, not riding out of that. He needs a perfect 10, and that is not going to get it done. He's going to have to get something big, and he's going to have to put multiple turns together and something, I think, in the innovation corner as well.
Shout out to Jerry Deegan as well, who had a lot to do with the Cloud9 event over there in the Philippines, and is now based...
Why isn't that a QS?
What?
Is that a QS event?
Absolutely.
What is it now, 5,000?
Something like that.
Yeah, because for a lot of time it was a specialty event, wasn't it?
Yes, it did. It's been sanctioned and non-sanctioned and sanctioned, but it's very firmly on the charts now. Yeah,
that's great.
Part of the whole tour, and it's one of the absolute elite wave locations on that tour.
And when you think of it, the Asian tour has formulated and given opportunities to athletes in some of the best surf spots in the world. When you think of Nias, Koori, you know.
I'll give you an example of that. Liam O'Brien, basically, the Asia Tour launched his career. He went over to the Asia Tour and he won a series of events in high-quality waves. They might have been 1,000 or 3,000 QS events, but he kept winning, and all of a sudden they're going, wow, have a look at this guy. Yeah, and he took that confidence and everything out of that tour, and now he's on the CT. So it's played a really important role in the globalisation of surfing in our region.
And that's going to better the sport overall, isn't it? Because as you said, Rio Awida out there at the moment, who's just absolutely on a tear on the CT. I feel like you're going to see more surfers from that region, from Indonesia, starting to raise their game and get themselves on tour. They're coming to get everyone.
Yeah. Under a minute remaining, and so yeah, Mikey Madonna, this is an upset. I mean, I'm not upset because I know how good these guys surf, but it's an upset in that, you know, we've got our high-rated Mikey Madonna. He's not getting through this heat. Needs a perfect 10. But this guy is the Kiwi and the Philippine surfer.
Yeah, it's been a strong performance, and from all four surfers, from Nathan Hedge, Mikey Madonna, and this
Watch for the air. Watch for
He's going to go. As you said,
I told you.
Yeah, he's going to bring it all.
I called it, Dimmy.
Seriously, he's like a circus act. He's got all the little balls flying around. He just picks it. How good is he surfing? He's strong.
He is, and we're counting out of that heat. I wish we could have got him on the interview. I wish he had won the heat. You could have seen his hairstyle. We'll go to a break now. We'll get to that later, but well done to Butler and Marama.
Mama, well done, buddy. You're what a legend heat that was. We'll be back very shortly for another exciting battle in the round of 32 at the Central Coast Pro.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
The plastic pollution issue is a complex problem, but it can be solved.
Take 3 for the sea.
Earth a favor and take 3 for the sea?
It's easy. Just take 3 for the sea.
Welcome back to the beautiful Central Coast. We are at Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro Men's Division at the QS 3000 event, and that first heat was just an amazing heat that unfolded. And welcome back in the box, Britt Nickel, and wow, it's game on. The waves have cleaned up and the performance levels are world class.
They are. What a beautiful day we have here at Avoca Beach. I stepped outside and look how sunny it is, Dimmy. I feel like the water clarity has become a lot clearer too now that the sun has come out to play.
Definitely, and it's going to be 34 degrees in Sydney today as we see the surfer in red. Who we got in this heat, Britt? Look at this. Wow. This is a co-sanctioned event with Asia, so these points do apply for the Japanese. Continue, we saw in that last heat, Johnny getting on through as we see the surfer in white. That is Cooper Davies. But yeah, co-sanctioned event, you'll see a lot of these surfers from different regions, and that is exactly why, because as a 3,000 event's worth a lot. So who have we got?
We have Tenchi Awami from Japan in the red.
Yep.
We have Sean Gunning in the blue, Cooper Davies in the white, and Joe Azuchi in the black.
Joe Asushi's been around a long time. He's very, he's got such a stable surfing base. He's a strong competitor. And this is another one of these pretty intriguing. He's for someone like Cooper Davies, who would not have had to surf against these three other athletes much in his career. It sort of throws out sort of the unknown. And Sean Gunning already opened up with a 5.50, but 30-minute heats gives everyone an opportunity. And these guys will be licking their lips after the performance of that last heat. They would have seen the peaks, and I know you weren't in the box, but we saw the surfer from the Philippines get himself an absolute pipe, a drainer, and got the highest single wave score of the day so far. So, wow, we're excited. We've got heats on standby for this afternoon. We're definitely running the round of 32 of the men's this WSL event. Very important when it comes to the qualification stand-ins of both the men and the women.
It is. It's crucial, 3,000 points. That can be the make or break for these competitors looking to qualify for that Challenger Series, as I just get so tongue-twisted in here this morning. We originally thought that competitors from that Asian region were just here kind of warming up for the Challenger, but with the co-sanctioned, it does mean that the points are crucial for them as well.
100%. A win in a 3,000 is not only going to, give you a lot of prize money, but what it's going to do is put you right into the forefront of qualification for the Challenger Series, which basically kicks off in the next month or so. So it feels like over the course of this Australian leg, it's been quite a distance away, but it's getting closer to that point where, the surfers who have excelled at this level are about to step it up another level and go into the Challenger. And when you consider the two events in Australia, the one at Snapper, and then we've moved that Sydney Surf Pro over to Narrabeen, two quality world-class venues for these surfers to attack. And if you go off last year, someone like Rio Owada, who actually got himself onto the tour from the Challenger, it's game on as we see the surfer up and riding, just throwing buckets. And that is Cooper Davies, I do believe. So, yeah, a lot riding on these results, but what is great, Britt, is the quality of the performances and the quality of the waves. Look at these waves. It is pumping.
It is. I feel like competitors' eyes would have lit up this morning when they turned up down the beach. And while these competitors have probably had the better of the conditions so far today, I feel like it just continues to improve.
Yeah, I feel like this morning there was a bit of morning sickness on when the women went out. But going off that first heat of the men's, I felt like the last heat of the women's, the Nixie Ryan heat as well, as we see the young surfer from Japan up and riding, just kicking the tail. But yeah, I feel like as sort of that morning sickness has sort of, yeah, gone away, I feel like the waves have definitely got better. It's definitely been improving as this tide has dropped, as we see the surfer in white a little bit out of rhythm on that first turn, but gets it all together now, and this guy's a strong performer. We have the surfer from New Zealand from the Mount down in the post-heat interview area, and I've got to say, it's good. Congratulations, mate. That was on point. What a performance and what a heat. It was just so fun to watch that heat. Everyone was ripping.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, no, waves are super fun, and everyone was ripping. Just can't believe the waves right now. If you get an opportunity, easy to make the most of them. So, loving it.
Mate, I feel like the level and the intensity has definitely grown at this event because there's so much on the line now. Everyone's sort of in that qualification bubble. How are you feeling, and how have you maintained your sort of freshness as we've gone through these series of events?
Yeah, surfing doesn't define me as a person. It's just a small part of my life. So all I'm just doing is putting my best foot forward for the 30 minutes and hopefully come on top. And if not, then, live on. It's all good.
And looking forward to conditions. You might surf again today. They've got you guys on standby. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't mind it. It's pretty fun out there. Take it as it comes, frothing.
And what about Avoca itself? Do you like visiting the area? You've been there a number of times now, I do believe. So how do you like the Central Coast? Do you like the waves?
Oh, I love Avoca. They got so much fun waves. You could go up north, get fun waves. It's a cool little town. It's close enough to the city. You can go in. But it's just a cool vibe here. I like it here. It's super chill.
And your board's feeling good under your feet. They look spectacular at the moment.
Yeah, I'm riding Philippe's model, the quad that he rode at Trestles last year. Loving the quad, just giving me that, just more speed, I guess, and drive so that I can get to the sections earlier and really perfect my timing.
You've got a lot of people out there supporting you. We wish you all the best moving forward, and congratulations. That was such a strong performance.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Have a great day, bud. And yeah, like I said, this guy's got so much game. He is tailor-made for that next level. And what I love about he's very humble. He understands that, it's his profession, but it doesn't define him as a human. And I think that's such a great insight into his personality. We were talking about it before, going, what are we going to get? Because you just don't know what you're going to get in a post-heat interview.
That's probably the tamest I've seen him in a post-heat interview.
But that's his nature. I spoke to Kurt James about it. I said he said he's unique. He understands he's blessed to be in this kind of scenario when it comes to his career. He's a determined athlete, but he also realises that he's got such an opportunity as a human being, and he loves what he does. But yeah, that's about the tamers. Because I was like, you throwing off to a question or am I? But congratulations. That was world class, that performance.
I figured you had it under control. I remained with the consistency of the one voice. You did well.
But
he's just, I feel like with Kihu, like you just mentioned then, it just speaks volumes of his personality, but then also his approach, knowing that, you know, surfing doesn't define him as a person. I think it's so important for athletes in general to recognise that, not just with the sport of surfing, but just all sports. And I think, you know, like, because it can be so easy to be overconsumed with the fact that, okay, I'm a surfer and that's kind of your identity. And I think there's so many things that can happen with heat losses and heat wins that it is such a roller coaster, and it can be so easy to kind of get into that mindset of being brought down as well in those tough moments. And I just think that the fact that he doesn't allow surfing to define him, it's one of those things that he does recognise that he's got a life outside of surfing, and as an athlete, it doesn't take much for something like that to be pulled away from you. It can take an injury or a health condition, or there's so many other factors that can play into that. And I feel like there's a lot of athletes in across all different sports that sometimes they do get a bit lost when they have to transition out of that.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like the pandemic brought a lot of that to the forefront as well, where people realised there was more to life than you know, the intensity of sport. And at the end of the day, when you start off as a surfer, as a grommet, you do it because you love the sport. So I think his attitude is paramount to you know, a successful career, because he understands that, no, it doesn't define him. It's about who he is as a person more than anything, but he enjoys what he does. And I think that's the key part. You've got to enjoy what you bring, as we see a priority situation here. So Surfing in Black had priority, and that is why Cooper Davies let him go. But yeah, I think it's important to put it in, you know, put it into where it lies in your actual life. So it's a great attitude to have. And as we see the Surfing Red now up and riding, look at this wave just exploding. That is Sean Gunning from Spain. Oh, just disconnected on that final manoeuvre.
It is absolutely pumping out here, Dimmy. I feel like, you know, like Kihu, he was excited just to be surfing waves like this in an event. So we have been blessed with the conditions here at Avoca.
Yeah, the sun's out. It's a brilliant day. The local community has really sort of engaged, and they love this event. We saw it in the women's last year. We saw Molly Picklin taking on Macy Callahan. We've seen amazing performances over the course of this event, and I feel like the strength of these banks out here have provided so much opportunity at a crucial time of these qualifying events. And again, I feel like, you know, look at these waves. This is world class and offering up so many big numbers for these surfers to unload on. And look at this one. Had he landed this turn, wow, that was so well connected with the lip, and it was just, I feel like the bank turned on itself a little bit there and it sort of engulfed him. But yeah, they are so lucky to be having such good waves.
They are. Well, we've got 16 minutes left in this heat. This is heat number 2 of the men's round of 32. Beautiful day here for the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. Great to have Vissla on board again, partnering with Surfing New South Wales on the leg of events as they have done over the last 4 years.
Yeah, so it's great to have them involved. Of course, part of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And just thinking back to Cooper Davies at the moment, he's had some strong results in 2023. I do believe he got a quarter final at the Tweed Coast Pro. So that, you know, that's a big result in itself. So he'd be right up there. And of course, when you think of the likes of the Japanese surfers, Owami has already had a second in the La Union International Pro in the QS Series. He's had multiple results, so he'd be really, really comfortable in this arena as he goes nice and square off the bottom on the backhand. But yeah, very strong heats. Like all these heats, these round of 32 heats is going to be separating the men from the boys, as they say. I can't wait. Some of these heats, have you looked through the draw?
I have it. I feel
no
like
more coffee for me.
You can look at any heat and think that there could be a final, but it's just so good to see so many high-quality surfers in these events for the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series and just in this region in Australia. I just feel like we've got such a hotbed of talent in this one country.
Yep.
There's only so many spots for surfers to qualify for that Challenger Series. It makes it tricky.
Talk us through that. How many in the men's? There's 9. Is that correct?
I think it's 8 and 1 wild card, or hold up.
And I
Let's
think
have
it's
a proper
6.
look at it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 9, but I could be wrong. But yeah, so, you know, spots on that Challenger Series at you know, there's not that many, so you have to really make sure you don't want to leave yourself short, especially in that last event at Surfest. So, important event. If you can get a win here and jag 3,000 points, it's going to put you on the spot. And we are down towards probably about the halfway stage. We've sort of lost some of the, we've sort of lost a bit of the connectability with the scores at the moment, as we see the surfer out there looking towards the beach, asking the announcer for some of the information, and that is a really critical role that I'm pretty sure Jess Grimwood's down there actually at the moment. So, and the scores are back live on your screen. Cooper Davies with that 5.83 and a 5.73 out there in the lead. The surfer in red, based on that last wave, was a 4.93, the Japanese surfer. So that was that one turn, just got a little bit hooked up. Sean Gunning needs to get himself a 3.43, and the surfer in black needs that 4.37. That is the state of play. There's 13 minutes to go. So the best wave so far has been a 5.83, and that's a little bit off-key to what we saw in the last heat. So the ocean has a tendency to do that. It does slow up at times, as we see the surfer in black up and right in. Really low centre of gravity and nice extension through the body, and really well executed that last turn there from the Japanese surfer, Lucci.
A great finish. He's chasing a 4.37. Will he get the number required with 12 and a half minutes remaining? As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. He had a great read on this wave, just waited for that section, but the critical turn was there, Dimmy, and managed just to get the completion.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen that first manoeuvre a little bit more engaged, but yeah, he definitely completed that well. He's got a very springy foundation to his surfing, but yeah, at the moment he needs a 4.37. We'll see what the judges think. There are 12 minutes to go. The surfer from the North Shore Club up there on the sunny coast, Shane Bevan and all the crew up there. He's part of a very strong club that also has Alistair Reginato, just to name a few. I'm pretty sure Sophie McCulloch's from up there too, isn't she? It's
great to see Soph back in the Rashi after an injury.
Good.
We were talking about the rankings before, and according to the World Surf League website, for the Australia-Oceania region,
the encyclopedia of
qualifying series. Well, normally it's on our comms notes, but that one piece of information is missing. So
that's all right.
I've reverted to the website.
I like it.
As everyone else can do if they're wanting to have a look at the stats. According to that, it says for the men's rankings, the top 7 men and 1 wildcard from this region will qualify for the Challenger Series.
Okay.
Best 5 results.
And at the moment, 2 of these surfers, or actually 3 in the top 8 are out. So you've got Xavier Huxtable, he's gone at 6 at the moment. He exited early. Martin Harrison, who we've spent a bit of time with up on the far north coast, he's actually injured at the moment, which is a real shame for that young guy because he's an absolute weapon. And then you got Mikey Madonna, who just went out in that last heat. So it's going to really tighten up the rankings after this event with 3,000 points for the winner. So, you know, you got Cooper Davies right now in 17th position and dropping up 450. So if you add, a win here, it's going to put him in a strong position. So, you know, nothing is over till it's over, and it's this event and the final event on the qualifying series, the 5,000 at one of the most iconic locations, Newcastle. Warren Smith and his staff do a great job there. It's been, a staple on the calendar for generations. And it's a great way to finish the series. So there's a lot of pressure that's building with 10 minutes to go. And right now, it is the surfer in white from Australia out there in the lead. He has first priority. It's been a little bit slow as we go in heat number 2 of the round at 32. But yeah, a lot riding on these results, definitely. And that makes the intrigue a little bit more interesting for the viewer at home, but probably not for the athletes in the water.
Yeah, it does make it entertaining, that's for sure. All these competitors, they have got a lot riding on this event and that final QS 5000 event for this year. Challenger Series, well, it starts in just under 2 months. Pretty quick turnaround, Dimmy.
Actually, yeah, the CTs have got to come through Australia first, too, don't they? You got Bells and you got Margies, and then you'll have that the Challengers. So there will be a little bit of a gap when you think about it. I think May, late April, early May will be the start up at Snapper, and then you've got the event in Sydney in May as well. So it's going to be great to have the world's best athletes in Australia. And yeah, if you can get yourself out there, get yourself one of the CTs, maybe fly over to Perth and head over to Margs. Always a great place to go to, one of the finest regions for wines in the world. And then you've got, you know, the Bells Beach. That in itself is such, you know, an amazing place to go. It's definitely, if you're a surf fan, it's, you know, bucket list stuff. If you look at some of the guys and who have won it generation to generation, the men's and women's, it's an amazing event, the Ripcord Pro. We've got a recap of this event. It's been a little bit slow, but right now it is Cooper Davies, and let's see what has transpired. Brett Nickel, and up and riding, it is the surfer in green. That one turn flurry, that was Sean Gunning, and then Cooper Davies. Nice attack. A little bit of froth and bubble on this wave, but we got to work. Clean conditions. And what about this one from Red?
The surfer in red, he was absolutely flying down the line to get to that first section. Bit of a check turn through the middle. He got the end connection, making the most of it, but answering straight back was the surfer in white. Takes off behind the section, put it up over the lip, and he was looking for this completion, carved into the pocket, straight up into another turn. Great combo there. Great exchange between all four competitors.
That is the money turn of the heat, I reckon. But had he landed this, the Japanese surfer, I feel like he would have really sort of had a bit of separation in the scores. But yeah, it's still very tight. There's only 2 or 3 points separating second, third and fourth. So not a lot in this. Cooper Davies definitely holds all the aces with that 5.83 and a 5.73. But I guarantee by the end of this heat, I'm thinking there's going to be a score up towards the good to excellent range because the waves are pumping. Here we go. Surfing red, up and riding. Trying to work out the line. Oh, that can be dangerous.
That looked like it wanted to be an
tricky.
ankle breaker.
Yeah.
For the surfer in red. That's Tenchi Iwami from Japan. He's chasing a 4.68, or a 6.5 now, because there was a couple of scores dropped in as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay.
Here we go. Oh, Sean Gunning up and riding. It's got a lovely fluent style and aggressive 12 o'clock to finish that wave off. So that's going to definitely better his situation. And in fact, that's going to put him into second, 5.93. So the judges deem that to be the best wave of the heat so far with 6 minutes to go.
5.93, Sean Gunning in second. Well, the surfer in black and red, they're now chasing mid-range sixes to move on through into the next round. This is, of course, the men's round of 32, heat number 2 in the water. There are 8 heats in this round. We started with the women's, moved into the men's, and a round of 16 is on standby for potential start later today. But
What do you reckon?
Wait and see.
I reckon actually it will improve once that tide turns. I think low tide was around 10 o'clock today. Here we go. And it is a surfer in blue. And this is the thing with it, when you're thinking about scenarios with priority, Brit, where you have to that little bit more freedom if you don't have first and second priority. So Sean Gunning, his whole experience out there right now would be trying to improve that 5.55. He only needs a 5.63 to go to the lead. So if he can jag something out of priority, and we've seen it so many times, we saw it with Dimity Store this morning, and you see it day in, day out, that without priority, sometimes you can get your best wave in the heat. So his objective is just to put himself in a good position to get anything and that no one wants, basically pick up the scraps and turn, you know, an average wave into a good score.
And it can happen out here, Dimmy. The conditions, they seem to be pulsing throughout the morning. They are consistent. The swell seems to have picked up a little bit. I feel like the wave and the wave face has become a lot cleaner. And there is that opportunity just to sit off the end of the bank as we watch live action in the water. This is the surfer in green, blue. No green out there. That is blue. That's Sean Gunning.
So that's what we're speaking about. It sort of frees you up a little bit. And how many times on the CT do you see the likes of Gabriel Medina? He's the king of it, where he won't have priority. He'll just basically go out there and find his two best waves. So right now for Cooper Davies, he's trying to just better that 5.73 to extend his lead, because Sean Gunning is coming for him. And right now it is up to the two Japanese surfers. They need a 6.4 and a 6.5 for the surfer in black and the surfer in red. And I've been impressed by the way these two surfers go about their business, but right now it is starting to get a little bit tricky out there because of the timing.
It is. There's 3.5 minutes remaining in this heat. At the moment, Cooper Davies in the lead, Sean Gunning in second place, Joe Azuchi in third, and Tenchi Awami in fourth. But still only mid-range sixes are required to move on through into the round of 16. And this is where we normally see a little tactics becoming evident. So whether or not Cooper Davies in the white will go and sit close to another competitor, or maybe just search for better than a 5.73, knowing that he is in first place and looking to extend that lead. It's a hard one for Sean Gunning. He's sitting in second place, Dimmy, but holding fourth priority.
It's interesting that Cooper Davies has allowed both black and red to sort of move away from him. If from a coaching point of view, you'd probably be telling him to get in their grill and to sort of make them visually aware that he's right there with priority. But yeah, like, he's in a strong position, but you can it's a flip of the coin there, because realistically the big scores have come from the southern end. So both Japanese surfers have given themselves a bit of space, but also they're putting themselves in a bad position when it comes to where the scoring potential has been coming in this heat. Great to have Vissla involved in this event. Of course, Vissla was voted runner-up in the Brand of the Year in the annual Surf and Board Sport Industry Awards announced in November 2021. Of course, get online to vissla.com or sisstrevolution.com, or you'll find their products in independent surf shops all around Australia. And they've decked us out again as usual, looking as good as you can look when you're me anyway. But great to have John Mossop and all the crew involved. They are the naming rights not only of this event, but the series, the Pro Surf Series. And interestingly enough, I reckon the guy who was leading the series was just bundled out, and that was Mikey Madonna. So what is that going to do to the ratings when it comes to the men? We are down to 1.5 minutes to go. QS 3000 WSL event, and the punches just keep flowing. It's going to be an epic day. If you are on the beach or you're going to go down to Avoca's today and sample some of the best surfers on the planet, make sure you slap on that sunscreen. It is so hot for March. It is, eh?
Feels like a hot summer's day, Dimmy.
What's happened?
Someone flipped the switch. Got the seasons wrong.
It's going to be 40 degrees. The Mad Max Minute pops up on the screen. It's going to be 40 degrees out west today. That's incredible.
Grab your 2-for-1 burritos. Scan that QR code on screen. Thanks to Mad Max.
You lunch.
Oh, that's a cheap lunch, isn't it, Dimmy?
Yeah.
That'd be right. I thought you'd eat 2 to yourself.
No, I'm on a diet. I'm a finely tuned non-athlete.
No such thing as a diet. It's just healthy nutrition, right?
I know. Mad Max. We've been they've been involved in this tour for a couple of years now, and the food is next level fresh. It's so good, healthy, and what I love about Mad Max is that they've been supplying all the athletes at the beach. When it's lunchtime, the boys are there ready to roll.
Like seagulls to a chip.
Yeah, I was going to say that. But yeah, this heat is about to wrap up. It is going to, at this stage, it looks like Sean Gunning and Cooper Davies going to get on through a little bit slow in that last couple of minutes. We're going to throw off to a break. We're enjoying this day. And it's the Central Coast Pro QS 3000 and part of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. What an amazing day.
Welcome back to the live action here at Avoca for the Central Coast Pro QS 3000. Our last and final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Steve Robbo. And well, who do we have in the water now, Robbo?
Okay, Jacob Bartholomew, he's off to a quick start, but nothing serious on the board. Elliot Parada-Reid from New Zealand, Jarvis Earl, and Lennox Smith, I believe. What a heat. These heats are stacked. It just highlights the talent that is surfing on this circuit. Every heat's stacked, and it's amazing to watch. It's been a fantastic morning up to date, and there's plenty more action to come. The waves are pumping, the sun is shining, the winds are creating clean conditions, and it's just a fantastic day of competitive surfing.
It is, and on screen, that is Jarvis Earl. Carves into the pocket, maintaining a heap of speed throughout this wave. The surfer in blue, that is your WSL World Junior Men's Champ on screen, and he is showing us why.
Yep, he's a world champ, and that's what we expect in these events. The talent is amazing. Jarvis is an exciting prospect coming through the system, and he's coming fast. With a world title at the Pro Junior level on the World Surf League under his belt already, he's got an exciting future. He's also the Taiwan Opener surfing champion.
He's also the leader.
A leader on the series. Wow. Well, won't be long before we see Jarvis really stepping up the ranks. That's what he's doing with Challenger Series and Championship Tour firmly in his focus.
We do have our last heat winner, heat number 2, Cooper Davies down there ready for a post-heat interview. Cooper, it's Britt Nicol and Steve Robbo in the booth. How are you feeling here at Avoca? You look really comfortable.
Kind of nice. We've had some pretty fun waves on offer down here, so just trying to capitalise while there's still a bit of swell and before it kind of peters out. So yeah, having lots of fun.
Now, I'm just looking at where you're sitting on the rankings. A couple of the guys in front of you have bowed out of this event already. What would it mean to you to take home 3,000 points towards your Challenger campaign?
Oh, it'd be unreal. I'd be so happy if that was the case. That's definitely the goal. So doing everything I can possible to try and get there. So yeah, just trying to be in the right headspace, and been travelling with a couple of good blokes, or one of my best mates from home. So we travel well together, so it's yeah, just about doing the right things, and yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to get there. So yeah.
Cooper, it looks like every heat is stacked. I mean, how do you feel as a surfer coming, at this? It's the semi-pointy end of the event. Is it, high pressure all the way?
Yeah, 100%. It's like every surfer in here is just like world class in these events. It's there's no easy heats, and it's anyone's, especially when there's a bit of swell and everyone's happy to surf and excited. It's anyone's really. So yeah, I'm just sticking to my game plan and yeah, go from there. Hopefully get a few more heats under the belt.
Well, the game plan's working, Cooper, and we'll let you go now and prepare for your next round and keep up the good work.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
And he's right, every heat is stacked. We've got a stacked heat here. We've got a world champ. We've got Jagger Bartholomew, who's experienced on this tour. Elliot Parada-Reid from New Zealand is a veteran now of these events. He's travelled the world and very experienced competitor. And Elliot Parada-Reid currently goes to the lead with a 4.5. That's the best wave of the heat so far, but plenty of time in this heat. They're 30-minute heats. And we can see the scores there on the scoreboard. I would expect before too long all those scores will be erased and they'll have higher scores.
Yeah, I feel like at this stage of an event, you can't have fours in your scoreline and expect to get through. And I feel like all of these competitors would know that. And even just looking at the scorelines from previous heats, they're going to need, you know, 6s and 7s if they're wanting to move through into the round of 16, because you mentioned it before, stacked heats throughout this entire draw. This is a big event. There's a lot riding on this event here at the Central Coast. We watch live action in the water. That is Jarvis Earl from Cronulla. Great first turn. Can he get another connection? Unfortunately not. Just a quick one there for the surfer in blue. He's already locked in a 4, only chasing a 1-1-1 to take first. I feel like he's done that job, but he's going to be looking for something better with just over 23 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time remaining. The 30-minute heats, it's allowing the competitors that extra time in the water. And Rob, I just feel like for some surfers, it just allows them to get into rhythm with the ocean. You know, there's been a few heats where competitors have been slow to start but then finish well, and they might get their heat started with 18 minutes on the clock and they just treat it like a normal heat that would be 20 minutes.
30 minutes is definitely a luxury at this stage, and yeah, it does. It takes a lot of pressure off them. They know they're going to get their opportunities to get their 2 scoring rides, and that's probably why we're seeing a lot more excellent waves being ridden as well, because they can be a little more choosy. It's not as hectic out there. Here's a nice looking wave. That looks like our surfer in
black. That is Elliot Parada-Reid.
The Kiwi. Powerful Kiwi. And behind him, the surfer in white, Jagger Bartholomew, goes vertical on that one. Rides out of it, importantly. So that'll be Jagger's best wave as well.
And we also have Lennox Smith in the water as well. Another great young surfer, recently turned 18. He won the Gold Coast Open QS 1000, so he's already had a win on the QS. Currently sitting 48th on the rankings. He's got a fair bit of work to do if he's looking for that Challenger Series qualification, but at his age, I feel like he's also probably more focused on the Pro Junior. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Jarvis.
Beautiful surfer, but that wave didn't offer up too much for him. This was a better wave, and this is our Kiwi surfer, Parada-Reid. Strong, powerful backhand surfing. There's 3 strong manoeuvres and finishes off, so Parada-Reid was in the lead, will probably increase his lead. Jagger Bartholomew behind him. Gets that final move, went vertical on that one.
You just see then he just kicked out that little bit early because the competitor in Elliot Parada-Reid was just paddling out right in front of him.
Yeah, I wonder if the judges call that completion.
I feel like he
had
did
to get
complete it, but he had to get out of that
scenario. He had to get out early, so yeah, give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe. Okay, Parada-Reid, 6.5. We saw that wave, a series of backhand manoeuvres from Parada-Reid. He's a strong surfer on his backhand, and a 6.5 is a good score. That's the first decent score of this heat. So the Kiwi looking to emulate T. Kahuku Butler's performance earlier. On my break, I had multiple messages from the Philippines watching their surfer, John Mark Takong, and they also informed me Maramar means cheeky. So I always wondered what it meant, but Yeah, Kong put on a great performance.
I'm pretty sure he has his own surf school named that as
Marama.
well over there. They're great to see those competitors making their way here to Australia for the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000. It is co-sanctioned 2 regions. But a lot of those competitors here from Japan, Indonesia, Philippines.
Yeah, as a dual sanctioned event, their points for all the Asian surfers really important as well. They'll be desperately trying to qualify for the Challenger Series. And as I mentioned to Adam earlier, Britt, Callum Robson is setting the example of how things can change so fast. 2 years ago at the Tweed Coast Pro, he wasn't qualified for the Challenger Series. He won it, he qualified. Now he's a top 10 in the world surfer, scoring perfect 10s on the big dance stage. It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is a feel-good story with Callum Robson. I think, you know, those close to him and around him knew what he was capable of, but to put himself in that position, he's soon shown the world what he's capable of. And, you know, he doesn't have big sponsors and things like that either, and it just kind of highlights to a lot of surfers that it is achievable and it still can be done at a high level too.
Absolutely.
We watch Jarvis Earl on screen, flying down the line. Couple of nice turns there. Smaller wave, but he linked those 2 turns together. There was absolutely no downtime. So the surfer in blue, Jarvis, he is currently in 3rd place. It is Jagger Bartholomew in the white in 2nd and Elliot Parada-Reid in the black in 1st. As we watch live action here for Lennox Smith. He waited patiently for this one, Robbo.
He did. And goes to the air and rides out of it. So, yep, he's waited close to half the heat for his opening ride, so that is a lot of patience, but I think he'll get a decent score on that one. Given the scores that are there on the scoreboard, let's look at the replay of this. Nice opening turn, and you can see what he's thinking here. He's going to the air and rides out of it smoothly, so yep, I think a good move. Score's not there yet, but looking at the score chart, I think he's going to probably get the 2nd best wave of the heat.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where the judges slot that one in on the scoreboard. And there it is, a 6.93, so highest single wave of this heat so far. They did reward Lennox Smith in the red. He waited patiently, and it paid off.
And he executed that air perfectly, so I can understand the judge's thinking there. It was there was a strong first move, and he executed the final aerial manoeuvre perfectly, rode out of it with style and gets a 6.93, so can't argue with him using half the heat for his first opening ride. It's put him in a great position and puts a lot of pressure on all the other surfers, really, so good work from the surfer in red.
We watch the current heat leader up and riding. That's Elliot Parada-Reid, just a quick up and out as the wave just runs away. So wave selection is crucial here at Avoca. Well, it's crucial in any competitive surfing event. When you've got conditions like this, you really want to pick the good one. So Lennox Smith, he picked a good one here. He read this section, put it up there, and just even the rotation and the landing, I don't think there's much more that he could have done with that last section.
No, he did it perfectly and got well rewarded with a 6.93. And he's got 16 minutes to back up his score. And I'm sure he'll probably get a little more active now that he's got a good score on the board.
It'll be interesting now as well with 16 minutes on the clock, whether or not any of those competitors saw what Lennox did on that last section, because all 4 surfers are more than capable of getting in the air and
absolutely
landing big turns and big maneuvers like that. So I feel like it's just going to push the level of the other surfers in the water. Jarvis Earl, well, he's normally in the air.
He is.
We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of our Kiwi competitor. Great first turn, straight into a second. Got a little caught on the bottom turn and wasn't able to get the completion. Surfer in black, still in first place. He's looking to replace a 4.5 from his scoreline if he's wanting to extend his lead. At the moment, Jarvis Earl in the blue from Cronulla. He's sitting in second place looking for a 6.6. However, Lennox Smith in the red in third is only looking for a 1.47 to move into second. So Jarvis Earl in second place is going to be looking for something decent because this man here is the man in third and he doesn't need much, Robbo.
And he's doing it again, taking it to the air. So he's going to elevate his position. Interested again to see how the judges score that.
Bigger section, bigger air.
Yep. I'd say he's probably going to go to the lead.
I feel like he got a little more inverted as well.
Yep.
Probably wasn't as clean as the last one.
But like you said, bigger wave. So we await that score to come in. And yep, every chance that we'll have a situation change here as Lennox Smith gets a 7.5. So you called it well. It was a bigger wave, a bigger move, more inverted. We look at it again. Well, this is his first one, so we're going to compare them. So it's his first one, smaller wave, nicely executed, rides out of it well. But this one, bigger section, more inverted, rides out of it perfectly, 7.5. So in the space of no time at all, Lennox Smith has caught his two rides, a 7.5 and a 6.93. He is superbly positioned in the lead with a heat tally of 14.43. Pressures on the other three surfers, and we know they've got the tricks to manage that pressure with Elliot Parada-Reed in second position, Jarvis Earl in third, only requiring a 6.6, and for him that is not a big requirement. Jagger Bartholomew only requiring a 6.18, also not a big requirement.
Interesting to note that Lennox Smith, I think he caught that 6.93 with 17 or 18 minutes on the clock, and then he managed to lock that other one in with about 14 minutes. So within a space of 4 to 5 minutes, he went from having no waves and sitting in fourth to 2 waves and taking the lead.
And not just taking the lead, he's well out in front. Has the two top scoring rides of the heat, and he did it all in the space of, like you said, 3 minutes. Here we go, surfer in white, Jagger Bartholomew. Powerful opening move, looking for something strong on the inside, and he pulls it off. So Jagger Bartholomew, two powerful moves there, and here we go. Watch this guy, Jarvis Earl. Beautiful snap, but that wave didn't deliver. So interested to see what Jagger Bartholomew scores. Absolute potential for a situation change here.
Huge two turns from the surfer in white. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, this is Jagger Bartholomew. Drives hard off the bottom, hits the lip, and straight into that last section, drifted as he landed, and threw a heap of spray as well.
Yep, Jagger's got the power game, that's for sure. And he's called on those power turns, and let's see what the judges deliver on that. An 8.5, so they loved the power, Britt. They loved it.
They did, and well, we could see why in that replay. He just linked those two turns together. It was a bigger wave. He drove hard off the bottom, cracked the lip. I just was so impressed with how much water he pushed throughout these turns as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay.
Critical all the way. You can see the fans of spray, and that one right on edge, timed perfectly. 8.5. It's not all about going to the air.
Jagger Bartholomew, well, he knows that. He's showing us that, an 8.5. So excellent score, highest single wave of this heat so far. Puts him into second place. He kept the board in the water. He got rewarded for that surfing. And I just like the flare. The flare in that last turn particularly. He put it up there, but you could just see that he pushed with that back foot. His arms and rotation just added that little bit of extra to, I guess, the visual when we're watching it, which, you know, judges, they're observing everything. And he got the completion. The great read there from Jagger Bartholomew.
And here we go, Jarvis Earl. Pressure's on him now. I love the fact that an 8.5 is handed out by the judges for two powerful on-the-face turns. I think they are managing their aerial manoeuvres. That yes, they'll reward them, and they'll reward them really well. But it takes nothing away from the pure side of surfing, which is on-face manoeuvres.
As we watch the Mad Max recap, it has been a flurry of waves being caught out the front here at Avoca. This was Elliot Parada-Reed, opened up with a great left-hander on his backhand. He linked it all the way through. Lennox Smith, this is the 6.93. He got this last section. Rotation was perfect, landing was perfect, and then he caught this on his way back out under priority, 7.5. Got inverted, put it up there, got the completion, and he was confident. But this wave here is the best of the heat. Jagger Bartholomew keeping the board in the water, throwing everything at it, and he got rewarded. As you mentioned, Robbo, he's gone back to the staples, the foundations of surfing, and it's been rewarded.
Yep, and that is the beauty of the entire sport. It's got multiple manoeuvres, and you've got to be good at everything, and you just can't get away with being an aerial surfer. You need that power game as well, and Jagger Bartholomew pulled it out there superbly. He'll be looking to get rid of that 4.83 because, yep, he's gone to second, but Parada Reed only needs a 6.84 to get into second. He has priority, and with these 30-minute heats, there's plenty of time.
9 minutes, and while we were in that Mad Max recap, we had a wave here from Jarvis Earl. One turn there, not going to be the score that he is chasing.
He hasn't had the best of waves, Jarvis Earl. I mean, yeah, high expectations because he's a world champion, a world junior champion, so we look to see outstanding surfing from him, but he hasn't been able to deliver in this heat, and it's mainly because he's the wave choice just hasn't delivered to him.
And it is, you can be, you know, the most talented surfer in the world, but if you're not putting yourself in the position and allowing yourself the opportunity to be on the best waves and dominate that peak when they come through, you're making the job harder for yourself.
He is.
I feel like on paper this is just one of the matchups of this round. Every heat is stacked. You could look at the draw and just think every single one could be a final.
Yep, that's for sure.
8 minutes on the clock. It is currently Lennox Smith in first place from that South Coast, Illawarra kind of region. The 6.93 and a 7.5. Closely followed by Jagger Bartholomew, the man from the Gold Coast. He locked in an 8.5. He's now chasing a 5.93 for the lead. Elliot Parada Reed from New Zealand in third place, looking for a 6.84, and Jarvis Earl in the blue, the current world junior men's champ. He is on the back foot, chasing an 8.44.
And we know Jarvis can pull an 8.44 easily. He has those dynamic, powerful, both on face and into the air moves. So still a lot to play out in this heat. Jagger will be trying to get rid of that 4.83.
You watch the Kiwi competitor, just a quick up and out there. That's not going to be the 6.84 that he's chasing. Beautiful conditions here at Avoca Beach. Waves are absolutely pumping. We've had competitors mention it in their post-heat interviews. Their eyes are just lighting up when they walk down the beach for their heats. And you can see why.
Yep.
30-minute heats today. Contest directors making the decision to give surfers the extra time in the water. And, well, why wouldn't you when you've got waves like this? Jagger Bartholomew sitting in second place, only chasing a 5.93 for first.
Wow, 3 strong moves there. So good wave choice. Pretty sure he's gotten rid of the 4.83. I feel confident about that. Whether he scored a 5.93, I'm not sure. We'll look at it again.
Destination New South Wales wave replay. I don't know if it's going to be the 5.93. I feel like we'll just leave that in the hands of the judges. But like you said, I think it will improve on his second score.
Yeah, which is what he needed to do.
Can he improve on the 4.83 and make things harder for surfers in third and fourth? There it is, a 5.27. So it was borderline. He fell just short of the requirement for first. He needed a 5.93. He got a 5.27. But in doing that, he has increased the job for Elliot Parada Reed and Jarvis Earl. Surfer in black, Elliot, now chasing a 7.28. That is that surfer up and riding. Great first turn into a second. Can he get the section? And not able to get the completion. I don't think he's going to get that 7.28.
He needed to ride out of that for sure, out the back. Beautiful looking wave here for Lennox Smith, our heat leader. Some strong turns. Rides out of it. Will be interesting to see how that plays out.
This is, of course, the men's round of 32, heat number 3 in the water. We have 8 heats in this round. We had the women's this morning. We actually started the women's round of 32 yesterday afternoon and carried on this morning with what they had left of that round. We watched this replay. He threw buckets of water straight into the second turn, but just here, he just went a little too hard for the section and couldn't get the completion. But answering back, this is the current heat leader, Lennox Smith, linking 2 turns together. That was the first wave where he's kept the board in the water.
It is, and I'm interested to see how that plays out. He needed to improve on a 6.93. I don't think he's done that, but it was a strong scoring ride regardless. And he still holds down the lead. Bartholomew in second position. And yep, nervous moments for these surfers because every heat critical as they try to qualify for that Challenger Series.
At the moment, the man leading the rankings for the 2022-2023 QS Series here on the Australasian Oceanic region is the man in blue, Jarvis Earl.
And I don't think he needs to qualify through the QS. I think by winning the World Juniors, I think he automatically gets a position into the Challenger Series. But he's doing these QSs to gain that experience because he is moving very quickly through the ranks.
Well, he's certainly gained a lot of experience just in doing so. Like, he won the World Juniors, but he's currently sitting first on that QS.
Yeah, on the rankings as well. Yeah, things are happening fast for Jarvis Earl.
I think as well when this regional leg started, it was late last year, like mid to late last year, and at that point in time, the World Juniors hadn't surfed. They didn't surf until January this year.
Yep.
So at the time, Jarvis would have been thinking, I have to do this to qualify for that Challenger leg.
Yep. No, you're correct. And that's why he was in Taiwan and he won that event, and that's why he's on top of the rankings. So it's moving quickly for the Cronulla Goofy footer.
Winning that World Juniors, it just took the pressure off.
Yes.
Great to see Jarvis still here doing these events, and like you said, just the experience. I think just staying relevant, time in the rashie. I think one thing that you'd have to be careful of is managing that fatigue in and out of the water, the mental and physical fatigue, because you'd really want to be hitting that Challenger Series ready to go, nice and fresh, as we watch Elliot Parada Reed on his backhand. He's pulling into the barrel, but not able to get out of there. I feel like there's a few barrels out there to be had, just picking the right ones.
Did you see our Philippine guy catch his barrel earlier?
I heard all about it, but I missed it. We go back and watch the replay, I guess.
Yes.
Scroll on back through.
Here we go.
Peak, that is a surfer in white and red. Huge air there from Lennox Smith, just not able to quite stick it. He certainly launched. Conditions really starting to improve throughout the day here at Avoca.
Dimmy didn't believe me, but I called Takong has the best hairdo on tour.
I haven't seen it, to be honest. I missed the heat, for one. But I did hear you talking in the booth at one point.
He has a head of hair, let me tell you.
And I think Dimmy was a bit jealous.
1 minute remaining. Parada Reed looking for a 7.28. Jarvis Earl looking for an 8.87. Calling an 8.9. We're down to the Mad Mex minute.
Thanks to Mad Mex. Grab life by the burrito as well. He's looking for the barrel. The man in the black, that's Elliot Parada Reed. He can't get on out of there. So he won't get the 7.28 that he is chasing with 30 seconds on the clock.
And you'd have to say it's looking good for Lennox Smith and Jager Bartholomew as that clock ticks down. The requirement for Jarvis Earl, 8.87. He'd need something very special to get that. and without priority.
Is a huge ask. I feel like he took off on the end of this wave with 5 seconds on the clock. Well, will he get an 8.87? He's going to have to do something special. I don't think that's going to be enough there for Jarvis Earl as he looks to call it a day here at Avoca. That will conclude the men's round of 32, heat number 3. It looks like Lennox Smith and Jagger Bartholomew will move on through to the men's round of 16. Unfortunately, bowing out Elliot Parada-Reed and Jarvis Earl. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action for heat number 4. Welcome back to Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 presented by Mad Mex. This is our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We are straight into the men's round of 32, heat number 4. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. And what another exciting matchup we have here between these 4 competitors.
We do. And we've got a replay to recap on.
That looks like it's Axel from Northstein.
Okay, so that's the opening ride. Kalani Ball. I can recognise that powerful precision style of Kalani Ball. And Oni Anwar from Indonesia. So I'm going to shout out to a lot of my Indonesian friends, particularly Tippy and Tim over there. Thinking of you guys. I'm sure you'll be watching Oni, one of your great products out of Indonesia, Bali. Oni's been around for a long time. Spent a lot of time, I think, on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he went to. I'm pretty sure he went to school for a while on the Gold Coast.
Came over and went to school.
Definitely
learned how to surf. Learned how to surf really well, and he has carved out a fantastic career. He's the actual Asian surfing champion, and that comes with a lot of prestige in Indonesia as well. So Oni is a fantastic surfer and a fantastic product of Indonesia, and just a lovely guy.
I think for some of the Australian Oceanic competitors, they might have looked at the heat draw and saw a lot of the competitors, say from Japan, Philippines, and a couple from Indonesia, and maybe not had a full idea of who they were. But I feel like Oni's one of the ones they looked at and went, "Oh, we definitely know who Oni is.
We know Oni.
We know what to expect." Surfer in white, great competitor. He had a 5th place at the NIAS event.
Yep.
3rd place in Taiwan. And if you're looking for a win here at the Central Coast, 3,000 points will go into the winners' rankings points as we watch live action. That's Axel Kuroda. Huge manoeuvre there from the man in the red.
Well, we've seen that one move can definitely score decent. Kalani Ball open with a 6.67.
We do have our previous heat winner down there ready for a post-heat interview, Lennox Smith. It's Britt Nicol and Steve Robbo. Congratulations on moving on through to the round of 16.
Thank you. Frothing.
Lennox, it took you about 14 minutes to catch your first ride out there. You were really patient. Was that part of your strategy? You really want to pick your first ride and get a decent score on the board?
Oh, not really. I kind of wanted to get a quick start, but I swear the banks changed that much when we first got out there. The rips were going everywhere, so I was kind of like, oh, I'll just wait. But yeah, I was crapping it a bit.
Okay, and then, within 3 minutes, you had your 2 scoring rides on the board. So you must have been going from anxious to feeling really comfortable. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, I was pretty happy when I got them too, for sure.
Hey, Lennox, you locked in that 6.93. You did a first turn and then took to the air for the second. Paddling back out after that, you caught your 7.5 under priority. It was one huge air. You got the completion. You got nice and inverted. But paddling back out before that, was that something that you took note of, that you got rewarded for the air previous?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely when I made that first air on the first one, I was like, oh, may as well try another one.
Now, moving on into the round of 16, talk about strategy. Is there anything that you're going to mix up? Obviously, it's dependent on the conditions, but is there anything particular that you might change?
Yeah, I'll just see what the waves are doing, I guess. I think quick start's always good, so try to get that done.
All right, Lennox, well, we were impressed with your performance there. You're into the round of 16. You may be surfing later today. We'll let you go away and recharge your batteries and prepare for a great next round. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, Lennox Smith from the south coast of New South Wales, exciting emerging surfer. He's still on the Pro Junior circuit, is that correct, Britt?
Yeah, he recently turned 18, so
Wow.
still a Pro Junior. I think, at the moment, before this event, he was sitting, I think, around 48th on the QS series, so I feel like the Pro Juniors is probably still more of a priority for Lennox. But, I mean, should he get a massive result
exactly.
here, it could
Can
change
change
things.
quick. Here we have a replay.
That is our surfer in blue on his backhand. Great couple of turns there, thanks to Destination New South Wales for the replay. That was Hijiro Nishi from Japan. We'll wait for that number to drop on in, but at the moment, we've got a couple of scores on the board. Axel
You called
Kuroda.
it, Britt. Yep, Axel Kuroda, you called it a big move, and it was a 6.57 for that one move. He backs it up with a 3.5. And Kalani Ball, we saw his opening ride, 6.67. That was a powerful, smooth, well-executed ride. Oni Anwar has the 5-point ride. So, and Nishi with a 4.57. So reasonable start. This looks like Oni. Vertical, powerful move, beautiful looking wave. Oni couldn't hang on to it.
I just feel like there was maybe a bit of indecision there on that last section. It looked like he wanted to go for the lip line and then halfway through thought, oh no, I'm going to go under the lip.
And it didn't work.
I feel like
The first move was great.
had he have got the finish on that wave, it would have been a big number as we watch the replay.
Beautiful opening move, and yeah, just couldn't ride out of that one.
Do have the update for our schedule, and it looks like the women are a go-ahead. So women's round of 16 will run today following the men's round of 32. So we have 8 heats in this men's round of 32. Then we'll be moving into the women's round of 16. 4 heats of them to round out the action here at Avoca.
So it'll be a big day, 30-minute heats. As we await a decent second score, the surfer in red. Beautiful opening turn, swings there into another one and just rides out of that. Had a low scoring second ride, so I'm pretty sure he'll get rid of that with a 5.57 for Kuroda in the red. Oni Anwar scored a 3.57 just for that one move on that last ride. Pity he couldn't ride out of that. It would have been a much bigger score if he had have.
I feel like for Axel with that 6.57, like he got rewarded obviously, but it could have been something that, watching the heats before yours, he would have identified that although Jagger got a highest wave of an 8.5 with keeping his board in the water and sticking to the power surfing. I feel like Axel would have identified the fact that Lennox caught 2 waves in a matter of 4 or 5 minutes, and with the air game,
Yep.
the judges rewarded it.
You can get some fast scores by going to the air.
Because I feel like
one manoeuvre.
I feel like with going to the air with, say, like one manoeuvre, for example, it's something that the wave selection and the wave quality can maybe be that little bit less of quality, but you can still get a high number.
Yep, take off on a closeout. But just make sure you're in the air as it closes out.
Yeah, not under it. We watch some live action in the water. Who have we got? This is Onyama up and riding, flying down the line, looking for the barrel. And just hops that one to the head. Not going to be the 7.14 that he is chasing for first place. Really not much separating second, third and fourth right now, Robbo.
Nothing at all. Oni Anwar is no stranger to barrels. I think he comes from Sumbawa, Lakey Peak. Left and right barrels 300 days of the year.
Barrels for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Yes.
What a beautiful part of the world to live in. We watch our Japanese competitor. Drifts a tail on the first turn. Can he get up over the second? Gets the lip line finish.
Hey, 2 strong turns there from Nishi in the blue. Our Japanese surfer, we need to see a replay of that because the opening turn was crisp and he's finished off powerfully as well. It's going to be his best wave, and watch this. Whack, fins out over the lip and timed that perfectly to finish it. I'm really interested in how the judges score this. It's a smaller wave, but precision, powerful, smooth, fast surfing from Nishi in the blue.
The critical finish to that wave as well. He's only looking for a 4.01 at the moment, but this is the current heat leader, Axel. Our surfer from North Stain gets the completion again. He's wanting to run away with this heat and move on into the round of 16.
Well, this is going to tighten up. Nishi is 6.77. Best wave of the heat so far and puts him into second position. So I'm not surprised at that score at all. And that's our heat leader trying to extend his lead. I'm not sure if he will or not. I don't know. 5.57 maybe. But Nishi with a 6.77. So, yeah, there's nothing in this heat at all. The surfer in fourth position holding priority has a 6.67, the second highest scoring ride of the heat. So we know how classy a surfer Kalani Ball is and only requires a 4.68. Oni Anwar, 6.35 is nothing for Oni as well. So plenty of time remaining and it's a tight heat.
It is only small scores still required at the moment.
Every surfer has one wave under their belt, basically.
Yeah, well, Kalani Ball in the black, he's only looking for a 4.68. He does have that 6.67 in his scoreline. He's playing the patient game with just under 17.5 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time remaining. We do have 30-minute heats, so contest directors deciding to give athletes that extra time in the water, which has really been helping them find that rhythm in the ocean. They might just not get a quick start like Lennox Smith did earlier. It was a bit slow to get moving, but once he got moving, he just started to find that momentum and find that rhythm with the ocean. I feel like it can take a little bit of extra pressure off as well, knowing that at some point in the heat you will get an opportunity.
Exactly. And Kalani Ball sitting with priority right now. He's going to try and use that priority to his best advantage because he's got that one score under his belt. Has priority. He'll want to choose a good wave.
Here he is. That's the man we speak of, Kalani Ball. Huge couple of turns there for the man in the black, the 25-year-old from Stanwell Park. He was on the Challenger Series last year. He wants to be there again this year.
Yep, there'll be a change of situation here for sure.
He is also the defending champ of this event. We watched the replay, Robbo.
Sat on priority, beautiful opening turn, and yep, strong, powerful finish, rides out of it. I think he'll go to the lead.
Definitely get rid of that one in his score. And there it is, the highest single wave of this heat so far, a 7.33. So judges rewarding that surfing there from Kalani Ball in the black. Goes from fourth straight to first. 15.5 minutes, he'd be feeling a lot better now, Robbo.
Yep, and as we alluded to, he used his priority really smartly. He waited for the right wave and delivered the right score. He's an experienced competitor, almost qualified for the championship tour a few years ago. And yeah, he's a great surfer on the Challenger Series last year and wants to be back there.
Well, his experience is showing here at the moment at Avoca. I know he's done a lot of work with Mac Riggs over the years. Great person to have in his corner.
With who?
Mac Riggs.
Okay, yep.
So,
Absolutely.
I know that has had him in the corner over time. Not sure if he's still working with Matt, but he's certainly a experienced competitor. Knows what it takes to win. Like I said, he is the defending champ of this event. Came close to qualification a couple of years ago. He was on the Challenger last year. Finished 26th on the Challenger Series last year, so I feel like it wasn't the year that he was searching for. But he's got another opportunity here this year, but he's going to have to work his way back. He's sitting 31st on the WSL
So he needs some
QS
big
leg
results.
at the moment.
This is a really important event for Kalani. This one and next week in Newcastle.
Got some work to do. Well, we have, I guess, witnessed it over the years. Competitors have pulled a rabbit out of the hat in the last event, and you know, someone might come back from the mid-30s and work their way to qualification with one big result to finish off their campaign.
And that was Oni Anwar stalling in the barrel, hoping for something incredible to happen. But it hit the inside sandbank and just shut down on him. But Oni was looking for a deep barrel ride there, and it did not deliver. If it had, he would have made it.
Yeah, it would have been a good score. I feel like there's been a few barrels here this morning, but just really tricky to come out of as we watched the replay. He had a great read on it, but just clamped him towards the middle section.
Yeah.
It's like it started a bit bigger and then slowly just faded as time went on.
And then as it hit that inside sandbank, there was never going to be an exit for Oni there, but he optimistically pulled in, and you could see his tube style. He's no stranger to getting barreled, that's for sure. And Oni's also a great aerial surfer, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him switch tactics from trying to get barreled to trying to get air very shortly.
And I feel like that is something that he's probably going to have to shift gears with pretty soon. You know, there's 12.5 minutes on the clock. I know that we've seen the biggest number come from keeping that board in the water with power surfing. It was Jagger Bartholomew locked in that 8.5, but I just feel like Oni, he's going to have to recognise that the completion of those barrels isn't that high at the moment, and I feel like he's probably going to have more of a success rate with his airs.
Well, he'll be thinking about it. He's in fourth priority, but fortunately he's got plenty of time. 12 minutes. He's got a 5. It's the worst of the single wave scores at the moment, but it can be a reasonable backup score if he gets a good score.
The waves are absolutely pumping here at Avoca, but pristine conditions. Look at the water clarity. So blue, so clear. The sun is shining. The waves are pumping. I don't think there's much more we could ask for right now.
Oni, what's he going to do?
Huge turn as he jumps off. I feel like there might have been a water photographer right there.
Yep.
Tricky one when you've got an obstacle in the water, just not necessarily in the way, but just the distraction. It takes a lot as a surfer to be able to block out distractions like that, even with having a fellow competitor even in front of you or a free surfer. Really got to manage those distractions.
Especially if you're going to go to the air. So just watching. No doubt the beach commentator will be probably having a word to the water photographer.
One thing to have approval and be out there, but just got to make sure you're not in the way.
You got to hit the bottom.
Moment just under 11 minutes on the clock. Situation remains the same. Surfer in white, Oni still chasing a 7.14 to advance. The surfer in blue, Hajiro Nishi from Japan, chasing a 5.37. Axel Kuroda in the red in second place from Northstain. He's chasing a 7.43 for first, and it is Kalani Ball from Stanwell Park sitting in first place with the 6.67 and 7.33. This is, of course, the fourth heat of the men's round of 32. We are halfway through this round, 8 heats in total, and we've received the word that we will be moving into the women's round of 16 following this men's round.
How excited would the Central Coast community be right now with Molly Picklum, #1 in the world?
It is huge, Robbo. I'm sure North Shelley board riders would be cheering about that one, but the whole of the Central Coast
would be going crazy.
It wasn't long ago that we had Molly in these events, in this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series on the QS.
2 years ago, she won this event.
She won the Pro Junior in, I think, this one as well, and you know there was one of the years where she was just qualified for the World Tour but was still a junior.
And now she's wearing the yellow leader jersey as the #1 surfer in the world, coming back to Australia for the 2 big championship tours events. It's just another amazing story, and surfing on the Central Coast of New South Wales, it's huge.
It is, and I feel like a lot of the time the New South Wales crew and, you know, the Central Coast crew and probably all the Australians have known what Molly's capable of, but just to see her on a world stage, and not only on that world stage, but really step up to the challenge. And
it's amazing.
You know, she's sitting pretty. She's sitting in that first place yellow jersey, and what a special feeling. She's not only had it for one event, but she's had it for a couple now. And
she survived the Hawaiian tour and Portugal, and she comes back into her home turf in Australia to... Yeah, she's a world title contender all the way, and she's #1 in the world at the moment. So, yeah, that's another incredible story.
We have a quick Mad Max recap of this heat so far. This is the men's round of 32, heat number 4. Thanks to Mad Max, fresh fuel for life. This was Kalani Ball, beautiful first turn, straight up into a second, drifts the tail. Strong, solid surfing there from the man in the black, but answering straight back was Axel Kuroda. One huge manoeuvre got him a decent number.
There's our Japanese surfer Nishi, and 2 very slick manoeuvres puts him right in the game. But then Kalani Ball, using priority really smartly, gets a 7.5, takes the lead, and that's why he's in the lead. He's only had 2 waves, but they've been both really well surfed, and great wave selection. Kalani Ball leading, Axel Kuroda in second, Nishi in third, and Oni Anwar in fourth, but well and truly within striking distance. Plenty of time to play out.
It shows the maturity in Kalani's approach as well, knowing that he has only had the 2 waves. It's a half-hour heat. Like, you'd be catching everything if you were really in that mindset. But he's playing that patient game. He's being selective. He's using priority well, and you know it's paying off.
Yep, absolutely.
I feel like that experience for Kalani is paramount in this heat because he is up against some pretty heavy hitters when it comes to names in the draw.
So Nishi needs a 5.37, and importantly, Nishi has priority. So 5.37 for a surfer like Nishi is nothing. So you've got to think that Axel Kuroda's going to want to get rid of that 5.57. Oni Anwar chasing a 7.14, well and truly within his game plan. And that could well be an aerial manoeuvre that he'll be looking at. 6.5 minutes remaining. Nishi holding priority. He knows he's going to get that opportunity.
Waves are absolutely pumping. This is, of course, our last stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. It has been great to have Vissla on board again this year. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales on the QS events for the past 4 years. They are an amazing company, doing amazing things. with around 80% of the Vissla product range made of environmentally better materials. They've actually pioneered the use of coconuts into the construction of their board shorts. Using the husk of the coconut, they turn it into a thread, which is then blended with cotton and recycled plastics and turned into board shorts. So you could be walking around with some boardies made out of environmentally friendly materials. If you want to grab a pair of them or any other accessories, clothing items, wetsuits, you name it, they've got it. Be sure to check out Vissla.com or Sisstrevolution if you're a female, or maybe you're a male wanting to buy something for one of your daughters, friends, family, partner. Check out Sisstrevolution.com. They have a full range as well to Vissla and Sister. These events would, of course, not be possible, nor would this entire Pro Surf Series.
Yeah, the Vissla brand's been a great story over the last half a dozen years. In a time of huge change in the industry, the surf industry, Vissla's been a success story.
Yeah, I feel like where a lot of companies potentially buckled over that pandemic period, Vissla, that, you know, they somehow adapted to the situation in the market, and, you know, like, it was tough times for everyone, and they found ways through it. And just to be able to still be supporting events like this
is incredible.
Is such a massive effort and massive achievement as well. Just under 4.5 minutes remaining in this heat. It is still Kalani Ball in first place, thanks to a 7.33 and a 6.67. So great wave selection. And the perfect read on the waves that he's caught as well.
Yep, Kalani's in a good position. The rest of them are all in the hunt.
Super close between second and third.
It is.
Moment, Axel Kuroda, the upper hand in the red. He is in second place over the surfer in blue, Kajiro Nishi from Japan. However, the surfer in blue sitting in third place. He is holding first priority, meaning that he does have right away to the waves in the lineup. So should he spot something that he wants, he can take off. He's searching for a 5.37.
So just under 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes. He'd be starting to get a little bit anxious now. So at some stage, Nishi's going to have to throw the dice. Here we go. Oni Anwar, what's he got for us? Frothy wave. He's going to want to try and do something big. He's looking for speed. We know what he's thinking. And he took to the air, but he said, nah, this is not going to work for me. So he's out of there. He still has time. Oni Anwar has a very good aerial game. He'll go out there and chase this 7.17 with one big move. That wave, too frothy, couldn't get the right amount of speed. When he did go to the air, he knew that he didn't have the power, speed, or landing to execute it, so he's out of there, but he'll go out there and chase another one. He does have time. He doesn't have to be too selective, because as you pointed out earlier, he can take off on a closeout and just go for the one move. So that's a little bit in his favour. But Nishi's the one I'm really interested in, because he's such a talented surfer, has priority, has held on to priority for around 10 minutes, and now we'll be getting anxious. He has to throw the dice on something. 5.37 is a reasonable score to get in these conditions. We know he's easily capable of doing it, but he's going to have to throw that dice very, very shortly.
He's going to have to be in rhythm. I feel like with Oni, he's taken off on a couple that probably not going to ever be the number that he was searching for, but he still had that optimistic view. And
yes.
Even on that last one, I feel like he recognised early, almost on takeoff, that it wasn't going to be the score that he needed.
Yep.
He could have probably saved himself some energy and pulled out of that one early to get himself back in a better position.
Here he goes, Oni Anwar. What's he got for us? He's got a great backhand. Smacks that in the pocket. And another one. And it's not going to be the 7.14. And Oni will know that. It was nice surfing, but it's not a 7.14. Here we go. Okay, this is the one I'm interested in. Nishi in the blue. but only the one turn. He threw the dice on a bad wave. One turn's not going to get him the 5.37.
We hit our Mad Mex minute. Thanks to Mad Mex. Fresh Fuel for Life. Scan that QR code on screen. Grab your 2-for-1 burritos. Thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfing New South Wales across the New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. It is 12 o'clock here in New South Wales. It is lunchtime, so grab your burritos. Thanks to Mad Mex. Tuning in, simply download the app today and enter the code SURFING, capital S, to redeem that great offer. Hungry just thinking about it.
I'll have 2 today for sure. 15 seconds, so not enough on those last 2 rides. They were reasonable scores, 4.8 and a 4.57, but not enough to get through. 5 seconds to go, so I'm confident in saying Kalani Ball and Axel Carrotta have advanced through to the final 16.
That concludes the men's round of 32, heat number 4. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for all the live action of heat number 5.
Okay, welcome back to Avoca Beach on the beautiful central coast of New South Wales. This is the Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max. Men's and women's QS 3000, and what a fantastic day, fellow commentator Adam Hennessy. What's your thoughts on how we're progressing through this?
Well, I actually think the waves are pumping. The performances have been world class, and this is what it's all about. We are into the meat of the sandwich when it comes to this event, and this is where it's like moving day in the golf. You know, it's such an important round, this round of 32. Once you start to establish, you know, those next couple of rounds, you're getting into points, some serious points, and there's so much riding on these performances because they've basically only got this event, which is a 3,000, and then you got Surf Edge, which is a 5,000. They're their 2 opportunities.
And I've looked at the rankings, Adam, and I can't predict anything. It's just
I reckon someone from as low as 20 could get themselves in, as we see Surfer up and right in, fluent, backhand, crispy attack. So,
powerful surfing. And on the backhand going left. So they're the opening 2 rides of the heat, and we'll have scores for those.
Oh, look at this thing. Nice ride, just opening up. Kicking on out. That was Reef Hazelwood.
Okay, so Ryan Slattery just a 2.67 for his opening ride. Reef, I'm sure, will get a better opening ride and will back it up straight away as well. So he's busy very early. Take off here. Sheldon Simpkis in the red.
Oh.
And 2 nice, well-connected moves there from Sheldon. So all these surfers are off to a good start. Surfer in
rapid fire early, that was Ryan Slattery. So that is a good looking series of waves. And these heats, I was just looking through the draw, these heats are so stacked. As we see the Destination New South Wales wave replay up and right in, Reed just exploding, just really unleashing fierce rail game and out the back surfing red. Lovely jam into the lip and then into another turn. And that was Sheldon Sinkus. And then we had Ryan Slattery. Big turn.
Big turn. Good
I
finish.
heard you talking with Brett in that last heat where you saw some big numbers for just one turn. So interested to see Jay Okalupo just coming unstuck there. So I think it was Axel Crotter in that last heat getting a really good score for just one manoeuvre as we see Reef flight across this wave.
Did he just run over his fellow competitor?
Just to get out of the way, Sheldon.
Yes. No love lost out there. You're in my road, I'm getting the score. But Reef is very busy. He has a number of wave scores to drop, a 5.33. That was for his opening ride. I think he's going to probably get 2 better scores than that.
And here we go, the Serpent White up and riding. You can see just that relaxed.
Occy,
way to start. This guy is starting to really sort of formulate a solid foundation in the competitive arena, and then you have that nice manoeuvre for Reef as well. So great to see the development of young Jay Okalupo. He's definitely his own man. He's, it's sometimes it can be heavy having such a famous name in the sport, but I feel like as a junior he sort of came through the ranks and people are looking at him very much like Jagger Bartholomew, but he's definitely established himself as a solid, surfer and one to watch in the future. And I mean, you're not making around a 32 in big QSs if you haven't got the talent. So kid's got game, he's got a good rail game, but he's also got that sort of new age kind of flair as well, and that's what I love about Jay surfing.
Yep, we've seen him pull some great aerials. And I'll guarantee you Ocky's either at the beach or Ocky's watching this online.
Someone told me, a little birdie told me one day that Ock is probably the biggest surf fan you'll ever see. He watches more.
He watches everything
than anyone.
It all.
And that is it.
He loves it.
He'd been up all night watching, Portugal the other day, but he's a surf fanatic. And how good is that when you've got a former world champ who just loves the sport so much? It's incredible. And I think we've got Kalani Ball down in the post-heat interview area. Kalani, congratulations, solid performance, mate. Well done. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, stoked to it was a weird heat, but yeah, stoked to get those 2 kind of pretty early on, and then I never really even got back into first prior, so I was just, pretty lucky to get those first 2 at the start, and then, lucky for me, no one else really got anything after that.
Kalani, you looked like you played a smart heat there. You used your priority really well. Is that part of your strategy to be very selective and get the right waves?
I think with the conditions the way they are at the moment, it's pretty slow, and there's kind of a lot of closeouts at the moment with the tide how it is. So, just anything that can kind of give you 2 turns, that's what I was looking for. And I found those ones pretty early on, which is good.
How's the pressure at the moment, Kalani? I mean, everyone at this pointy end of the event, they're dreaming of the Challenger Series. You've experienced it, you understand it, but there's a lot of pressure. How are you coping with that?
I'm not really feeling any pressure myself at the moment. So I'm feeling good. There's a lot of guys really close to the bubble of making it. I'm just kind of pretty keen to see how this event and Newcastle goes down, and it's going to be an exciting finish either way.
Well, you're through to the final 16, and we're liking what we see, Kalani. Good luck as we progress through this event, and we hope we see you in the finals.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Hopefully I'm there.
Kalani Ball.
Well done. What a performance. Yeah, he said it was a little bit slow out there, a little bit tricky with that changing of the tide, and that can happen. We spoke about it this morning. I reckon that the mid-tide is the best tide for the banks out here. And but we did see that amazing heat with Taku Butler and your man, Johnny
Maramar.
And I actually heard you when I was having a break. So what does it stand for?
Cheeky.
Oh, cheeky.
Cheeky, yes. I had texts coming in from the Philippines, hand over fist, loving their man. And, cheeky.
And loving the situation right now. He's a surfer in black. Reeve Hazel, one of the most dynamic athletes in the world, a favourite of so many people. This guy's got so much game. And Reef right now with that 5.33 and a 4.9. He's in the lead. Ryan Slattery in second. Needs a 6.16 to move up. And for Sheldon, he only needs a 0.57, so he's got the best wave of the heat, the 6.17. And Jay Okalupo locked in a 2.90. You at the Vissla event, you can see the boys a little bit separated on the peak right there. We saw someone getting barreled. I think that was Seldom Simkus getting barreled, and we'll have to have a little look at that one.
And there's Jay Okalupo. Nice cutback. What's he going to do here? Take it to the air, but that wave didn't have the finish that he wanted. The tarmac was not cleared.
No, a little bit out of sync, but he's still got plenty of time, and that's the positive thing about these 30-minute heats. Allows every athlete to have a real crack. So, you know, that frantic nature we spoke about, those 20-minute heats, they can be a little bit frantic. This is more of a strategy game, trying to pick the eyes out of it. I felt like in that last heat, Kalani did exactly like that. Lennox Smith did the same thing, where they sort of just play the patient game, and it paid off. But right now, we're looking at that last score for the surfer in red was a 3.33, Robbo, a nice little backup, and that sort of has consolidated his position, put him up in the second position. And yeah, now it's building a platform, building house, as they say. Massive shout out to Vissla, of course. Around 80% of Vissla's products are environmentally better, made by environmentally better materials. Great to have them involved. They've put us in some really good apparel. You should get onto their website, have a look at it, vissla.com or Sisstrevolution.com, and check it out, because they are doing amazing things. As we see, this is this aerial move that just
came unstuck. Yep.
Did not happen for young Ryan. As we see Jay, so much time left on these heats that, you know, they're going to get other opportunities. And as I said, having Vissla involved in this series as the major event partner of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And intriguingly enough, we were talking about it earlier, Mikey Madonna has bowed out of the event.
I know.
So that is going to open it up for someone to take that title. Nixie Ryan's still in the event. I think she was leading the women's side of it. That guy down there with the camera is put on a bit of sunscreen, because it's damn hot outside right now.
He's got the umbrella for the camera, but what about himself?
I
know. This is not the day to be...
He's got the teepee on his head.
It's not the day to be sunning yourself, I tell you.
How beautiful has March been? It's been one hot day after another. It's like summer's come a little bit late this year, but yeah, great waves, good conditions. I'm loving the fact that the wind has actually stayed away. I'm hearing tomorrow there could be a little bit of a change up in the wind direction, and that's why we are going into the round of 16 of the women's. Here we go, surf up and right in, trying to get tube, funneling through and just popping out the doggy door there. So a little bit unclean that end exit, but
yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they score it. He got in there. We'll await those scores. Ryan Slattery needs a 5.44. Beautiful looking wide. Fully barreled.
Yeah.
But doesn't exit as clean as you would have liked.
The cleanliness of that exit will impede the scoring potential, I think. But it's definitely going to improve his position and get him in a position now where, you know, surfing red is going to be a little bit vulnerable with these, you know, 30-minute heats. There's so much time. It allows everyone to use their priority to their own advantage. And, you know, Kalani Ball said it in his heat. He felt like he was out of sync when it came to priority the whole heat. So at times, you know, that allows everyone to free up that little bit more and really attack whatever comes their way, so you're not overthinking it.
Adam, the end of La Nina, what's it mean for the east coast of Australia, which has enjoyed magnificent surf over the past 2 years?
But is that official? Is that
what it's official.
Okay.
I read it.
Okay.
La Nina's finished. Victoria had the worst 3 years ever.
We had the best.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Maybe it'll be a flip.
It's
Maybe it might go.
It is flipping.
Look, To be honest,
The last few weeks in Victoria, they've had some magnificent days.
I feel like the last 10 years have been strong overall on the East Coast, to be honest. Like, I don't remember a period in the early 2000s. I remember it being pretty bad at times, but I feel like we've been pretty blessed with good waves for a long period of time. Especially our winter swells in Sydney has been amazing.
Oh, I know the last 12 months or even last 24 months has been incredible. But yet La Nina's finished, and there's a lot of people down on the south coast of Australia celebrating the finish.
Wow, there you go. What will that provide, and what that will change for the different, settings around Australia? But
Yes.
yeah, you're right. So you're saying that Vico's had the worst 3 years,
Yep.
and we've been blessed with absolutely epic conditions. Okay, that last wave of blue.
Yeah, a 4.77. Yeah, well, it's a reasonable score, but it didn't do anything to his actual position in the placings. He's still in third position, but now only requires a 4.74 to get up there. That's Sheldon Simpkins in second. Only needs to get rid of a 3.33. So it's close at the moment, and there's work to be done. And here we go.
Reef up and right in nice first turn, but
Nothing on the
you
end.
just see he looked down the line on that left and went, nah, not like it. Here we go, Jay. You can see him setting up. He was looking at that barrel, and again,
Yeah, it wasn't there.
Is that photographer in his eye line? Have to wait and see, but yeah, not a lot on offer there. So pulls the eject button, and I think today, with these conditions, there's so many waves coming through that everyone is going to get, allotted and the opportunity to really, basically unleash out there. But the thing is, like Clundy said, it was a little bit tricky between the tides.
Yeah.
It felt like it was a little bit slower compared to some of those earlier heats where the boys were able to free up. But it's about fighting through the different elements and the different scenarios. And that's what makes a good competitive surfer. You've got to, adjust with the times.
Yep. Absolutely.
Seems like the paddle out is sort of a lot easier than it was this morning. When we first started this morning
There
with
were
the
closeouts.
women's, there were some big, solid, chunky sets coming through. Now I feel like as that sort of tide has sorted itself out and the morning sickness has gone away, I feel like the quality of the banks have definitely got better, and you can see that just in the scores that have been unravelled in the last couple of hours.
And the westerly wind has picked up and cleaned conditions up. It's super clean out
Here
there
we go.
now.
That might open the door for some airs, and I still love the fact that our surf from the Philippines, jagged himself that epic barrel. That was just seriously one from the vault.
Up to date, that's the highlight of the day.
Yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure that's the best wave, that
I
single
think
wave
so.
score of the day.
Not 8.77.
Just the way that thing opened up. And you'd actually spoke about it earlier, about what a brilliant surfer he was when it came to reading tubes.
Yep.
And how comfortable he was
Yep.
in the tube. And if you go back to a replay, if you're online and you've just joined us, go back and check out that heat with Taki Butler.
Yeah.
Because
that's
there was
worth
some,
watching.
that was probably the highlight for me of the whole series, that heat. Along with that heat at Maroubra with Dakota Waters and Joel Vaughan. But
That was a
I watched that online.
a heat of consequence.
That was that was a
Goodness
heat
me.
for a lot of different reasons. 12 minutes to go.
To speak of our surfer from the Philippines, so much on the line for him this year. He's actually looking for Olympic qualification as well to represent the Philippines.
Wow.
Every chance he'll be representing the Philippines at the Olympics. And talk about tube time, well, he'll get that at Chopu. Here we have a takeoff. Our surfer in red, Sheldon Simpkins, looking to get rid of that 3.33. Now, Ryan Slattery, a 5.7, has gone to the lead.
Yep.
So significant changes on the leaderboard at the moment. Slattery in the blue, a 5.7 and a 4.77. Second now, Reef Hazelwood, only requiring a 5.15 to go back to first. And Sheldon Simpkins has dropped into third position, has the highest scoring ride of the heat so far, 6.17. Only needs a 4.06 to go to second. Wouldn't need much more than that to go to first. And Jay Okalupo in fourth. So this is a super close heat. First, second and third is nothing separating them at all, with just under 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this is an important event for a number of reasons for Sheldon Simkus. He needs to get himself out of that situation. He sits at 30th, and to be honest, for someone of his...
I know, we want, he should be on the Challenger.
He, it's surprising he's not at the top of the actual ratings at the moment, but he's got 2 opportunities still in this heat, and he's got 10.5 minutes to get himself back into that transfer position. But yeah, I am pretty shocked that the fact that he hasn't really had a breakout performance so far. But there's still opportunities right up there, and he's got 2 bites at the cherry. He's got this event, then Surfest. Then you got Reef Hazelwood out there right now. He currently sits in position number 2. He's had such a solid run. He had a 2nd place in Taiwan Open of Surf, and he also had a 5th at the Tweed Coast Pro and a 5th at the Koori Pro. So consistency has been the name of the game when it comes to Reef Hazelwood, and you'd expect nothing less. The guy is a complete machine. So easy. His surfing is so easy on the eye. I love his free surfing. You could sit there and watch it all day. 9.5 to go. This is where it starts to tighten up a bit, Robbo, where they've got to really start to analyse and work out, especially if you're with the priority, you need to make that next jump, you need to make the next right move.
Yep, well, Reef would know. Yep, I've dropped to 2nd position. I only need to get rid of a 4.9. I've got Sheldon Simpkins sitting in 3rd right behind me, and he only requires a 4.06. I want to get myself back into the lead. So Hazelwood will look to use that priority smartly. Here we go. Okalupo in the white. Goes to the air and pulls it off cleanly. Adam, talk to me.
Wow. That would land
Jay Okalupo.
That was a big air, and what was impressive was the speed he carried through the air maneuver. Look at the speed line, and watch how he just lands this thing so clean.
Okay.
I reckon that's going to go up into the excellent range.
Well, it's game on here. That's for sure.
Just
out of nowhere. He had a 2.9 and a 2.43. Languishing in 4th spot, and he's with 8 minutes remaining, he's pulled out a wave like that. Jay Okalupo, something to get excited about. There you go.
I said the excellent range, and 8.33. And do you know what I love? He's now giving himself a little bit of space between himself and the 3 other surfers. So Jay's knows what he wants. He wants something to back that 8.3 up. But look at the speed line. But just look how clean that rotation was. That was the next level. And we spoke about it earlier, that as a junior, coming through, he had such a solid air game, but he's now got the rail game to go with it. Now he's picked off a nice looking left, digs in, and unfortunately comes unstuck. But he only needs to offload a 2.9 Robbo to extend his position, and Ryan Slattery up and right in. That is a nice combo. Wow.
Wow. So the 2 top-seeded the 2 surfers that we thought were going, they're not looking good at the moment. Reef Hazelwood and Sheldon Simpkins have now fallen into 3rd and 4th position. Our white and blue surfers, and I'm pretty sure Ryan Slattery is going to improve on his score as well, potentially go back into the lead, and Okalupo only has to get rid of a 2.9 with just under 7 minutes remaining. Pressure is on Hazelwood and Simpkins in a big way. Watch this wave. I'm impressed with this surfing from Ryan Slattery. He's kept busy the whole time, goes vertical on the last turn and rides out of it smoothly.
Yeah, I bet you I could have...
There you go, back into the lead. 6.43 and a 5.7 for Ryan Slattery in the blue. He leads the heat. Jay Akalupo second, wants to get rid of the 2.9, definitely wants to get rid of that. Anything better than a 3.8 puts him into the lead. Hazelwood and Simpkis, work to be done.
100%, but when you look at the situation, the scenario right now, Reef only needs a 5.91 and Sheldon only needs a 5.07. And here we go. Oh, Reef, that was a nasty dismount. But yeah, right now it is up to the surfer in white. He needs to get rid of that 2.9 because that puts him in a very precarious position in the heat. He knows it. But the good thing about it, he's still got 5.5 minutes to go, and look at the power game of this guy.
It's a good wave.
Wrapping. Sheldon looking solid. I love that first turn, how much water he dispersed and out the back.
Oh,
Jay.
He's getting excited.
Oh, that's what happens when you're
yeah.
He knows he's got the best wave of the heat by far, and he understands that he cannot allow these other guys to, and he can't leave the door open.
No,
That's the
like
whole
2.9 leaves that door open. Simpkis is going to go to second, I say.
Lovely first turn, a little bit of downtime, but then he connected the dots on this final manoeuvre.
I think he's going to second. It's in the lap of the judges.
Yeah, he only needs a 5.07, so courtesy of that 6.17, it's going to be right there. And here we go. It looks like this is that replay of Reef. Unfortunately, can't land that. So a little bit slow on that rotation, but intriguing battle towards the back end of this heat with 5 minutes or just under 5 to go. And like you said, when you looked at this on paper and you looked at the guys who with the establishment of their names and what they've done in their careers so far, you'd be thinking that Sheldon and Reef would be hard to beat, but such has been the attack of both Ryan and Jay. They've been so impressive.
Not enough for Simpkis, a 4.6. He's fallen just short of the mark. So Hazelwood needs a 5.91. Simpkis needs a 5.07. Wow. Hazelwood holds priority now, so here we go. The goofy footer tucking in. There's no escape out of that one. So use priority on that with just under 4 minutes. That's plenty of time.
Yep. And
But,
Jay has first priority now.
So
is he going to play defence or offence? At this stage, I would be suggesting he plays offence and tries to just offload.
Get rid of that 2.9. Yep.
If he can get like a 4 or even, a 3.9, he's going to go into the lead. So two surfers would then have to jump him. But he doesn't want to leave himself in a position where he opens the door. We've said it before. And he'll be working on making sure that next movement in that rotation on the waves is going to be a positive one for his workload when it comes to getting through this heat. So 3 to go. It is priority out there with the surfer in white. Second priority is with Sheldon Simpkis, who only needs a 5.07. Reef Hazelwood in fourth. He needs a 5.91, and this is been a belter, these heats. And Ryan Slattery, I've got to say, he's ultra impressive. He's just sort of that tradesman-like performance so far in this heat with a 6.43 and a 5.70.
He's kept busy the whole heat and found the waves and built the scores. So, but yeah, it's not over. It's not over for any of these four surfers.
And you see Jay right now, he's following the surfer in red. So for a novice out there watching it, just means that the surfer in white has first priority. He's identified the fact that he doesn't want to leave the door open for Sheldon Simpkis in the red. So even though, he has first priority, he also understands he's got to keep him in his sights to put a little bit more pressure on.
2 minutes on the clock. That's enough time. Simpkis chasing a 5.07. Okalupo defending his second position with a 2.9 in his scoreline.
And that can be risky, Robbo, because he might leave, the opportunity for the surfer in black who...
absolutely.
Reef, we know the calibre of surfer he is. You do not want to leave that opportunity.
Who do you follow? Who do you try and block?
I don't know.
Here we go. Hazelwood, powerful turns. Needs a 5.91. He thinks he's got
trying
it.
to sell it.
Oh,
And
he's
I'd
trying
like to know
to sell
what-
it.
He's a good salesman, but I don't know, not on the surfing, because the surfing was pretty dynamic. But
Yeah,
I
the
just felt
wave,
on
I know,
the
yep.
quality of that wave, I don't know if he did something prior to those couple of turns, maybe, but I don't know about that. I just feel like the size of that wave.
Here
with
we
that
go,
destination-
analyse it.
Oh, hold on.
Wow.
He's got barreled before. This is where we came in.
And a beautiful turn there. Oh,
I actually reckon he's going to get the score.
I think he's going to get the score as well. He thinks he's got it.
Yeah, we only saw when he exited the barrel, so I'm thinking Reef
Hazelwood.
needs a 5.91.
Oh, my goodness.
Robbo, could this be devastation for the
Now, there's more waves to come as well. There's only priority with Slattery. Okay.
Here we go, Jay. Important ride.
Yep, he took priority off him. Used priority. Oh, did
That's
you-
incomplete. That is.
Oh.
That is incomplete. That
20
turn.
seconds.
We are waiting on an important score to be locked in. What an exciting heat. Reef Hazelwood, the Mad Max
Amazing.
minute.
A Mad Max mad last minute.
See, you were saying, what do? Do you roll the dice and go at Sheldon, or do you go at Reef? He had to make a decision. And unfortunately, but he might get another crack at this. No, that's Ryan Slattery.
Yep. As we counted out, well, it's in the lap of the judges, Demi.
Wow, and that was before the buzzer. We'll see what that went into the two-wave rotation for that man. But we are really interested to find out exactly what happened with Reef Hazelwood and that last wave. So we're going to stay and wait for this score because this is an important ride. We know that Jay Alcalubo has not improved his situation. You could see Reef liked the feel of that wave. We only saw it when it came into that turn, but he definitely got barreled.
And the first turn was really strong.
Yeah. But the last two turns it tapered off, but he had a tube as well. So I'm...
Yeah, we think he's got it.
Yeah, I'm calling he's got the score.
It's the judges that will decide the fate.
That's why we're up here, and they're down in the tent working it on out. They're probably thinking back to the best wave of the heat.
Replays going, everything.
Yeah.
No, but I'm confident that that he's got
And
the
here
score.
it is again.
Yeah.
He didn't get ultra deep,
He
but he
did.
got a clean
And watch
exit.
this.
And this turn right there.
Yeah, money turn. Nah.
Yeah, he's... I'm
He's got
calling
the
he's
score.
got that.
Yeah.
And still waiting on this score to lock in. So the judges are thinking about it.
Yep.
And guess what?
Here we go. Oh.
He did not get it. Wow.
Wow.
5.57. Fell short.
Well, there's always controversy at these events. I'm surprised, but
that's why we're up here.
Exactly,
and
I
and
agree
the
with
pros
you.
are in the tent. So we'll throw up to a break. Be back very shortly. You can see the disappointment from Reef. Be back. Welcome back to the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 event down here at beautiful Avoca Beach. The waves are on tap, it's pumping. I'm joined in the booth by one of the legends of New South Wales surfing in the women's department. What a freak she is. Britt Nicol, welcome back in. And we've seen some amazing action this morning. And this is another heat not to go anywhere. We have 4 excitement machines in the lineup. I've got the froth meter going at full tilt right now. Okay, we've got Ryan Slattery out there in the post-heat interview area. And Ryan,
he's going.
Congratulations. And that was a stellar performance. You just try to tap into those good waves, and big heat when you consider the other 3 guys who you had in that heat. So congratulations, mate. How do you feel?
Thanks, mate. Yeah, stoked to get through. Yeah, it's just luck myself onto the better waves of the heat, and yeah, try not to fall, and yeah, snuck through, so happy.
How are the conditions? Did it change much in that half an hour when you're out there? It felt like it slowed up a little bit.
It definitely slowed up. I think that tide's pushing in now, so it's going to be a bit slower, I think, but it's like half an hour heats is like at least 2 solid sets will come through in that time, I feel. But apart from that, sea lice out there is terrible. It's crazy.
I heard that.
Yeah,
Really?
you probably see me fidgety here. I'm trying not to itch my whole body. But
All
yeah,
right, mate,
no, it's
but,
stoked to get through. Good waves, but
mate, round of 16, that's a great performance. You're starting to really build that platform in your career. You're starting to put together solid results. What was your mindset going into 2023? How were you?
I wasn't sure if I was going to do the comps, but I seen there was swell coming for this one. I tried to enter Cabba late, but it's too far up the alternate list. I wouldn't get in, so I know, kind of just cruising, just having a week off work really, and getting through is a bonus. So yeah, pretty stoked.
Your surfing's been on point, mate. We're going to let you go because you look like you want to get some water
cool.
on that body. Don't realise sea lice. Congratulations.
I'm straight to the chemist. Thanks, mate.
See you, mate. Wow.
I've been wondering, like, he's not the first surfer that's come in and done the post-heat interview and looked like they've got ants in their pants. I feel like they've all been fidgety when they've come in, and now we know why.
100%. Here we go. That is the man from Byron Bay, Solly Bailey, just lighting that thing up. How good does this guy surf? It's hard to talk when he's surfing because you just watch him. He's just got such a great way he attacks each and every wave. You probably missed that last heat, but dramatic finish. And the judges are on that last ride for Reef Hazelwood just fell short. I mean, I'm not a judge, so that's why I'm a commentator and they're judging, but I'm sure that he would have been disappointed. And I'm stoked for Jay Okalupo because he was absolutely ripping in that heat. He just needed to back it up. And talking about ripping, here we go. Solly up and riding. Ward looking nice and spiced up and just connecting the dots as he rides through that first couple of turns. But yeah, some intense battles and so much on the line. Even for Reef, he sits in 2nd position at the moment. And he's still not, no one's safe out there as we see that score lock in. Solly Bailey locks in a 6.33. George Pitter from my hometown in Manly locked in a 4.5. And by the looks of it, that looks like George actually. Hard to tell out there. Yeah, that was Georgie Pitter on the CI. And nice connection here too for the surfer in white. So yeah, what a way to kick off moving day here at the Vissla Central Coast Pro. And we've seen some big scores, and I mean, it's not funny for Ryan, but for us, we're like, what's he doing in the boat? But yeah, he said he's just been gobbled up by sea lice. And to be honest, all on the East Coast in the last couple of weeks, there's been sea lice everywhere. I think it's just that transition through our different seasons really. But yeah, I'm sure these guys are focused in. You probably see a couple of people out there wearing steamers and wrapping themselves up in Glad wrap. Maybe I would.
Be an interesting tactic, that's for sure. But yeah, like I said before, I was wondering why some of them just look so agitated. I thought because a few of them have come in where they're pulling at their rashies, and I thought, oh, maybe the rashies are too small, and then, yeah, sea lice. They are nasty. They're so itchy.
Yeah, that's heavy. So the surfer in white with the 3.9, 3.67. A big shout out to our partners as we see the surfer up. This is George Pitter lining this first turn up. Lovely connection with the lip and kicks on out. So it is the Vissla side of the proceedings at the New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the last event of 4 events on the calendar, presented by Mad Max. And a massive shout out to the Central Coast Council of Oka Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales, and George Pitter looking very electrified as he went along that wave. And of course, without the support of the New South Wales government through its major events agency, Destination New South Wales, we would not be here on this beautiful day. 34 degrees, it is hot outside. And the action in the water has been even hotter. So George Pitter is looking to, for a 1.84, which is nothing, but at the end of the game, I'm thinking that both those scores are going to probably go south. Or you'd hope so anyway.
Oh, for sure. You'd think at this stage in the event, we're into the round of 32. You don't want those 3s and 4s in your scoreline if you're looking to move on through into the round of 16. Even just looking at scorelines throughout the event, you want 6s and 7s minimum to move on through. Whether that's your high or low scores, I just feel like 4s and 3s are not going to be there at the end of those surfers who actually progress on through to the next round.
You definitely don't want to leave yourself short. We saw Jay Okalupo in that last heat with a 2.9, and that left him vulnerable as we see the surfer up and right in. Wow. That was a great looking wave. See how I sort of pulled it back a bit. I don't get overexcited.
I was going to say something.
I'm neutral as we see that surfer in white exploding on this left, and that was next level as well. So, yeah, crazy surfing.
No bias, but, George,
I love the way you look at me, but when I watch, I've just got to slow it down.
It's okay. You're not a judge, so it doesn't really matter as much.
I do get excited when our guys are surfing, and it's just all about the passion. You want to see everyone go good, and talking about passion and talking about fluency in surfing. That last wave for the surfer in white was next level. Here we go, Solly Bailey up and right in. Look at the way this guy attacks the waves. He's just absolutely blowing up out there right now.
I just love how Solly, he just goes straight up into the lip, but he's upside down with those turns. He gets critical. He surfs in the pocket, and Solly, he was on the world tour.
Yep.
So he's no stranger to, I feel like, that high level of performance. There's a big step up, going onto that world stage from, say, your QS to your Challenger to then on the world tour. And, he had a result at the Surfers Rescue, the Port Stephens Pro.
Yep.
He had a 5th in Cruy and Nias. He's sitting 11th at the moment, so he's still got a bit of work to do on the QS series if he's wanting to qualify for that Challenger series.
I feel like at times that he could go in different directions in his career, like he's had a bit of time off, a bit of free surfing, a bit of this, bit of that. But once he found a result, I feel like the competitive juices were flying. That was, talking about flying, George Pitter's 2-turn combo there was pretty amazing to watch. But yeah, I feel like from the standpoint of his competitive act, I felt like those couple of events overseas really relit the fire in Solly, and then he was like, you know what? Maybe I'll go down this avenue again. It's a long road, but to be honest, the guy's got so much game. Here we go, surfer up and right in again, now going left, just exploding through the lip.
That was George Pitter in the black. Well, he is from North Stain, and Dimmy, you're also from that area. You do a lot of work with the crew in North Stain board riders.
Yeah, let me tell you, this guy has got his development in the last couple of years has been pretty incredible. He had to sort of learn to sort of reset himself. He went through a real growth period. His mum and dad are very tall people, And there was always going to be that stage where George went from that little grom to really having to understand his body and rework his body and basically make these adjustments because he grew so quick. And you got to remember, he had a pretty amazing childhood. He spent most of his childhood surfing at a place called Eritap Resort in Vanuatu. They own a resort over there. It's the most amazing joint. And so he spent a lot of time in the barrel, learning his craft, surfing with his dad. In fact, he'd say sometimes he'd surf for 5 hours and then get sort of half bored because he didn't have mates around, so he'd just come in. But like, he's definitely sharpened up his attack as he's learnt to develop his skill set when his body grew. And that's the thing, you know, that's the thing that's made him the athlete he is now. And he's just now working on more strength and working on the sort of that resistance and learning to adapt as he grows through his career.
Well, he's going to have to adapt to this situation because he's just been bumped into third place, Dimmy.
Look at these scores coming in for everyone.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
How do you have stuck that? I just feel like he got so much rotation, so much whip. So there you go, the wave previous to that one for George Pitter. He got the score required. He got bumped into third place momentarily because the surfer in white locked in a 7.57. But George Pitter, he just locked in another 6 to move back into second place. Now looking for a 6.84 for the lead because Solly Bailey in the blue managed to lock in a 7.23. This is an extremely close heat with 16 and a half minutes remaining. Kobe Clements in the red yet to take off.
And I was going to say, this is the thing, Kobe Clements is such a gifted athlete as well. He is just plain ice cool out there.
And with 30-minute heats, it allows those surfers the opportunity to do that. Had this have been a 20-minute heat, different story. But with a 30-minute heat, I feel like Kobe, although he's in a combination situation where he does need 2 scores to progress, there's still plenty of time on the clock.
Oh, here we go. To the air. Oh, nearly lands it. But yeah, this heat is so far from not being over. It's incredible because all these surfers are locking in big scores. And we saw the surfer in white from Japan, Katasawa, unloading with that 7.57. That is the best wave of the heat so far. Solly Bailey with that 7.23. And when you think of the change up in the banks in the last hour, I feel like all the scores have come on the rights, but the big scores in this heat, the bulk of them, have actually transpired on those lefts. So changing conditions. We've seen some slow heats. We've seen some heats that have just been action-packed. And I feel like this is one of those heats that has offered up a lot. And if you look at it already, we've got 3 or 5 scores in the 6+ range. So, yeah, we've got some strong competitors out there, but I feel like the waves are definitely on the improve as that tide starts to filter on in.
For sure, Jimmy, and that's one of the reasons why the contest director decided that they had the round of 16 on standby for the men's and the women's, and they've decided to pull the trigger and go ahead with the women's round of 16, knowing that these conditions are too hard to kind of give up.
Oh.
And you never know what tomorrow's going to bring. Apparently, there might be a slight wind directional change. Could be a completely different story. So they're going to make the most of the opportunity that they have here this afternoon.
As an old salty contest director myself, there's a saying, never walk away from waves, no matter what you're doing. Stay with it, because you never know what tomorrow brings. And when you look at, what we've got on tap here, we've got no wind, the waves are pumping, the surfers are going crazy. Why wouldn't you run into the women's? As we see the boys out there right now, trying to put themselves in position. And look, here we go, the surfer in white only needs a 5.26. That wave running down the bank there and not offering a lot for Nzara from Japan with the 11.472 wave combo. He's looking to offload that 3.9. Solly Bailey out in the lead with a 7.23 and a 6.33. George Pitter needs a 6.84 to go from second to first. Kobe Clements, a little bit of a slow start, but we know what game this guy has from a strong club on the Northern Beaches. He's from Longreef Board Riders Club. He has plenty of support, and this is the one for Solly Bailey. Look at how vertical this turn was. Loving it. Judges lapped it up. And this was that incomplete aerial manoeuvre. Had he landed that air, we saw Jay Okalupo lock in an 8-point plus ride with an air, but a clean rotation onto the flats. That would have been a good score for Kobe. So still plenty of time, 13 minutes on the clock. We are in the heat 6 of the round of 32 at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, one of our favourite events on the calendar. Big shout out to Mad Mex, who are the presenting right sponsor, providing the athletes, the staff, everyone with fresh food, just keeping everyone fueled up. And of course, the Mad Mex Fuel for Life program supports some of Australia's best up-and-coming athletes, both across the surfing, skateboarding and motocross genres. So great to have their partnerships with this event. 12 and a half to go, Britt.
This is where, at the start of this heat, we were talking how there wouldn't really be 3s and 4s in the scoreline by the end of the heat. And you just look at those totals. We're just over halfway through. And the top 2 surfers, even almost the top 3. If the surfer in white can replace that 3.9, he'll improve on his situation. But he's looking for a 5.26, so not much at this stage. He's got the highest single wave of this heat so far, the surfer in white, but sitting in 3rd place, that is Roi Kanazawa from Japan.
Yeah, it's good to see the Japanese contingent in this, and the reason they're here is it's a co-sanctioned event. So these points apply for not only the Aussies, but the international guests as well. A massive shout out to all our Surfing New South Wales staff who've done a wonderful job. Of course, Rowan and the crew at the events, bringing these world-class events to the fray. And we've had such a great run, and it's due to the, the passion and the love that the Surfing New South Wales staff has for this sport, that they've been able to put a team together that produces world-class events. So massive shout out to those crew. And like I said, we've tapped into some great waves over the course of the last month or so in the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, and we are down to the final event. So one more crack. Who is going to be the champion in the men's and women's? It's only time will tell, but we're excited about how good the wave quality has been for all surfers at all these different venues.
A big thanks to Vissla, partnering with Surfing New South Wales on the QS events, as they have done for the last 4 years. And Vissla was voted runner-up in Brand of the Year in the annual Surf and Board Sport Industry Annual Awards announced in November 2021. They are doing amazing things in and out of the water, with around 80% of Vissla's product range made of environmentally better materials. But in the water, that is Kobe Clements not getting the completion. He is going to have to paddle back out and reset, because with just over 10 minutes on the clock, he's chasing a combination of 12.83. If you don't quite understand how it works, the highest single wave a surfer can get is a 10-point ride. So you need 2 waves in your scoreline at the end of the heat. You can only score a maximum of 10 for 1 wave. So the highest possible 2-wave total would be a 20.
That's happened a number of times over the course of the history of our sport, and we actually saw an incredible thing in Portugal the other day, where a surfer needed a near perfect ride, and he actually got a perfect 10.
You switched off and went to sleep and
woke up. It came up on my phone, to be honest. I was like, am I dreaming this? But I mean, there was definitely opportunity, but that thing was an absolute drainer.
It was unbelievable.
That was like not a wave of like the best wave of the event. That was the best wave of his life.
Yeah, in or out of a competition, had he have taken off on that wave, he would have been happy.
100%. But right now, 9 minutes to go, it is starting to get towards the back end of this heat. So surfers are going to have to start thinking about it, trying to generate scores if they're going to get on through. Kobe Clements is in a combo, so he needs to basically start again. He's got a 9-minute heat. He has 4th priority. That is the negative standpoint of Kobe's position in the heat. Solly Bailey out in the lead with 1st priority. George Pitter in 2nd priority. You can see waves coming through the lineup. And who will be in position for this one? It looks like Solly Bailey's going to roll the dice down the line and a little bit deep on the peak on that one. So it is going to be priority switching over to the surfer in black, George Pitter from down at Manly and part of the Northstone Board Riders Club. People say his name. Everyone has a different sort of way of saying Pitter.
How is it meant to be pronounced?
I call him Pitter.
Say Pitter like pita bread.
Yeah, like it's
How I remember
Australian. I've heard some announcers call it, when they announce his voice, it's like, mate, he's not French.
Maybe they think he
Pitter.
is.
Here we go,
Really
boys,
pronounce
getting
the T.
busy. Looks like someone trying to get deep. Oh, he was in that for a long way. And on the other side of it, this could be dangerous because someone went left. Was it the surfer in white? It was. So this is going to be a little tricky scenario for the judges to analyse because we had two surfers. George Pitter went a long way in that barrel. And Canizaro only needs a 5.26. That is right up there. His wave, that 7.57 is such a strong score. And I reckon this could be dangerous.
It could be, and I tell you what, I'm glad that we're in the booth and not in the judges' booth.
100%.
That's a hard job they've got down there, just trying to, separate surfers' scores as we watch the replay. Split peak here.
Look, oh, lovely first turn. Oh, wow, he's going to get this score for sure.
So I was interested to watch that replay then because I saw the surfer in white's second turn, but I wasn't sure if it was his first or second turn previously. So just off the back of that replay, the surfer in white needs a 5.26. I'm calling that he's got it as well, Dimmy. He couldn't quite get to the last section, but I feel like he got the job done on the first two.
They were really solid on a bigger set too, and nice and tight in the power source. The judges will lap that up. But as I said, we're not judges, but yeah, when you look at what we've seen in this heat so far, a 5.26 on a nice set with some flair. And unfortunately for George Pitter, he was absolutely motoring through that tube, and you saw the end of his board nearly pop out, but unfortunately, not to be.
Right there, he just couldn't quite get it. But, well, surfer who did just quite get it, a 5.67. So surfer in white, he got the requirement, moves into second place. George Pitter now in third, chasing a 6.52. And this man here, Kobe Clements, chasing a combination of two scores, just looking to get himself out of combo land.
They were sick.
The conditions really starting to change. I feel like there's more opportunity for those barrels, but they're running off really quick, Dimmy.
They are, and that's the risk you take. We've seen a couple of barrels earlier today net some big scores, but I love this. Kobe Clements, nice and patient, comes around, nice carving setup turn, goes through his air game and nice rotation. So that's definitely going to be his best wave, and it's going to break that combination with a couple of minutes to go, with 5 minutes to go. And that last wave of white was a throwaway. So right now, it is game on, and no one is safe. And look at those. It's raining out there. But, force of habit, when you see a barrel like that, you have to have a crack. Because if George Pitter came out of that barrel, that was seriously going to be up there and, in the high rotation when it comes to scoring potential. So, that was going to be right up there in the excellent range.
Just under 4.5 minutes on the clock at the moment. It is Solly Bailey from Byron Bay in first place with a 7.23 and a 6.33. We have the surfer in white, Roy Kanazawa from Japan, sitting in second place. He's got the highest single wave of this heat so far, a 7.57 and a backup of a 5.67. George Pitter in the black, now chasing a 6.52 if he wants to move on through to the round of 16. And Kobe Clements, well, he's back in the game here, Dimmy. Surfer in red, a 6.47 for his last wave. He's now chasing a 6.78 with just under 4 minutes on the clock. We've watched it go down here a couple of times today where surfers have gone from fourth straight up to first in a matter of 5 minutes.
Exactly. That's what we said with 8 to go. He basically had to restart his heat, rethink his strategy, and he's back in the game, a 6.47. That's how good he is. He just basically went to that, that carve into an aerial manoeuvre. We've seen it so many times from Kobe. That's why he's so strong on the QS, and he's put himself back in the game. So all 4 surfers aren't safe. Like, anything can happen. It's going to really be more about what waves they take in the next couple of minutes and what opportunities they have. George Pitter needs a 6.52 and Kobe Clements needs a 6.78. When you consider their skill set and their ability to lock in big numbers, that is easily obtainable for someone of their kind of standard. So it's going to be a great last 3 minutes. Intriguing how it's going to play out. It is George Pitter, the advantage for the surfer in black. Even though he's in third, he has the next crack at it. That's important.
It is. This is not necessarily the position on the leaderboard that George would have wanted to be sitting in, but he's in the perfect rotation for priority. So he does hold first priority, has right away to anything that comes on through in the next 2.5 minutes. So we watch Kobe Clements. Here you go. He's looking for a score, Dimmy.
Wow. Great attack. But that wave, he stands up tall. 2 turns. I don't know if the judges will throw what he needs, but he's given it a fair crack, and here we go. It looks like surfer in black up and right, important wave. George Pitter digs in and falls on that final manoeuvre. Is that going to be the difference of getting the score or not? But I love how much he attacked the first two turns on that ride, but I feel like he had to finish that.
I agree with you, Jimmy. I just feel like he really needed that completion. I'm just trying to think back to the surfer in whites, 5, 6, 7, 2 backhand turns, couldn't get a third. George Pitter, as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This was the one here from Kobe Clements. Bit of a check turn to start with, but got a critical finish. But this, massive turns here from George in the black.
Love the extension through the body, but I'm not a judge. I'd love to see, a replay of Solly Bailey's 6.33, because you can compare it, and there it is. I don't think it's enough. Or has it come in yet? No, it hasn't come in. But yeah, there it is, 7.07. So the judges loved it. See, that was my unbiased opinion.
He got 2 big, solid, powerful turns in, and judges rewarded it. He didn't need the finish. Could only imagine where it would have went had he have completed that last turn.
What about the body extension through that first manoeuvre? It was just poetry in motion. So this is a great heat. Kobe going for an air, not riding out. So right now, George Pitter goes into first position. Solly Bailey in second, and the surfer from Japan, incredibly, is in third after this performance. Needs a 5.99 to offset the situation with 30 to go. And we were talking about, that incompletion on that last turn of George Pitter didn't even come into play. The judges lapped up the power and the precise nature of those first 2 turns.
2 big, solid turns. Just linked straight one into another as well. There was no downtime between the 2 turns there from George. He had a great read on the wave and he held his nerve. He had priority. He knew he had to use it accordingly. And he went straight into first place.
I think we all had to hold our nerve. And what a heat that was. Another heat run and won. We're going to be back shortly. Exciting times down here at Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 event. We're going to throw off to a break, pay some bills, and we'll be back very shortly.
New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to the Central Coast Pro, the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 event. We are into move-in day at Avoca Beach and the waves are pumping and the performance levels have been turned up a notch in the box with Rit Nickel right now, and that was an exciting finish for everyone down at North St Bordeaux because their boy George Pitter got the job done, came from the clouds in what was a pretty frantic heat when it came to quality of waves.
Yeah, it wasn't only George Pitter in the water holding his nerve, but you were holding your nerve here in the commentary booth, Dimmy. You were on the edge of your seat.
I was losing it.
But, yeah, George Pitter getting the score required in the last minute or two. Went straight from third to first, 7.07 off the back of two really solid, powerful turns on his backhand.
And talking of George Pitter and holding his nerve, he certainly did that down in the post-interview area. Welcome in, Georgie. I need to have a break after that one, but congratulations, buddy. Job done.
Oh, far out. That was a full heart attack. I thought I was done for sure, but no, I got that. I saw the left coming. I was like, oh, I saw Roy had got one beforehand. He'd just gone vert on it. I was like, oh, if I can just get two in, maybe I could get the score. Because I was like, maybe it's better than my second six, but yeah, so happy to get through that. I was so nervous.
Were you worried when you fell on that last one? Were you like, oh, I've sort of left the door open?
Yeah, I was like,
I mean, the strength of the first two turns were good.
Yeah, I didn't really know what they looked like, but I was like, oh my God, I just fell on that and I've just got knocked. And I was just spewing, but no, I managed to, I was just splashing the water out the back when I got it because I felt like I really needed that one.
Talk me through the barrel, mate. You were very close to exiting that barrel. How did that tube feel?
Yeah, well, I was actually, when I was paddling to it, Roy was going to the left and I was like, oh, I should block him, and I didn't, but I probably should have. But then I was like, oh, this ride's a full keg. And I was like, I want to pull in. So I pulled in. And I probably should have doggy-doored, but I got a little bit greedy and kept going. But yeah, it would have been nice to come out, but I didn't.
Mate, it's moments like these that make careers. In events like this, when you need points, you need to sort of, certify exactly where you are. How much confidence will you take into the next round, knowing that you had a strong heat and you had to fight back?
Yeah, definitely. Like trying. These two last comps are pretty big for me. Like I've got some all right results, but I haven't really got anything great yet. And but I'm trying not to really think about that. I'm just trying to get good surfing done and surf competitively. But definitely those heats where you're behind the 8 ball at the end, there's like a few minutes left and needing like a pretty solid score. To get that score, it's like a massive confidence booster. So yeah, hopefully just carry that sort of momentum and just through the next round. But yeah, we'll see how we go.
Well, congratulations, buddy. I'm going to have a Bex and a lie down after that. But yeah, stoked for you and all the best moving forward in this event.
Cheers, Tim. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, like he said, he felt like he was gone. And he didn't know if that score was the score. Like he said he was splashing water. He didn't know if he left the door open. But on the strength, he deserved the score. When you look at the nature of those two turns, the extension I felt on that first turn was just absolutely next level. So even though, I'm in his corner, I
You didn't think he got the score, though.
No, I know. I was worried. I was hoping he got the score, but I was worried because of the fact that, you never want to leave the door open when it comes to judging, and he said that.
Yeah.
If he'd nailed that last turn, he knew he'd got the score. But good on him, and I just don't think it's going to take much for him to break through, like he said, as we see the surfer in green just unloading on his backhand. But yeah, to break through that mould of getting some results and then claiming the victory. And look at this thing, surfing white. That's Saxon Reba up and right in.
No bias there either, is there, Jimmy?
Lovely barrel.
Saxon Reaver.
What a day.
Another surfer
Great
from
day to be at work.
North Stain Board Riders. This is what happened during that post-heat interview.
Look at this.
Heaps of action out the front here at Avoca. And it was all happening while we were listening to that interview. I saw this one out of the corner of my eye. 2 strong turns here from the man in the white.
Well, I will say it, his backhand is starting to really be one of the stronger points of his attack when it comes to, putting together a solid heat. But look at this heat. We have Glenn Micro Hall, just that veteran, one of the best, not only competitive surfers to come out of Australia, but now probably the number 1 coach in the world. And when you look at the stable of surfers he's put together and the success he's had over a period of time with the likes of the Wrights and Matty Wilco, Molly Picklin, it's just an endless line of surfers who have gone under his tutelage and come out the better for it. And that's a great indication of what he brings, the knowledge of his surfing. And every year he seems to roll himself into this event and everyone's like, oh, God. Oh, Micro again.
Yeah, it's always Micro, isn't it? He's even just watching that wave that he caught then, he's still so crisp and fresh. He surfs so well as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is the man we're talking of here. Beautiful first turn. Just throwing everything into it. Gets a second connection and can't quite get the third.
I remember Micro, one of the first times I laid eyes on him on the QS was when he just came out of juniors, and it was at Surffest, and he literally surfed through about 8 or 9 heats. And you just knew how solid his base was, as we see the surfer in black up and riding. But yeah, he had a unique ability to just find the best waves. And it was like his strategies were so clicked in and so locked in that he was always on the good ones. And I think that's transferred over to his ability when it comes to motivational stuff and working through, with the best surfers in the world. Because technically the surfers are on point. It's more about what's between the ears when it comes to that level of surfing. And I think that Micro has really, as I said, laid the platform. And here we go, heat leader, Saxon Reaver up and riding. Nice first turn, releasing the tail on that second turn. He has a solid base to work with right now. He has a 6.83 and a 5.83. And talking about someone who has utilised the momentum of his performances to his advantage. I feel like he's had a breakout season. He's won a Pro Junior, where last year he had multiple finals, but he couldn't break through that barrier. Now he's taken that into his QS campaign. He's coming away with some nice results. And look, here we go, Micro up and riding, just flaring up, just showing everyone that age is no barrier.
Yeah, Glenn Micro Hall is 41. He's shown us that he's still got it here, Dimmy.
100%.
You're talking before about all the coaching that he does, and at that level, like you said, they can all surf. They're all professional surfers, and the talent's there. But what's between the ears is such a massive thing, and I think for Micro as well, having someone like him in their corner is such a benefit. Like, he's someone that's been on the World Tour, knows what that experience is like, but then he's also fought his way back as well. He qualified at a relatively older age compared to most.
He's one of the oldest.
But then he fell off tour. He had a back injury and then an ankle injury, and he didn't get a wildcard spot for the year after, and he had to fight his way back. And he managed to get himself back on tour before retiring. And I just think having that resilience through injury and also the resilience to actually go, you know what, I still want this.
Here we go, Saxon Reaver, vertical first turn, in on another one. Oh. And looking very switched on in this heat. And you were saying about Micro, that was the thing about his career, the longevity of his career and his ability to fight back from these things that would sometimes mentally break someone down. He always had that positive attitude, and he believed in his talent. And I felt like there was a point where he could have just gone, you know what, I'm done. And talking about good-looking waves, this way, that first turn underneath the lip, just connected again with a second manoeuvre. But yeah, I love the fact that he fought back. And I feel like his surfers, like the Molly Picklins of the world, feed off that energy with micro. And I've said it before, like biomechanically, you know, those elite athletes are at the top of the tree because of what they have, their skill set. So sometimes just having that extra set of eyes, that calming influence when you might be under a little bit of, you know, physical and mental stress, and Micro's the king of that. But the great thing about Micro too, he works a lot with juniors, and he's bringing a lot of people through that Micro Academy. So it's great to see him, you know, showcase his skill set. And right now he's in second. Here we go, the Crow, up and riding. Like a fine wine, gets better with age.
That he does well. Saxon Reba in the white, a 7.5. Last of Saxon. He is in first place and he's extended that lead to solid, critical backhand turns. Great first turn straight into a vertical second and got rewarded with a 7.5. So Surfer in white now in first place. Red in second. Glenn Hall now chasing an almost perfect number. A 9.16 will take him to first. The Surfer in black, Array chasing a 4.75, and Taj Stokes in the blue chasing a 4.78. So at this stage in the heat with 17.5 minutes remaining, it's really a battle for second place, Dimmy.
At this stage, but these guys are so well equipped, Hiroto, and you've got to remember, Taj Stokes has been the man when it came to these series of events in Australia. He's impressed so many people, as has this young guy from Manly, and as I said, he's knowing Saxon the way I do, I feel like the confidence he's generated from his progression through the juniors has done a lot. I think, and I also think, you know, the fact that he got a crack at the World Junior Championships and got a ninth, and along the way beat Joel Vaughan, I think it proved to himself that he's, you know, without doubt, his ability level. So right now he's in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.83, and he is now just out there without priorities, having a bit of fun. But yeah, both Taj and Hiroto have still got so much to offer. Here we go. Look at that first turn, dynamic. In on another turn, just pushing a lot of water, the Japanese surfer. And again, that is nice. Fluency in his surf. Was that a mini sort of claim on that one? But yeah. Okay, so that will be interesting. So we had Micro coming from the left side of the peak and the Japanese surfer Hiroto on the right. A scenario with an interference in that situation, you have to impede the scoring potential of your fellow competitor. So we'll have to see how that unfolded. But yeah, I love the connection with the lip, the fluency of that wave, and I feel like that's easily going to get the score required. He needs a 4.75. And Taj Stokes, who has been the most incredibly gifted wave magnet of this series. I felt like in the three events prior, as we see Micro getting barreled. Yeah, and here we go, the surfer up. Hiroto, nice first jam. Comes around, again, just connecting the dots. And different kind of scope when it comes to wave and what they did on their wave. Micro in the tube and the Japanese surfer just unloading. So, and talking about unloading, this guy. So impressed by what he's brought to the game during the course of this New South Wales Vissla Pro Surf Series. And I felt like every heat he's been in, he's nearly been on the best two waves. Look at this thing. You had to make that decision then. Do I have a crack at that first turn or will I ride the tube? He went for the tube and he executed nicely, so it's going to put him back in the game. So it's, as I said, Saxon Reba is not safe in this heat. The calibre of surfer he's up against, they know they can drop big numbers. And look at that. That last wave of the surfer in black was a 7.10. So the Japanese surfer fighting hard to get himself back into second position. Micro Hall locked in a 5.17, and Taj Stokes, I think, Brett, is waiting for a score.
Yeah, so the surfer in blue, Taj Stokes, he's chasing a 7.13. Whether or not that last wave will be enough. He had a great read on that barrel. I feel like it kind of just allowed him to do that. Like the wave kind of set himself up for it. Like what am I trying to say? He almost didn't have to work that hard to get barreled just then. There was no stalling. It just kind of was there. It was positioned perfectly in front of him. He gets a 5.2.
Surfing White, current heat leader up again, flying down the line, into it, and that wave, you can see there was a lot of speed down the line on that wave, and it didn't allow him to really attack. But yeah, I felt like there was a lot of risk if Taj tried to do that turn at the start of that wave, so he elected to go to the tube. We'll see what the judges think as we see Saxon up and right in once more, and nothing ventured, nothing gained for the surfer in white there. He's trying to offload a 6.83. He has a 7.5 and a 6.83. That is his position in the heat, and right now, still the surfer in black still needs a 7.24, so he's established a really solid lead, has Saxon Reba, and right now it is up to Glenn Hall and Taj Stokes to get a score locked in. They need a score in that 6-point range, and when you consider the quality of the waves on offer, that's right in there, in the ballpark for those two guys.
Highly achievable for both of those surfers. The last in blue, Taj Stokes, a 5.2. Great surfing. I just feel like there was potential to kind of get a bit deeper in that barrel before going into those two turns. I liked how he actually placed the second turn. He laid into it, but didn't carve down too much to where he would have lost speed and then lost kind of the wave in front of him. He read that perfectly.
Here we go. Looks like someone having a look at his Saxon Reba. Tucks under the lip of this wave, gets in the tube, gets a nice clean entrance out of there, and you can see Micro also on that wave too. So the guys separated by quite a bit of difference. What about the last heat of this round? Billy Stemman, the Kiwi, taking on Kai Martin, Alistair Reginato, and Joel Vaughan. That could easily be a final. All these heats could be finals. So we'll see what the judges think of that last ride of Saxon and Micro. Is it going to be enough to turn the tide for the Crow? Here we go. Saxon just lines up this tube. Nice little exit out of there and leans into a drop wallet. Probably been watching Dayan Neve do that over the course of his life. And Micro, nice attack. Wow. That was some good turns from the Crow. Judges have their work cut out. We're down to the final 11 minutes. And we're going to roll through to the round of 16 for the women. As we said before, there's waves on offer. You do not go anywhere because that is the nature of our sport. Things can change dramatically. And I feel like the scoring potential is up there in the excellent range for these surfers. So why not just hang around? Don't go anywhere. We're going to be here.
If anything, I feel like the conditions have actually improved throughout the day, and it's actually getting better as the afternoon goes on. So good call there from the contest directors to continue running. They are, of course, 30-minute heats.
Yep.
Allowing
plenty
surfers
of opportunity.
The extra opportunity, extra time. It's a good thing if you're on the right side of that time.
It can be a negative.
It can work against you sometimes.
It can work against you. But I feel like... the quality of the surfing has come to the fore today, and allowing that little bit extra time, that extra 10 minutes, I feel like has opened it up to surfing at the highest level. And we've seen it through the course of the day in the men's and the women's, and we're going to roll into the round of 16. We are flying through this event, but there is such an important element to the event as well when it comes to qualification. These men and women have trained so hard in the off-season to get to a point to put themselves in a position to qualify for the Challenger, and why it's fun and games in the commentary box. There's so much riding on results, and you feel for the surfers as such. It can be such an amazing sport, but it can also be such an isolated sport for an athlete, and mentally you just got to keep yourself in tune, and that's what I love about the sport. You're at the element of the ocean, nature. So many things have to go your way to succeed in professional surfing. And that's what makes it such a unique landscape.
It is. There's so many factors that come into it. You know, you're not only competing against yourself and another competitor, but you're competing against the ocean. And look at that thing there for Taj Stokes, not able to get out of it.
That was a cabin.
It is starting to pump here at Avoca for the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 presented by Mad Mex.
Anything I haven't seen today is a broken board. Have you?
No, not yet, which is surprising.
Which is unusual.
I feel like in these conditions, it's definitely something that would normally be happening.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go. Saxon Reba in the lead, 14.332 wave combination. I'm sure that all the Rebas will be out there watching. Comes from a very solid foundation. His dad was actually a really good rugby player, played sevens, and his uncle actually was a NRL player, so played for the Bears. So a big shout out to the Reba family. I know the old man probably won't be online. He gets a little bit too nervous watching his son, as a lot of the fathers do, because they're so invested in their careers. As we see Saxon flying down the line, kicking out. But yeah, massive shout out to everyone online as we see the Crow coming through that little frothy monster, leans in to a nice forehand turn, the goofy footer. And you can just see Saxon just keeping nice and busy. So, yeah, it's a cracker day, moving day at Avoca Beach, the WSL event. We're going to be rounding out the series. Incredible how quick this year's gone. But, yeah, rounding out next week at Surfest. I spoke to Warren Smith the other day, and Wazza was saying that, you know, he's so excited to see what happens in that event. Traditionally, they'll get surfers who normally don't do QSs come up and be a part of it because it's such a unique, iconic event. And when you look at the honours roll that have won that event in itself, in its own right, it's a great way to finish. But right now, this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, it has been on fire. The surfing's been world class, and we have got a couple of days of competition. Big shout out to all the staff at Vissla and Sisstrevolution for bringing this event and this series together over a long period of time. They've been real supporters of Surfing New South Wales. And it goes back to our great mate John Shamuka, and forever will be missed. And great to have a legacy that Shmoo left. Just an icon of the sport. And a mentor to myself and you. And, I remember some of the best times we had with Shmoo was at this event at Avoca. Funny times. And, yeah, it's great, as I said, to have John Mossop and the crew as a part of this event. And traditionally, I feel like we've always sort of scored good waves here.
We have. It's just one of those, I feel like one of those events where consistently it's always good. Like, obviously it's not like this all year round. I'm sure the Central Coast probably tell us that it is, but or maybe it isn't.
Who knows?
But it is absolutely pumping right now.
Look at this thing.
Scored again here this year. Big turn there from the surfer in black. That's Hirota Arai from Japan. Lays into the last section, gets the completion, looks back at the beach.
Sort of looking around going, was that the number? I remember seeing him in the World Juniors. This guy's got such a solid base. I feel like the Japanese, when they come to Australia, every year you see a new one pop from the pack. We saw Hiroto Ohara back in the day. He's still right there. But this guy as well, he was one of the ones that you sort of identified from a young age as we see Saxon in a good-looking wave. What about that jam? Unloading on that second manoeuvre and kicking out. So another two-turn combo. But yeah, the Japanese contingent, this means a lot to them as well. We're talking about the qualification for the Aussies. Well, they are looking to qualify through their region. And look at this, lovely surfing. He's got such a great low centre of, his stance is so solid.
I feel like that's commonality between a lot of the Japanese competitors and Japanese surfers in general. Is that they do seem to have that low center
100%.
and they've got so much stability through their legs.
Yep.
And they're pretty calculated with their technique, I feel.
I think
but they're just so disciplined.
I think technically that might come from the quality of waves in Japan. It's a little bit different to our landscape. So having that low centre of gravity, that base, gives them a good foundation. As we see someone having a crack at this, here we go. Taj Stokes in a drainer, still going. Oh, he was so close to riding out then. And here we go. It looks like Glenn Micro Hall up and riding, exploding through the lip, releasing the tail. That is new age surfing from the Crow, but only one turn, and then Saxon Reaver flying down the line. He looks like he wants to go to the air, but pulls out. So that last wave, slowly but surely, the surfer from Japan is starting to like squeeze the life out of third and fourth in this heat. So he has now put it to a situation where Taj needs an 8.97 and Micro needs an 8.20. So slowly and surely he's built house to put more pressure on third and fourth. But I feel like this was going to be a big score if he actually came out clean.
He just got clipped at the end there, which was unfortunate for Taj Stokes. He had a great read on it. I wanted to see him come out of that, Dimmy.
That would have made it a little bit interesting and got the juices flowing for both Hiroto and Saxon when it came to where they stood, because we've spoke about it. His run through the QS in 2023 has been nothing but extraordinary. He's just been, it's just the way he's gone about it for me. I've watched Taj and just gone, wow, he is just in such great rhythm with the ocean. And to be honest, like, it's a tough ask to beat him in any conditions, especially this year with what he's brought to the table. Right now, it is the surfer in black with first priority, Saxon Reaver with second priority. You can see him just out on the far right-hand side of your screen there. He's identified he wants one of these rides, and right now Hiroto is playing defense. And with priority, it's sometimes what you don't do more than what you do. So you can actually use it as a blocking mechanism. He doesn't have to get a score. It's the other two surfers who need another opportunity. But it can be a little bit tricky at times to try and identify what you should be, working with. And they'll try to sell you. Glenn Micro, what, mate, he's old school. He could sell ice to the Eskimos. He could bluff you into anything, Crow.
Well, at the moment, he's searching for an 8.2 if he's wanting to move on through to the round of 16. As we hit the Mad Mex minute, it is well and truly lunchtime here, so be sure to scan the QR code on screen, grab your 2-for-1 burritos thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfing New South Wales across the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. If you're tuning into the broadcast, be sure to scan the QR code, download the app, and enter the code SURFING, the capital S, to redeem the offer. Live action in the water. Here's Taj Stokes, last opportunity, chasing an 8.97. Little cover up to start with, but that's not going to be the number that he's searching for. Moment. Will there be another opportunity for Glenn Hall? I feel like that was the last one there for Taj Stokes. As we look to conclude the men's round of 32, heat number 7. Saxon Reaver moving on through with Hiroto Arai. Unfortunately bowing out Glenn Hall and Taj Stokes. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for all the live action of heat number 8.
This is the motivation.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Avoca Beach for all the live action of the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 presented by Mad Mex. This is our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We are into the final heat of the men's round of 32, heat number 8. Water, we have Billy Stairman, Cal Martin, Alistair Reginato and Joel Vaughan. So another exciting matchup between these four competitors. Have a stunning day here at Avoca. Conditions have just continued to improve throughout the day. Had a bit of lump and bump on the face this morning, but it's really started to smooth out as the day has continued. The sun is shining, the water is blue, the clarity's there, and well, the waves are pumping. It is just getting better, and we've decided that we're going to go ahead and move into the women's round of 16 to finish off today. We watch live action in the water. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Steve Robertson. And Robbo, what a matchup we've got on our hands.
And what a day it's been up to date. It's just been fantastic and super clean conditions, no sea breeze. It's as good as it gets.
I honestly don't think we could ask for much more right now. It is pumping.
Yep, look at these waves and look at this heat. Another stacked heat. Kian Martin comes from Bali, and he's over here for this dual sanctioned event as well. So, and here's our man Alistair Reginato, who's had such a good season to date, has really stepped up his performance levels, and excited to see how he performs here and into the next event, and if he can qualify for the Challenger, like all these surfers. Joel Vaughan, the last time I saw him was at Maruba in that semi-final, which was amazing.
Yeah, Vaughnie, he's been around for a while. He's still quite young. He's only 19, but he's just a competitor that is so good at what he does. So we watch a Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is the heat so far while we're in that short commercial break. On screen, that is Billy Stairman from New Zealand. A good opening wave here for the surfer in red. Just a quick start there. We had an answer back from the surfer in the blue. Belts that second section straight into a third. That's Kian Martin.
Yep, this is going to be close. Wow.
Feel like this is the best wave of the exchange so far. Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast.
Powerful, critical, vertical moves from Reginato.
And Joel Vaughan,
wow.
He answered straight back. You'd call him the local here. He's from the Central Coast. Surfs for North Shelley Board Riders just up the road. Alistair Reginato, talk about a quick start to put some numbers on the board, Robbo.
Yeah, well, look at the waves. Can't pass up on taking off on any of these.
And with 30-minute heats, there's so much time on the clock.
And the judges have their work cut out with all those waves being ridden. They haven't posted their scores. They've got to compare all those waves, discuss them, get them in the right order. Okay, they've opened a score up for Billy Stairman to 5.17. Scores are dropping fast. Keon Martin scored 4.5. And wow.
This is what happened during our other replay. Just a quick one there for the surfer in blue, Kian Martin. Born in Sweden, raised in Indonesia.
That's correct, and he's done a lot of surfing lives in Bali, has done a lot of surfing on the Asian circuit over the past few years and consistently makes the semi-finals and finals. And yeah, he's a real talent and another very young surfer as well.
He's sitting 5th on the Asian regional series at the moment.
Okay, right.
Looking for a good result here. As with this surfer here, Alistair Reginato from Alexandra Headland on the Sunshine Coast. He's sitting 7th on the Australia Oceanic Regional Series. Billy Stammen sitting 4th. And, well, Joel Vaughan, he's such a savvy competitor, but he's sitting 24th at the moment on the QS leg.
That's interesting, yep. So he'd be keen not just to get through this for his own rankings, but he'd be keen to knock out either Billy Stammen or Reginato so that it narrows the gap for him to try and qualify. And nice surfing off the tail. So a lot of scores to come in, but as you pointed out, you felt that Reginato had the best of it, a 7.67.
Talking about getting the best of it, a surfer that was in form in that last heat, Saxon Reba, you absolutely smashed it. How are you feeling?
Good, thanks.
Hey Saxon, you've had a fair
Alright,
bit
the
of
boys
experience leading...
behind you.
That's okay. Hey, you've had a fair bit of experience leading into this event. I know that you're still a pro junior, you're doing well on that rankings, you've had a couple of wins. Is that something that you've been able to tap into and build your confidence levels moving into the QS?
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely gives you a bit of confidence and hopefully a bit of momentum, but there are a lot of different people and I don't know, it's like going through high school, so you kind of got to change.
Saxton, you've had a few good results. All right, we'll come back to that shortly.
Yeah, we've just experienced some technical difficulties. I'm sure we'll fix that post-heat interviewed area shortly, but live action in the water. That's Joel Vaughan, goes up and can't stick the landing. But I tell you what, Joel Vaughan in the black, he's locked in an 8.17, backed it up with a 6.43, and has shot him straight on into first place. Alistair Reginato in the white now in second place, closely following with a 7.67 and a 6.63. He's now chasing a 6.94 for first. But Kean Martin in the blue, Billy Stammen in the red. Well, they're put in a tricky situation, Robbo. Chasing an excellent numbers, almost perfect.
Wow, what a start from Vaughan and Reginato. Big scores, and they've got backup scores as well. That's indicative of the quality of waves that are out there. So I guess for Billy and Kean Martin, it may seem like a big ask, but there's good waves out there and there's plenty of time, so they can get rid of the scores they've got on the scoreboard and chase down 14.6 and 14.3 tallies for sure.
We watched Joel Vaughan. Huge, yeah, massive. I just felt the rotation. He was so quick.
His success rate is sensational. I mean, that semi-final he surfed, I think it was at Maroubra, he pulled off everything. And
that was a spectacular heat that we watched in Maroubra with Joel Vaughan. But, well, we've been informed that we have Saxon back down there ready to go. Saxon, can you pick up where we left off?
Yeah, got you guys good. I forgot the question though, sorry.
No, that's fair enough. Saxon, you've been doing quite well these last few events and into this event. How are you feeling about your surfing and where you're at and what you want to achieve over the next few weeks?
Yeah, feeling good. Just feeling a bit of confidence, you know. Just when you make heats, it grows your confidence, momentum. So that's the goal, just to make heats, just surf, and hopefully that does the rest for me.
Hey Saxon, I know, like I mentioned before, I know you're a pro junior. You're obviously in the QS right now. Where's your focus for 2023? Are you looking to qualify for the Challenger Series, or is this more of an experience play for you?
Bit of both, definitely. But I guess I try not to focus on the rankings and the numbers too much. Then I get caught up in that. I'd rather just try and surf and do my own thing, and then hopefully that just all pays off.
And Saxon, it looks to us commentating that all these heats seem really stacked. What's it like as a surfer, at this pointy end? Is it just high pressure all the way?
Oh, 100%. There's never easy heats, so you always kind of got to be on your game, and it's pretty hard. So you just try and surf your own heat. You can't control what they do.
Okay, well, you're surfing a good game at the moment, and we'll let you get ready for your next round. Well done, and good luck as you go forward in this event.
Well, let
Thank you very
Saxon
much.
eat that
Thank you.
Mad Mex burrito.
Mad Max, that's way better than talking to us. Get stuck into that. And look at this surfer, Joel Vaughan. He is on fire in this heat. 8.93 and 8.17, and it's a lot to do with how successful he is with his aerial moves.
On screen there, scan that QR code, grab your 2-for-1 burritos. We just saw the burrito come on screen a minute ago for Saxon Reba, but you can grab one yourself or grab two. Live action in the water, Kian Martin. He goes to the air. Can he stick it? He's got the landing there, Robbo.
That was good.
Still got another section ahead.
Yep, I've seen Kian a lot in Asia, and I've seen his air game over there, and yep, he's brought it to the table now. He realises he's got to get busy and go for the critical moves to get himself back into this heat. He's not out of it by any means because the waves are good, and he does have that air game, and he's bringing it into play. Let's look at this. You could see strategy.
This is the replay of Billy Stammen, the competitor from New Zealand. He is an Olympian. Cracks the last section. Kian Martin in the blue answered straight back. He saw the section and, well, he didn't hold back.
Wow. Okay, so scores will come in and put him back in the game.
What a heat we have on our hands here, Robbo. There's still 17 minutes on the clock, and look at the numbers already locked in.
Yep. Billy Stammen's posted a 6.93, so he's up the ante and he's getting himself back into the game. He needs a 7.38 to try and get to second. You would imagine Joel Vaughan's feeling pretty good about himself with an 8.93 and an 8.17, but that can change. Reginado, 7.67 and a 6.63. He'll want to get rid of that 6.63. And Kian Martin, an 8.23 for that last ride, so it's well rewarded. It's the second best wave of the heat so far. So Kian Martin's put himself right back in contention, only needs a 6.07. So just when you thought these two were running away, Stammen and Martin have come right back into it.
Things are heating up, not just on the beach, but in the water. Look at the scoreline between these four competitors. Fourth place, a total of 12.1. Now that would be normally pretty close to enough. You
It'd
get
be a
through
respectable
at least
score.
second place in most heats. But, well, in this heat, it sees Billy Stammen in fourth place, chasing a 7.38 to advance into the men's round of 16. And what an absolute stacked draw we have here at the Central Coast. We've watched the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Joel Vaughan.
Beautiful surfing. It's such complete surfing. Now, he didn't go to the air on that one, but he showed us some really good, powerful surfing. Goes to the air. He's got a flawless air attack. His success rate has staggered me. So, yep, that was our heat leader mainly, Joel Vaughan, 8.93 and an 8.17. He's a very complete, impressive surfer.
Just over 15 minutes on the clock. We are just about halfway through this heat. This is, of course, the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. It is a WSL QS 3000. A lot of points on offer here with winners taking away that 3,000 points. Our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. Kian Martin up and riding, floats the section. Wave starts to flatten out, and Alistair Reginado answers straight back, just bogs a rail on the way down there, Robbo.
Yep, and you could see Kian Martin on that left. He was looking for a backhand aerial move. He got the speed up, but the wave just didn't deliver him the launching pad on that. So you can see his strategy is firmly fixed.
14 and a half minutes. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay of a wave that was caught by Joel Vaughan. Huge air attempt there, but just not quite able to get down off the lip.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't make it because he makes just about everything he goes for in the air, Joel Vaughan.
So much height. I could
He
only
did.
imagine where that number would have
Yeah.
went had he have been able to stick that landing properly. Joel Vaughan in the black, well and truly in first place right now with an 8.93 and an 8.17. Surfer in second place, Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast, chasing a 9.43 to take the lead. Kian Martin in third place, chasing a 6.07, and Billy Stammen in the red, a 7.38 will take him into the next round.
And I'm pretty sure Reginato will have in his head, I've got a 6.63 that I've got to get rid of because Martin is right on my tail. He only needs a 6.07, and Billy Stammen 7.38 in clean, peaky beach breaks. He's very capable of that. So it's going to be interesting.
That is Billy Stammen on screen there, using his priority, not able to find the exit there. They're not going to be the 7.38 that he is chasing. Make his way back into the lineup and reset.
Plenty of time for the Kiwi.
Kiwi competitor, 8 times New Zealand champion. George Kian Martin on screen and just separating himself from the board.
Yep, you can see his strategy though. He's going to stick with it and he's got plenty of time to do it. Posted that 8.23, just needs another good to excellent wave score and he'll be through.
And that's the thing, I feel like with 30-minute heats, there really is so much time. You know, we were only probably 10 minutes into the heat and a fair few numbers have been locked in. And in a normal situation with a 20-minute heat, you'd feel like, oh, the heat might have just run away on me. But
No,
it
not out
allows
here.
competitors to reset and just chip away at their requirements.
Yep.
It almost gets harder for the competitors with scores, say, like Joel Vaughan's. He's going to have to get something better than 8.17 if he wants to improve his situation. Whereas the
Yeah,
other surfers, they can take off.
They can go.
Joel Vaughan well and truly in first place right now. And well, he's also got first priority as well. The local competitor showing us the local knowledge here on the Central Coast. Does surf for North Shelley board riders. We are, of course, at Avoca Beach. Beautiful part of the world.
It is a magnificent beach, the backdrop, the nature, the restaurants, the people. Everything about it is the great Australian coastal lifestyle, especially on days like this when the wind's offshore, the sun's out and there's pumping waves up and down the beach.
Massive thank you to a couple of our supporting rights partners who are central here to the Central Coast. They are, of course, the Avoca Beach Hotel, offering great surfing accommodation with fully self-contained rooms and plenty of parking. Be sure to visit the avocabeachhotel.com.au. Looking for a great place to stay and also a nice place to eat as well. Got their own bistro. Also have a cafe there as well, but we also have to thank the Central Coast Council. It's been speaking of this destination in a beautiful part of New South Wales. Wouldn't be here without the local council, Central Coast Council. Headland to hinterland. South Wales Central Coast is making waves. You can discover the region's charming seaside villages, dine on a paddock to plate menus and explore coast to country. You've got the best of both worlds here, Robbo.
You've got it all, and if you need some city action, you're not far away from Sydney. You can get in there in an hour comfortably.
Certainly no city person, but good to know it's close by.
Yes.
Live action in the water on screen. Our competitors, I feel like there's a little bit more urgency in the paddle there from White and Red, just kind of White hunting the line up a little bit, maybe looking to drop that 6.63 from his scoreline. He's opting to paddle away from Red and Black. Blue further down the beach. It's interesting whether or not he's actually making his way towards that competitor.
I wonder. It's a very early stage to be considering blocking, but yeah, he's keeping him in his sights, that's for sure.
Maybe his thinking pattern might be if I just go sit at least on the same bank as him, I'm having the same opportunity. Not sure.
Well, he's got priority over him, so I guess it's a two-way street. He can get the best wave if it comes, and he can block him at the same time. So we're going to have a recap, but this is an interesting heat. Let's have a look at these waves. There's high scores throughout this, and that's Reginato. Powerful surfer on his backhand. These are strong moves, and Reginato has the power game, and he began well. He has a good 7.6 wave. Watch this strong turn, and here's our heat leader. Super smooth, stylish surfer. Finishes off well. They were all turns, no airs, but watch him here as he takes to the air. Super clean.
That was Billy Stairman up on screen there. The Kiwi competitor linking this one all the way through. Pretty cool finish, but still sitting in 4th place. This man here got an 8.23 as he took to the air and managed to get the completion and finish off with a little foam climb to finish. It's an excellent number there from the man in the blue, originally from Sweden.
Kian Martin.
Indonesia.
Yep, lives in Indonesia, has developed all his surfing in Indonesia. Needs a 6.07.
It's crazy to think that you can lock in such a high number but still not be in a position to progress through into the next round.
Yeah.
7.5 minutes remaining.
He'll be anxious, nervous, and if he doesn't get through, he'd be super frustrated because he has had plenty of time to get rid of that 4.5 and chase down that 6.07. But there's still 7 minutes remaining, so Kian Martin in 3rd position. Billy Stairman, don't count him out. He's the most experienced surfer out there in the lineup, and he knows exactly what he has to do to try and get that 7.38.
Just under 7 minutes on the clock. I feel like there's still enough time for another opportunity to come through for all 4 surfers.
Yep, exactly.
At the moment, it is Joel Vaughan, the local from the Central Coast, in 1st place with an 8.93 and an 8.17. He had a 5th place at the Great Lakes Pro. He's currently sitting 24th on the 2022-2023 QS Series here on the Australasia Oceanic Regional leg.
He could rapidly move up the ratings. So Joel's priority has gone to 4th priority, so he took off on this wave. Can see what he's thinking, but that didn't offer him the opportunity. No great loss. He's pretty comfortable out in 1st with an 8.93 and an 8.17, although it was a similar scoreline that he lost out in his semi-final in Maroubra. Okay, surfer up and riding and out of there.
What a semi-final that was in Maroubra between Joel Vaughan and Dakota Walters. They just went wave for wave, air for air. One of the best heats that I've watched.
It was.
In the history of surfing.
And I guess in a lot of ways it didn't end well for Dakota Walters, who scored a perfect 10, but from what I'm told, has done some severe damage to the leg, and it's not a good story.
No, I have heard about that too. Some pretty solid damage to his ankle. Unfortunate for Dakota.
Which is going to require operations and a lot of time and recovery. So, yeah, it was emotionally a mixed heat because he scored the perfect 10. He did an incredible manoeuvre. He took out the semi-final, but all that happened at a great cost. So Dakota has suffered a serious injury from that event. And yeah, it looks like this season is going to be a lot of rehabilitation and recovery. So we wish him the best and hope to see him back out there as soon as possible.
Tell you what, Dakota Walters, he did well to just carry himself the way he did when he, went out of that competition. He got the 10, got the injury on the 10, but still managed to ride out of it and stay on his feet as long as he could before he made his way in.
I know. Incredible.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan, he was the competitor. The other Rashi in that semi-final up against Dakota. Joel Vaughan in this heat, putting together another excellent heat here. Looking to move on through into the round of 16 and hopefully get a decent result. 3,000 points. If he could take a win here, that's a massive jump in the rankings.
I feel like that semi-final is sort of the catalyst that Joel Vaughan can push himself onto a roll. He looks more confident. He's going for his airs. He's sticking them all the time. He's scoring excellent waves. It could be a real catalyst to his immediate future.
And although he didn't move through that semi-final at the time, I think, one, obviously the surfing performance, but then two, the fact that he did have his back up against the wall, and just to be able to flip the heat and just put together the numbers that he did in such a short amount of time under pressure.
I commentated that heat and we wrote him off. We thought he's finished. Dakota had opened up such a massive lead, and then Vaughan dug deep and took the lead. It took a perfect 10-point ride from Walters to steal it back. But right now, Joel Vaughan comfortably out in front, and as we've been rambling on, the clock's been ticking down, and we're now down to 2.5 minutes. So it is getting very anxious moments for Kian Martin, especially, only requiring the 6.07, and Billy Stammond holding second priority, looking for a 7.38. And now only 2.5 minutes to achieve the score. Now's the time Reginato may be seriously looking to utilise that priority, which he holds.
This is, of course, our final heat of this men's round of 32. Coming up next, we have the women's round of 16 heats 1 to 4. We'll see Ellie Harrison, Mariah Ikeda, Sarah Baum, and Mia Huppets. Exciting matchup for the women.
It's going to be fantastic. They've got pristine conditions out there.
We have been blessed with the conditions here at Avoca. It just seems to provide the goods every single year. Beautiful
All these
location.
beach breaks, these beach breaks up and down the central and mid-north coast of New South Wales. Incredibly consistent, lots of variety, and good waves everywhere. Have a takeoff.
That is Joel Vaughan up on his forehand. Well, he's just out there having fun now, Robbo.
What a great style. His powerful in-pocket surfing combined with his aerial talents. And not quite sticking that one, but with a minute to go, he's going to be safely through. It's second place that's of interest, and 1 minute remaining. Reginato holding priority. It's going to take something very special for Kian Martin or Billy Stammond to get through.
As we hit the Mad Mex minute with 45 seconds on the clock, thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfing New South Wales again across the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program. But live action in the water, this is Alistair Reginato. Couple of turns, I don't think that's going to improve on his situation. He was looking to drop a 6.63.
And he was looking to block Billy Stammond, which he did on that wave. So, his score won't improve. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Kian Martin, no opportunity for an aerial there, so he's kicked out and we're down to 10 seconds. Billy Stammond, what's he got? He's going to need something big and special.
Gets the completion, makes it look easy. Is it a 7.38?
I don't know. He made it look so easy.
He is milking this one for all it's worth.
One big move from Billy. That was unexpected. He knew he had to do something big. We'll get a replay on that one.
Absolutely effortless there from the man in the red, but will it be the number that he requires? He's chasing a 7.38 as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, Robbo.
Well, yeah, I mean, we never know what to think when the aerials, I mean, there's a lot of technicality to them, and the judges understand those technicalities better than we do. Will he get the score of 7.38? I don't think so, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Well,
Britt?
we've been wrong before.
Many times.
I feel like it just wasn't critical enough to get the 7.38. Had he have done this and then linked it to another turn, I feel like he would have got the number, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. But like I said, we've been wrong before.
I know. He's given the judges something to think about. That's for certain. Billy Stammen, the Kiwi, needs a 7.38.
And it looks like that concludes the men's round of 32, heat number 8. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of the women's round of 16.
This is the motivation.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Avoca Beach for the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series 2023. This is our final stop of that series. This is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000, presented by Magmex. We are into the women's round of 16. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. And, well, who have we got in the water, Robbo?
Ali Harrison, who's begun with a 3.33. Mia Huppets, Sarah Bourne, and Aikida. I'm not sure of the Christian name. From Japan, no doubt. Mirai Aikida. I'll go with that. I'm sure she's from Japan. But Ali Harrison has been a fantastic surfer on the QS. She's a young emerging Victorian surfer and she's doing really, really well. Mia Huppets, originally from Victoria, Torquay girl, and now residing on the Gold Coast. Sarah Baum, as we know, from South Africa, spends a lot of time in Australia. And Aikida from Japan. So we've got a replay.
Is the action that went down while we're in that short commercial break. This is Ellie Harrison from Victoria. It's the one turn there. So quick start there for Ellie. Destination New South Wales for that replay. We are, of course, into the women's round of 16, heat 1. We have 4 heats of this round.
And then we're calling it a day. That'll be it.
Are calling it a day. So we're making the most of these conditions that we have in front of us. They are 30-minute heats. Still plenty on offer in the lineup. Been talking about it all day. I really just feel like these conditions are improving as the day continues. Watching live action of that Japanese competitor up and riding, carves into the pocket. Wave starts to flatten out.
Yeah, she got sold into that by Sarah Baum and utilised her priority. It's not going to be a big score, but she's They all have plenty of time, so she'll be back out in the lineup. Mia Huppert's holding priority.
Green up and riding, just hitting the eject button right in front of her competitor in the black. Quick up and out. Absolutely stunning day here at Avoca.
No sea breeze, which is amazing, but plenty of heat as New South Wales endures yet another heat wave.
Hot for the next 4 days or so. We have our previous heat winner down there ready to go with a post-heat interview. Joel Vaughan, it's Britt Nicol and Steve Robbo in the booth. How are you feeling putting together 2 excellent numbers and just running away with that heat?
Yeah, I'm really stoked to get a good start in that heat, and yeah, stoked to take the win. The boys have been surfing really well, so yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough one.
Now, Joel, you're looking really confident. I know that you're from the Central Coast. Does it help having the local area as the event site and just being able to go home and stick to your regular routine, sleep in your own bed? Does that help with events like this?
Yeah, it's so useful just to be able to drive home. I only live 15 minutes away, so just to get to sleep in my own bed every night is yes, it's really good. And come over here a little bit to surf, so I feel like I know the area a fair bit, and yeah, I'm stoked it's nice and close to home.
Joel, the quality of all these heats seems incredible. Every heat you go in must feel like it's a high-pressure, tense situation. There's just no easy heats.
Yeah, there's none. I watched a few of the first few heats, and everyone was surfing so good, and I just had to kind of remind myself just to focus on myself and try to pick good waves and not worry about everyone else, and just kind of try to like pick my own good waves and just surf as good as I can.
Well, that game plan seems to be working well for you, Joel. We'll let you go now and prepare for your next round, which will probably be tomorrow. But good luck as this event unfolds. We love what you're doing.
Thanks heaps.
Joel Vaughan, he's a great young surfer emerging, and yeah, I'm sure quite a few people will be tipping him to take out this event, the way he's surfing.
Is a phenomenal surfer, and like we talked about before, just that pressure, I feel like for Vaughanie, he's a surfer that I've seen a lot of over the years, coming through the New South Wales system as a junior and then progressing onto, you know, the pro juniors and the QS. But I just feel like we all know what he's capable of. I feel like he knows what he's capable of and has that confidence, but maybe coming off situations like what he had in Maroubra really helps build that momentum with the confidence coming into QS events like this.
Absolutely. He would have learnt a lot from that, to be able to come from so far behind and take the lead, put the pressure right on Dakota Walters in that one, go down, but go down on a huge score line. Yeah. So we see Sarah Baum on her backhand and finishes off reasonably. And the thing that impresses me about Joel Vaughan is his on-face moves are incredibly precise, technically flawless, and he's a very powerful, impressive surfer that seems to have a good head on his shoulders as well.
Yeah, he's very humble, he's very grounded, he comes from a good family, and I think he's got a good support network around him in the local area as well. And I think, you know, like you said, he's good at keeping the board in the water as well. And I feel like it is one of those things that if surfers can be as good on the face as they are in the air, that's a massive advantage, because more often than not you see they might be good at the foundations but not great in the air, or the other way around. Whereas when they've got the full package like that, they really become hard to beat.
Yep. No, he's a threat in any heat, that's for certain.
In the water, we have the women's. This is, of course, the women's round of 16, heat number 1, just under 21 minutes on the clock. Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000, presented by Mad Mex. In the water at the moment, Ellie Harrison in the red in first place with a 3.33 and a 1.9. Sarah Baum in the white, locked in a 4.33 on that last one. She's She's got a backup of a 0.83, looking for a 0.9 for first.
And I think Mia Huppatz has a reasonable score to drop. So
there it is.
Yep, a 4.73. So that puts her into the lead. 4.73 is the top scoring ride of the heat so far. Mia Huppatz has it. She's in the lead, just ahead of Ali Harrison. With a 3.33 and a 1.9. Sarah Bourne, the 4.33. So, yeah, it's a close heat.
Mia Huppatz, Ellie Harrison, both from Victoria. I know Mia now lives on the Gold Coast, but these two competitors would have surfed up against each other a fair bit over their time.
Yes, no doubt.
Watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Sarah Baum on her backhand. We've got the replay for the surfer in green. Nice couple of turns, little hung up, but she managed to get up and around the section again.
Yep,
and
good surfing from Mia.
Lock in the number that she was chasing. Surfer in green in first place with a 4.73 and a 1.2. Still plenty of time remaining. 30-minute heats.
Mia actually travelled to a lot of the Asian events last year, and particularly at the event that we ran at Nias, she was super impressive. She got some big barrel rides, and I think she made the semi-finals of that event, but it was a real breakout performance for Mia, and her barrel riding technique was particularly impressive.
I think events like that as well, it really shows the separation because the waves are pumping.
Yeah.
And you soon be able to pick the pack of who can handle themselves and who can't.
Yep.
Really rising to the challenge, young Mia Huppatz. So she had a 5th place in Taiwan and she had a 5th place at Nias.
Yeah, there you go.
Great couple of
Good
results there.
And her younger sister is a super impressive surfer as well. She took out a win on the QS at Burleigh not long ago.
So young.
Yeah.
Winning her first QS
I
already.
know. I think she's maybe an Australian junior. She's had a good result there as well. But the Huppatz family, Marcus, the father, we know well. He's a great surfer from Portland. But now they're all based on the beautiful Gold Coast. So Ali Harrison posted a 3.27. So it's a pair of low 3-point rides that has Ali in the lead over Mia Huppatz with that 4.73. Early days, still 17.5 minutes remaining.
Bit of a slow start here for the Japanese competitor, but at the moment hasn't really been much of substance caught. There's nothing over a 4.73 on the scoreboard at the moment, so it's still anybody's heat. It is wide open at the moment. Just over 17 minutes on the clock, as I mentioned earlier. 30-minute heats. It allows competitors just to really make the most of their time in the lineup. And I heard one of the guys say earlier that he knew that within that 30-minute period there'd be at least 2 good sets that came through.
Yep, and that's a good way to look at it.
I feel competitors just really able to find their rhythm with the ocean rather than scramble. They're able to sit and select the waves that they actually want.
And when it gets down to 2-person heats, they'll have even more time. Not sure if they'll stick to the 30 minutes.
Well, I feel like now that they've started the 30-minute run, I
set
feel
the
like
precedent,
set the bar. But I mean, you never know, contest directors. But I feel like once they've already, I know when you start a round, and if you cut halfway through, you've got to finish it at the same time clock. Yeah, we'll wait and see. We've got still plenty of time up our sleeves with the schedule. Still another 2 days of the event, and well, after this, we'll be into the women's quarterfinals.
Any forecasting expertise, Britt, from yourself? No, you don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. Get up, we'll see what it's like.
I think there's meant to be a slight change in wind direction.
Oh, that can't be good.
It's probably partly explanatory as to why they decided to run
the
women's round of 16 this afternoon, knowing that they've got good conditions. Certainly want to capitalise on that because you never know what could happen overnight. We're playing with Mother Nature. As much as there might be a forecast there, it can be thrown out the window in the morning.
Yes. world's best surfers and the world's best waves. So while you've got good waves, make the most of them, and that's what the crew at Surfing New South Wales are doing.
Is of course our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We started at the Great Lakes Pro. We're finishing here at the Central Coast Pro. Both of those events QS 3000s. We also had a QS 1000 in Port Stephens and another in Maroubra. So it's been a great leg of events here in New South Wales. Massive thanks to Vissla and sister brand 2 Vissla, partnering with Surfing New South Wales on the QS events for the past 4 years and doing amazing things in and out of the water, with around 80% of their product range made of environmentally better materials. Men's board shorts pioneered from the use of coconuts in the construction of those board shorts. Vissla uses the husk of the coconut and turns it into a thread, which is then blended with cotton or recycled plastics and turned into board shorts. And most of their tees from Vissla are also organic cottons. The party shirts are made from hemp and plastic bottles. Most of the walk shorts are made from hemp or recycled materials, and all the wetsuits are made from a bunch of environmentally better materials and processes. So Vissla really leading the way with environmental sustainability and yeah, doing great things in and out of the water. Be sure to check out Vissla.com or Sisstrevolution.com. Grab yourself some products, clothes, wetsuits, accessories, you name it, they've got it all.
They do, and are you aware that coconuts are also used to make some surfboards?
I am aware of that, actually, yeah.
And they're successful. They make really strong decks, and so yeah, the coconut.
I feel like, just from what it's like to try and cut open a coconut, I feel like there's a lot of strength in that.
Yeah, there's
so
gotta
I can
be.
see why it works.
Yeah, that's true.
They're very hard to open.
Where have you had your best coconut?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest.
I know where I've had my best coconut.
Where was it?
In Papua New Guinea. I've never tasted coconut water that
You are.
tasty. I said to the guy I gave it to, this must be flavoured, you must have put something in. He said, no, that's the natural coconut flavour. It was
Wow.
incredible.
Papua New Guinea. Never been there, maybe one day.
Yeah, it's an interesting destination. There's surf there.
I've heard that. I've got mates that have been there. But, well, we're in a beautiful part of the world at the destination that we're at right now.
Exactly.
No place we'd rather be. We are, of course, at Avoca Beach on the central coast of New South Wales. And thanks to Avoca Beach Hotel for partnering with us on this event. They're offering great surfing accommodation with fully self-contained rooms and plenty of parking. Be sure to check out avocabeachhotel.com.au for rates and availability. Live action in the water. Surfer in black, our Japanese competitor, linking a couple of nice turns. She's only searching for a 3.27, Robbo.
Yep, she'll get that. Could be the best wave of the heat. Might be worth having another look at that. So, Akita from Japan.
We also have a surfer in white, Sarah Baum, up and riding, comes hard off the bottom, carves into the pocket, and again, wave really not steepening up yet. Trying to link this one all the way through and get something more critical on the inside, but just not able to get the connection. Surfer in white in third place. She was only looking for a 1.61. Safe to say that she would have got that number.
Okay, so there's Ali Harrison. This wave really didn't offer up too much for Ali, but here's our Japanese competitor in the black. Couple of reasonable moves there, so it will be interesting to see how the judges decipher that particular wave along with Sarah Baum. So Akitas posted a 4.5 and it actually puts her into the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.67. Ali Harrison in second position with a pair of low three-point rides. Mia Huppatz has the best wave of the heat with a 4.73 in third position, and Sarah Baum has just gone to the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.27. There's nothing in it. The wave scores are all in the 3 to 4 range. There's absolutely nothing in this heat whatsoever.
So just like that, surfers that were in 3rd and 4th have jumped into 1st and 2nd with 10.5 minutes on the clock. The surfer up and riding, that is Mia Huppert's now chasing a 2.44 to progress. There's really nothing in this heat so far. Unfortunately, her feet just come unstuck. But I look at the scoreline, it is so close.
Yeah.
Between all 4 competitors, no one's really separated themselves from the pack on that leaderboard yet.
10 minutes remaining, and yeah, this is super, super close. Mia Huppert still has the best wave of the heat, a 4.73, but she's in 3rd position. Ali Harrison, we know, can do a lot better than 2 low 3-point rides. So it has been, compared to all the other heats today, this has been one that has slowed up a little.
As it might be a little changing in the tide. Still plenty on offer. But yeah, just feel like the wave selection is more crucial than ever right now, and I feel like I might have slowed down a little bit. Doesn't seem to be as consistent as it was in that previous heat. But with 30 minutes.
Well, they're going to need that 30 minutes in this heat because we're down to the last 9 minutes, and this heat could go any way whatsoever.
Really could, as Sarah Baum is in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.27. And Japanese competitor Mirai Ikeda sitting in 2nd place, looking for a 3.1 for 1st. Mia Huppert, she's in 3rd. She's looking at this one, opting not to take off. Smart choice. Wasn't going to get the number on that one. She's only chasing a 2.44. Ellie Harrison in the red, been bumped back to 4th place, now searching for a 3.85. But the positive here for Ellie, not only is there 8.5 minutes still remaining in this heat, but she does hold first priority.
Yep, I haven't seen Ali backed into a corner like this before, so it'll be interesting to see how she handles the pressure. She's normally racking up consistently good wave scores, but this particular heat just hasn't played out for her at all. But she's a very experienced competitor, and let's see how she handles this situation.
Someone who's still so young. She's got a lot of experience already under her belt. She's sitting 3rd on the rankings at the moment for the Australia Oceanic region of this QS. On screen, that is Mia Huppert's first turn in the pocket. Carves around for the 2nd. Can she get a finish on the inside? Great surfing here from the young competitor in the green.
Yep, that'll be our new heat leader, Mia Huppert. So timely choice of waves there for Mia, and I'm pretty sure this is the best wave of the heat. She's got a nice style, a lot of power off the back foot, stays busy on this wave and finishes it off. So Mia Huppert's.
She almost came out of that 2nd turn with more speed than what she went in with it.
Yeah.
I feel like whatever board that she's got under her feet, it just seemed to carry that momentum really well. She didn't get caught, she didn't get hung up, it just continued to maintain the speed throughout every single turn of that wave.
She did. And we're awaiting that score to drop, but there will be a change in situation for sure.
Just under 7 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, the women's round of 16, heat number 1.
Okay, well, there it is. She scored a 4. It is enough to put her in the lead. I thought it would be a better score than that. But regardless, the situation has seen Mia Huppert's go to the lead with a 4.73 and a 4. So it's a narrow lead, but it is a lead at the moment. Sarah Baum in 2nd position, only requires a 4.41. Okay. This is a 4.73 of Mia's, so it's a bigger wave and they're bigger turns, so I can see why this is her top scoring ride. So, yep, good time to analyse both waves. Smaller wave, she stays busy on it, she gets some nice turns in, but it is a much smaller wave, so I'll give that one to the judges. They've got that right. So a 4.73 and a 4 to Mia Huppert's, and she is in the lead. Sarah Baum is up and riding, only needs a 4.41 to go to 1st. That wave just fattening up and running into deep water, so I don't think she'll get the 4.41, and we've got 5.5 minutes. So, yeah, right across the board, super close.
Ellie Harrison up and riding, nice couple of turns. Can she get an inside connection here? She's only chasing a 4.28. If she can get the completion, I feel like she could have got the number, but we'll wait and see where that number sits. Will it improve on her situation in 4th place?
Yeah, I don't know.
You watch Mia Huppert's current hit leader up and riding. This is live action, comes hard off the bottom, hits the lip, straight up into a second turn.
Good surfing from Mia. So she's staying busy. Needs to improve on the 4. It's possible.
Surfer in black answers back, Robbo.
Yep, the Japanese competitor. And she's getting busy here. She'll be looking for a big finish. Nice turn. And rides out of the completion. So, wow, this is going to be a super, super close heat.
Just like that, a couple more numbers to drop on in. This will get interesting with just under 5 minutes on the clock. It's one of those ones where you just kept on the edge of your seat. Not much had really happened, and then they've all left it until the last 5 minutes.
Yep. So Akita's going to get the 3.1 for sure. She'll get that and better. So I would imagine her position's going to improve. Mia Huppert's, some nice work here and finishes nicely. She could improve on her 4. And here's our Japanese surfer who probably got the best of the exchange. So I have a feeling Akita in the black could go to the lead here.
I feel like that last turn was the major turn on that wave. I feel like she maybe got a little lost with the middle section. Was kind of like, do I go for the section, do I not? She kind of hung with it. Made the most of what was in front of her, but I just feel like that middle section, there might have been an opportunity to do a bit of a carve down and then into that next section. But 3.1 is what she's requiring. It's really not much. I feel like she will come close to getting that just off the basis of the last turn, let alone everything else that she did on that wave.
Yep. Mia Huppert's has improved her scoreline. She got a 4.6 there, so that's improved her lead. And she actually has the 2 best waves of the heat, a 4.73 and a 4.6. We think we're waiting on a wave for Akita, and it needs to be, there it is. Wow, she got a good score, 6. So Akita goes to the lead with a 6 and a 4.5. Huppert's now in second, needs a 5.78 to try and get back into first. Sarah Baum only needs a 5, and Ellie Harrison, let's face it, only needs a 5.76. She's been getting those scores and way, way better than that throughout this series. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Ellie Harrison, importantly, holding priority, looking for a 5.76 to try and advance. It's close right across the board. The numbers are all there. You can make sense of that. You'll realise it's a super close heat.
Late takeoff there for Ellie Harrison. That's not going to be the wave that she's searching for a 5.76 to advance into the next round. That next round being the quarterfinals. Will she get another opportunity with 2 minutes on the clock? The surfer in black from Japan went straight up into first place. That's 6.0. She's got a backup of a 4.5. And like I said, I just feel like majority of that 6 came from that last turn. It was a solid critical section. We've got a few turns leading into that, but I feel like the last turn was the money turn. Well, big turn there from Ellie Harrison. Will she get a 5.76 for that one manoeuvre, Robbo?
Oh, I don't think so, but it's a big turn. It'll be her best score. 5.76, I don't know. She's busted the fins out of the back. We've seen one manoeuvre get decent scores. I don't know. But the pressure's on out there, because even though Ali's in 3rd position on the rankings, there's with lots of points in this event and the next event, those rankings will change big time.
You're never safe until you get told that you're safe.
Yeah.
There it is. A 6.83. So Ellie Harrison, she got the number on the basis of that one big solid manoeuvre. She busted the fins, she got the completion, and there you go. Surfer in red goes from 4th into 2nd, and well, Mia Huppert's now in 3rd place, chasing a 5.68. And Sarah Baum in the white, a 6.08. So I feel like this is
Wow.
An unusual situation here for Sarah Baum in the white.
It is, and it's unusual for Mia as well, because 2 minutes ago she had the 2 best scoring rides of the heat, and now she's in third position due to a couple of 6-point rides from her competitors. So, yep.
And Ellie Harrison, she needed I think it was a 5.76, so she well and truly got above that score. Judges deeming the one big turn. I have to agree with them. It was a solid section. She put everything into it. She had the innovation there as well.
Yep, no, it was good. She went for it. I'm handing in my judging certificate. I'm done. As we count out this heat, and well done to the Japanese surfer and to Ellie Harrison, under extreme pressure, found a way through.
We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of heat number 2.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back to beautiful Avoca Beach. We're in the round of 16 of the Sisstrevolution Pro. It's a WQS 3000 event. It's super important at this stage of the season, and we have a surfer up and riding. That looks like Zali Kelly, I think.
If that's surfer in red, it's actually Philippa Anderson.
There you go.
So Philippa up and riding straight into it. Yeah, great to be back. And we're going to round out this afternoon with 4 heats of women's as we see surfer in white. That's Arabella Wilson up into that wave. Great to see Noah Amura, who I've known for a long, long time. She used to come to Australia and compete in Sydney at our junior events when she was 10 and 11. And she has been on the QE grind, as they say, Robbo, for years and years. Very solid competitor. She has a lot of support in Japan, and good to see Noah Amura back over here as we see Philippa Anderson lock in 4-point rides. So I was watching the webcast during my break, and it seemed to have slowed up quite a bit as that sort of tide started to fill in, Robbo.
Yeah, they're getting into deeper water, and a lot of these waves on takeoff they look good, but then they run into the deep water and just doesn't quite work.
Good to see the crowd still hanging around. Look at those. Conditions are amazing. Offshore,
Yes.
bit of a light westerly wind. Zali Kelly locks in at 6.33, so the very, very established competitor she is just always seems to be on good waves. Right now she comes into this event surprisingly ranked at 14th, but she has had a pretty big result. She got 5th at the Tweed Coast Pro. So that's her best result of the system. But let me tell you, she'll need a big result in the last 2 events to get herself into that qualifying position, because there's only 4 spots up
I
for
know.
grabs.
It's critical. And look at the playing field we've got now, Adam. Had our surfer in black, the Japanese surfer, right up the northern end, and yeah, it's a big spread right down to the other bank down here for the others. So tactics coming into play. They're moving around the bank, trying to find the better conditions, find the better waves. If you get the better waves, there's every chance you're going to get the better scores.
100%, and they would have been identifying that with their coaches as they've moved along the afternoon session. But I mean, when they come, the waves are pumping, and in that last heat we saw Ellie Harrison get the job done very late, and looks like Philippa is going to score herself a nice looking wave. Philippa Anderson.
Nice bottom turn here, into a good top turn. Philippa cuts back smooth into the white water, moving it through. This is going to be a good score, Adam. She's worked this wave for all it's worth.
She's definitely done that, and I love the depth of that bottom end turn, as we see by the looks of it. That could be Zali up and riding again, and she's found a nice connection as well. Look at that. Just engaging that rail for all you grommets out there. That's what the judges love to see, that rail work. Just really flawless in the way she went about that. So she's got a 6.33. She's going to back that up. And Philippa Anderson, on the strength of that ride as well, is definitely going to improve her situation. And
that last wave of Zali, I think,
that's going to be the best wave.
The best wave of the heat. Yeah, I agree with you.
But I love the depth of Philippa's surfing. She's very relaxed. And what I love is she's got a lot of patience in the way she reads the ocean. So we'll see what the judges think. But yeah, we've got a bumper day. It's been a cracker of a day wave-wise. Both the men and the women have just been on point at the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series and waiting for scores to drop in. We're hoping tomorrow we're going to wake up and see some really clean conditions. We'll see what the forecast comes up with as we see Destination New South Wales replay.
Philippa's
See how she made that adjustment, Robbo?
Beautiful. Critical turn in the pocket, smooth, stylish. Cut back is full and complete. Great surfing from Philippa.
Yeah,
but this wave even better.
I think this is more cup the bank a little bit better.
Yep.
And Zali just really leaning in, and watch how much rail she engages here. Just lovely transition. And the good thing about her surfing is I feel like she doesn't lose any momentum, even when she buries a lot of weight on that back foot.
There we go, 6.47 for Zali Kelly. So she has the 2 top scoring rides of the heat, 6.47 and 6.33. Philippa scored a reasonable score, 4.76. I thought it might have been a little better than that, but that's not a bad score. And there we have Arabella Wilson.
Nice. 2-turn combination. Yeah, I felt Philippa's might have gone sort of mid fives, but it was close to the mark. But definitely on what we saw, Zali was definitely the best of the exchanges.
Yes, agree. And interesting that these women have moved south onto this bank and they're getting the best of it. The Japanese surfer went to the north and, these waves look far superior at this stage. We could be wrong. Now, you're an esteemed coach, Adam, and you would have given advice throughout your years. What happens when you give the surfer the advice, go and surf that peak over there, and the opposite peak fires. What happens? How do you feel?
You get sacked. No, but honestly, I mean, at this level, you're just there to formulate a strategy, and you always leave it up to the athlete
To where
say,
they go.
look,
Good point.
Because these surfers are elite, so you give them your opinion, but at the end of the day, you let them make the decisions because they live and breathe their own choices. As we see Noah going nice and ham on that one, but you always look at different conditions and try to identify. I know Matty Cattle does a lot of work with a lot of surfers, but for me, it's about, if I was coaching any of them, I'd say, you guys, you're the athletes, you need to make your own choices and live and die by the sword. So, that's how I'd do it. Different for a grommet, but I feel for, somewhat of the surfers of these ilks,
Yeah.
they know what they're on about. Half the time they tell you to shut up and go away anyway. Okay, mate, give it up.
And you can make all the right decisions, and the ocean can prove you wrong anyway. So
That's the dynamics of what we, and how unique our sport is overall.
Yes.
Like, it's such a stretched out playing field.
Yep. Okay, so Arabella Wilson in the white scored a 5.0 for that ride, so that's a reasonable score for her. Even though she's in fourth position, she only has a 1 point ride as her backup. Philippa Anderson with a 4.67 and a 4. Zali Kelly definitely getting the best of it.
So interesting score that from Arabella Wilson's wave. That 5 point ride was actually deemed better than Philippa's 4.67, which is a little bit surprising, but I think it was just due to the size of that wave. Philippa's wave sort of tapered off a little bit, where Arabella sort of, she held that sort of the weight of the wave right there and got some nice turns done. But as I said, these heats are stacked up, and Noah Moore is fighting back, 3.67 last of black. So important event for Noah Moore as well, because she is looking to qualify through the Asian region. And we were talking a little bit earlier as we see the surfer, current heat leader, Zali Kelly, up and riding.
Strong first turn. Wanted to get around that section, wasn't able to. Nothing on offer at the end, so that will not improve her scoreline, but she's in a very healthy position with a 6.47 and a 6.33. Photographers on the beach on a scorching hot day.
Wow, it's been hot.
That's hard work.
But Noah Amura comes into this series of events ranked 14th on her regional qualifying series. And I do believe the top 3 women at the end of the season go into the Challenger.
From the Asia region?
Yeah.
All right. And who are they at the moment?
Well, it's pretty tight, but I can tell you, I know Masuka lost earlier today, and Suzuki is in second on the ratings, but it's very tight between, actually there's a bit of a gap between first, second and third. So Minari Nonaka, I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce that, is in first. So only the top 3, but if you look at Sarah Wakita, Shino Matsuada, like they're all there, and it's pretty surprising to see Noah so far down actually, because she's such an established competitor overall. There's some big names.
Well,
Masuda is a talent, and she's actually quite far down on the ratings in the Asian region. So surprising. Here we go. Sali up and riding, just trying to negotiate that left. So it's been a bit shifty during the course of the day. We've seen some really big scores on the rights, and then as the tide sort of ran out, we saw the change up on the lefts, and now it's sort of, I feel like the southern corner towards our surf club, towards the Art Point, is where the bulk of the scoring's been done.
No sea breeze today, Adam.
Beautiful day. It's like a summer's day in the middle of autumn.
Yeah, and I was
sort of saying it before.
Yeah, I know. This is the
change.
The end of La Nina.
People out there who probably don't really understand, talk us through that. What is that?
I know
Do you
about
get
it.
it?
I don't understand it.
It's just weather pattern and changes,
Yes.
right?
Yep. I just listened to a few of the experts who tell us that during La Nina, the east coast of Australia gets a lot of wind and a lot of swell. The south coast gets a lot of wind and no swell. And that seems to be what happened over the last couple of years.
You still get those deep, sort of wild, sort of swell patterns down in Bells and in.
Yeah, occasionally, but not as often as they should. Not during La Nina. And in fact, last summer, not the summer just gone, but the previous summer, they had the worst summer ever.
Like basically dead flat.
Basically unrideable for an entire summer. But that's all changed, Adam. It's back to its beautiful best.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. We are halfway through this heat, and it is the surfer in green, Zali Kelly. She is in a very dominant position right now. Philippa Anderson's in second. She needs an 8.13 to move up. Philippa has first priority. She has a 4.67 and a 4. But just biting at her heels right now, Noah Umura and Arabella Wilson.
And Noah, sticking with your advice, Adam, and staying on that northern bank. It's not working well for her at the moment, mate.
It's not my advice, let me tell you. But, yeah, I mean, look, I think with these 30-minute heats, Robbo,
Yeah,
too,
she's got
that'll
time.
make a difference. She's got time.
Yeah.
In the next 5 minutes, I feel like if she doesn't get a score in the
She'll
5 to
move
6 point
banks.
row, she'll come back over.
Yep.
And you can just see Philippa deep on the peak, just trying to negotiate exactly what she's, trying to identify what she wants. Zali's a little bit further up. And, I do feel like the south corner is the best place at this stage. Important event for Zali Kelly, comes into this event ranked 14th. And like I said, she had a really good result on the Tweed Coast Pro. That would have given her a lot of confidence. And I feel like she's one of these athletes who is, a flick of a switch away from advancing to the next stage of her career. She's got such a great power base. She's very stable and, she's a strong competitor.
Adam, I know you'll know the answer to this. How many Australian women qualify from the series onto the Challenger?
I think it's 4 and a wild card. It is top 4 and one wild card.
It's such a it's cutthroat.
It's cutthroat. And when you look at it right now, Philippa's actually 5th, Nixie Ryan's 4th, but there's, you have
the talent that's coming behind them and all around them. The rankings are going to change. They're going to change at this event, and then they're going to change in a big way.
We saw Mia Hubbard get very unlucky at the end of that heat, right? Ellie Harrison beat her. Well, she was in 7th.
Yeah,
and
I know.
That could be the difference between
qualify.
making
Yeah,
challenger or not.
Yep, it is cutthroat. Okay, we've got a few wave replays here. Let's have a look at this.
Current heat leader, look at her looking very strong. Nice. Love the extension, how low she got. That centre of gravity very low and formulating a solid plan on these rights. And this I loved as well. I love the rail work. The way she was actually able to execute that second turn. And then she went to that rail game. Watch how clinical this is, Robbo, how smooth.
The wave delivered as well. It hugged the bank and gave her the opportunity to really rack up the points, which she did. She took that opportunity, 6.47 for that last ride that we saw there. She's backing it up with a 6.33. She leads the heat, 12 minutes remaining. Tide's filling in, water's getting deeper. There's not as many waves, and the surfers have to be strategically smart out there.
Definitely they do. So big shout out to all our event partners, Vissla, the major sponsor of the men's side of the draw, and Sisstrevolution, the sister brand to Vissla, involved in the women's, as we see. It looks like Philippa Anderson's going to have a look at this up and right in from
Good looking
Newcastle.
wave.
Good looking first turn. Nice and smooth off the bottom, just holding her place through that turn, and I think that gave her a nice chip shot into that second manoeuvre. I love how patient she was off the bottom, and we'll see what the judges think. Is that her best score?
Oh, it has to be. But I mean, yeah, I thought a 4.67 was better than that, but better than that score. This one I think has to be, because it was well linked together, powerful turns. You know, it's a good test on your own judging skills to give a shot at it. The judges will get it right no matter what. We're just the commentators, and we can analyse the waves, but I feel this has to be her best wave, and I feel it goes into the 6-point range, personally.
Yeah, great extension through the body as well, and what I loved was that she didn't rush that second manoeuvre. She just patiently waited and got deeper off the bottom to put herself in that prime position to execute that turn. Here we go, the Japanese surfer. I used to call her young all the time because
not anymore.
She's been coming down since she was 10, but she's a veteran of the Japanese surf scene for sure now. Noah Mura, always walking around with a smile on her face, very respectful to be a part of it, loves the sport, driven, and I'd love to see her one day get that opportunity. She's been close a couple of times to make the World Championship Tour, just not able to get there.
My judging credentials have just stepped up a notch. Yeah, 6.67 for Philippa Anderson. Best wave of the heat so far. And, yep, that was well surfed. I handed in my judging ticket after the last heat. I'm taking it back. I'm back.
It's like surfing, mate. It's all a confidence thing. Yeah. But, yeah, a 6.67.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. Yeah. And I think it was just on the read and the execution of those series of turns for Philippa. And she's now put herself in a strong position, and it is going to take a pretty solid ride for Noah Mura, 7.67, and Arabella Wilson only needs a 6.35, but that in itself in these conditions, it's going to be tough because the quality of wave is starting to drop off due to the fact that tide's coming in.
True, and I feel Philippa may have been a little angry about the 4.67 Adam and put more energy into that ride and said, well, yeah, I'm not getting the scores I want to get. I got to surf harder. And she surfed hard on that wave and was well rewarded with a 6.67.
Her analytical skills when it comes to, a heat is pretty impressive. She's been around a long time, Philippa, and she's another one of these surfers who have basically missed by one or two spots on multiple occasions. There's so many people who love the way Philippa surfs and want to see her take that next step in her career, but right now her whole focus point is trying to make the challenger. Sits in 5th position. A good result here will elevate her position in the rankings, and maybe she'll get the dream will come true, but it's great to see her just continue to fight for the dream she's had since she was a child.
Who runs the surf school if she ends up on the CT?
She's got other people.
She's good people in Newcastle.
Oh, mate, it's Newcastle.
There'll be people to step up.
Yeah, 100%. Here we go, Philippa, a little bit off.
We talked her up, and then that's what happens.
That's what happens. But, yeah, no, I think that, Dad will probably come out and run the surf school, get Craig Ando down there.
Yeah, he'll run it.
He'll run it. But, yeah, it would be good to see her take that journey.
It would. No, she's a wonderful person.
Reward for hard work.
Yeah, I know. And she's a great surfer. And like you said, she's missed so narrowly on a number of occasions. And with Newcastle coming up, she'll have a great support base on the beach. And, yep, I feel that this Northern Bank just hasn't delivered for our Japanese surfer. She's surfing well.
Yeah, she's definitely connecting the dots, but the waves, I feel, are too fat down there. I feel like there's too much water on the bank, and I feel like she needs to get herself in a position where she can really, like these waves.
Yeah.
This was Ali.
Oh, beautiful turn, opening turn. Nothing on after it, but it was a strong first turn. Surfs with a lot of power off the tail.
So people are probably thinking, that aren't, highly in tune with the sport. If they were watching this on television, they think, well, the surfer in black, she's got some really good work done further down, and Noah did some work, but the potency of the wedge that the other surfers are actually surfing enhances the scoring potential.
Exactly.
And that's the difference. Like, Zali Kelly's one turn would probably be a better score than 3 turns from where Noah is, based on the fact that the waves are there's so much water on that bank.
Exactly. Here's this bank delivering again for Zali. That's our heat leader. Goes to the air. Not quite sticking it, but had a go. We saw...
Front side. Grab.
Did you see the
Yes,
air?
I did.
Nixie.
Nixie Ryan did.
Yes.
And do you know, she said funny, she said, I haven't been practicing airs for a long time. I used to do a lot of stuff off the ski for Surfing Australia.
Yep.
But she just went, oh, it
She
just
pulled
came
that
up.
air perfectly
Had a crack
earlier
and
in
had
the
a go.
day.
Weeks to go. We are into the afternoon session at the Sister Evolution Pro QS 3000 event. Tomorrow we'll be back nice and early. The Destination New South Wales wave replay. Here we go. Noah up. She's got such a great low centre of gravity, nice and smooth off the rail. But again, it's
Yeah,
just
the wave's not there, is
it's
it?
not
Like you pointed
cooperating
out.
with her.
Yeah.
She's having to do the work. Where if you watch Zali's one turn here,
Yeah.
look how wedgy that wave is.
Yeah.
Such a strong manoeuvre.
No one needed to move bank. And it's probably too late now. It's never too late, but 5 minutes remaining.
Problem for her, Robbo.
I'm going to
So
ask
she's
you
in
this
third
question.
priority.
You may or may not know the answer, Adam. She's on the northern bank. She holds third priority. What would happen to her priority if she moved from that bank across to the southern bank? Does she still hold third priority
Yes.
on a different bank?
I think she does. I think it doesn't change anything because she's in the lineup. But now it does.
Yes, now she's got no
She's
priority.
got no priority. But I'm pretty sure the rule would stand because of the fact that she's at the point where the priority judge would call her into the lineup.
Yeah.
The fact that she's 300 metres away is pretty much irrelevant. So because she did paddle for that wave, she goes back
To
to the
fourth
end. So
priority.
now she's pushed herself in a position where if I was Noah Moore, I would stay where she is because there's no advantage of going over to the other three surfers.
It's too late.
You might be able to jag the best wave of the day wide where she is, and she'll have
Yeah.
it on her own. But again, like you said, you identified it. Too much water on that bank.
Yep.
So from a strategy point of view, it's been a mistake.
Yes, absolutely.
Big shout out to the Central Coast Council for being a big part of the event, and to all the staff who have looked after us wonderfully over the years at the Avoca Beach Hotel. Destination New South Wales, of course, we go to the polls in New South Wales next Saturday. That'll be interesting. So who will be governing our state, I don't know.
This great state.
Oh. Yeah. I'm not into my politics. I just wake up every day and I'm glad for it. But yeah, we do go. But without the government, and the fact that the government is so invested in surfing as a sport shows the development and the growth of our sport. And you've said about, what the Olympics has done to the sport on a worldwide base. It's incredible. So it's not that sort of niche sport anymore. It's come into the public eye, and to have the government supporting events like this, it's just wonderful. So massive shout out to Destination New South Wales for getting behind it.
Absolutely. And recognising how important surfing as a sport is to all these regional areas. People travelling in, surfing, holidaying, and events coming in, economic impact, it all adds up, and it's all a positive, proactive thing. As we see the next heat in the water paddling out, and they're focusing on this bank down the beach. It's the bank to be on now.
And when you think about it, Robbo, during COVID, surfing became the #1 sport in the world, and that's true.
Yes, yeah.
It was one of the only sports other than walking that you could actually go and enjoy through COVID because you were allowed to exercise for an hour a day.
You weren't allowed to play golf.
No. I can tell you that our beach at Manly,
Everyone went surfing.
no one worked. It's tenfold. Here we go, surf up and right in. Important ride for A natural footer, lovely style, but that wave just runs out of juice for Arabella Wilson, who locked in a 5. Trying to offload that one, she needs a 6.35.
Interesting time because it seems to be even getting deeper on the southern bank now, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, particularly in the next heat. 1 minute remaining. It is the Mad Max final minute. And there you go, get your phone out, Adam, quick. 2 for 1.
Oh, 2 for 1, you got to love that. I was actually in the airport yesterday and I had a wonderful nachos next at Sydney Airport.
Really?
Yeah, it was great.
Did you try and get through with a scan, a recent scan?
No.
Get 2?
I was on a Jetstar flight. That was about 8 hours late as usual. So here we go. Surfer in red, up and right in Philippa Anderson, looking to.
It's another good wave.
It's a good wave. She's really got a great read on this bank. She needs a 6.13 to go to first, so that will be interesting.
It's in that ballpark, surely. As we count out the heat, take off out the back. I'm not sure if that was inside the heat time or not, Zali Kelly. It's academic, really, because Zali and Philippa will be the 2 surfers progressing through. It's a great wave for Zali. Just, wow, a really good wave for Zali. But it'll be Zali Caliper. So that's the end of that heat. Kelly and Anderson through. We'll go to break. We'll be back here for the 3rd heat of the round of 16 at the Sisstrevolution. Stay with us. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to a beautiful afternoon on the central coast of New South Wales. We're at Avoca Beach. We're into heat number 3 of the round of 16, and what a heat we've got coming your way. Right now it is Coco Cans up and riding. She's in the black. We've got Dimity Stall in the red, Holly Williams in the green, and Paige Harrop in the white. Robbo, wow.
Yep,
what
this
a heat.
is a great heat. And Coco Cans just finishing off there. We'll wait for that score to come in. There's been a few scores dropped at the start of this heat while we're at break, so we'll get an update on those very shortly. But yep, these are great heats, and they're really important heats as we've been discussing.
I just had a look at the swell for tomorrow. It looks like there's going to be no wind again. A little bit small than this morning, but hopefully we're going to get good waves. As we see Paige Harrop, who was on an absolute burner this morning, just on fire, found in every good waves. So she's had a solid connection with this area, and again looking strong. And that's probably one of the first waves we've seen in a while, Robbo, that's gone right into the shoreline. So
Yep.
it'll be interesting to see where it sits.
She worked it for all she could, milked
in
that wave.
criteria. Coco Cams, very impressive.
I know.
It's a famous name in surfing.
Yes, no relation, I'm sure.
No, that's generation. That's
The Christian name and the surname, famous in surfing.
Yes. Here we go. It looks like the surfer in green. Lovely extension. Just that body position is really nice. And again, I feel like, you know, all these surfers come into this round. They've all surfed once today, so they know. And look at the precise nature of the rail work there.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Coco Cairns' surfing and his replay of Paige Harrop. And some strong turns there, and Paige then used all her energy to milk this wave through to the shore break. May have only given her an extra half a point, who knows, but at the end of the day they want to get everything out of these waves that they can, so Paige Harrop worked it for all it's worth. And we've got Zali Kelly. So Zali Kelly, that looked like a great choice moving south and onto that bank. The waves look a lot of fun out there, Zali. Tell me, how did you feel out there surfing?
Yeah, the waves were super fun. I was like watching that bank before I paddled out. I saw a couple of the boys get a good one out there, and I kind of knew that the waves were there. I just had to get them, and I was lucky that I got those first two that opened up for me.
Yeah, I felt like that southern peak, Zali, was the spot to be. I know Narramura sort of pushed down towards the north, but yeah, even though the tide's coming up, I feel like there's so much opportunity out there, and it would have been such a great way to sort of attack because the waves look really fun.
Yeah, the waves were super fun. I just wanted to keep catching them. They were that fun.
Now talk about where you're at the moment, just taking it heat by heat. I feel like you're coming off some really good results on the Tweed, and how are you feeling in this year, like overall?
I'm feeling good. I know that because I focused on the Challenger last year. I've got a big ask to qualify for it again, but I'm up for the challenge, and I'm just trying my best to go out there and surf every heat as well as I can, and just see where I end up after Newcastle.
Now talk about what you did during the course of the day. You surfed early did you surf this morning or did you surf yesterday?
I surfed yesterday, yeah.
And how did you go about spending today, just making sure you're in a good frame of mind and knowing that you would have to actually surf probably at the end of the day? How did you go about it? What did you do?
I kind of just chilled all morning and then went out for a little surf to the right of the bank before my heat and just watched, yeah.
Moving on to tomorrow, you must be excited. A big result here will, catapult you in towards qualification. We wish you all the best of luck, and going off what we saw today, I feel like you're right there and ready to roll.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day, Zali. She is absolutely ripping.
Yes, no, that was a great heat, and both Zali and Philippa enjoyed those waves out there, and they're through to the final day. And Paige Harrop is off to a good start, a 5.33 for her opening ride. I think she's got another wave score to come in very shortly. Coco Cairns also, I think, has a wave score to come in.
Interesting, Zali was talking about, she'd watched the boys on that right bank, and she was always going to go to that bank because she felt like, the bulk of the scores were going to come from that side of the peak. And like she easily got the two best waves.
Yeah.
She identified waves that had quite a bit of punch to it, quite a bit of wedge to it as well, and that's what the judges love to see. She looked very calm then, to be honest.
She did. No, she looks calm, focused, and yeah. There's a replay of Paige Harrop on her second scoring ride.
Oh, that was such a nice turn from the surfer in green. Yeah, so talking with Zali there about, last year, the Challenger, and the fact that, it was a learning experience. I feel like she would have come out of that experience a lot more mature, and she looks a lot more, relaxed in her demeanour when it comes to competing. And talking about someone who's mature and has the runs on the board, this lady certainly has. Dimity Stoll just reading the bank perfectly here.
Great wave for Dimity. She didn't have the great start. The first 8 minutes weren't kind to Dimity. She only had a 1 point ride on the scoreboard, but that wave that she just scored could well be the best wave of the heat.
Oh.
Coco Ho, nice, powerful manoeuvre. She's got power in her game for sure, Coco Ho. Coco Cans.
I was going to wait for you there.
Yeah, you confused me earlier.
You know what? Because you said
I know, but
Coco
no.
and the Cans are two famous names. But what about the rail work of that one turn?
I know.
We spoke
she's
about it
very
earlier,
powerful.
Robbo,
Yep.
about the fact that, we've seen some big numbers drop for just one manoeuvre. It will be interesting to see what the judges think, because
it will.
I love the speed she actually carried into that turn.
And Dimity here. This is a good wave. Lots, multiple manoeuvres, power, precision, and gets the best out of this wave. So Dimity Stoll has put herself right in the game, and here's the replay of Coco Cans. And
wow,
extension.
Love the extension, but what I loved more was the flow from the bottom of the wave, just that bottom end turn, and that created that speed line.
Well, we'll wait for those scores to come in.
I'm calling it could be the best wave of the heat, just based off one turn.
I'm
We've
not
seen
sure.
it happen.
I feel Dimity's might be the best wave as well, so it's tricky.
We'll have to throw our judging tickets out the window very shortly.
Yes.
But yeah, I love the speed and the reaction time from the surfer in black on that one turn. Of course, Dimity Stoll, she put together a solid series of turns, just that tradesman-like attitude, and her ability to find the best waves in heats is pretty much one of her strengths when it comes to competing. Good to see all the locals down here. This bloke's probably thinking, mate, I'm going to throw a line out here shortly.
Yeah.
When are you guys racking off?
What would be the fish of choice out there? Adam, what do they catch on them?
I don't know. Maybe Taylor or something. I don't know.
You're not
that is the one thing I cannot do in my life.
fish.
I am
You don't have the
horrendous.
patience.
No, never been able to. The only thing I can catch when I'm fishing is a cold. So waiting on these scores to lock in. So judges having a really good think about it. They're trying to sort of go back to the best waves of the heat, as we see Holly up and right in. Smooth just sets his turn up into the lip and unable to carry through that manoeuvre. But yeah, I think what they're doing is they're going back to what Paige Harrop did on that 5-3-3, decided to decipher exactly what score they want to give both Dimity and Coco for that last exchange.
And they can work it out precisely because they have replays. They call up waves, they analyse them, they have split screens where they can analyse them one-on-one, and they can work out exactly who gets the better ride. So even though we pitch scores, we don't have access to all the information the judges do, so they're always going to get it right. We're sometimes going to get it right.
So at the moment, what I like is the fact that Dimity's got a little bit more busier. Even though she took 8 minutes to get a wave in the last heat, I felt like she waited to about the 15-minute mark to actually get off to a start. And I feel like she's thought about that process and making sure that she doesn't leave herself short in this round of 16 heat. She's gone to work a little bit earlier than she did in that heat this morning.
And she's a very experienced competitor, Dimity. She's been on the big stage.
She works on the big stage.
She works on the big stage as well. And she had a number of seasons on the championship tour where she surfed incredibly well up against the world's best. So Dimity's had a great career. Paige Harrop has also had an incredible career on the big stage.
7 years on the championship circuit.
And a lot of big results in amongst that as well for Paige Harrop. And every chance, both of them will re-qualify at some stage. So,
I think, you know, being around it at the moment for Dimity too, as she said in a post-seed interview, sort of has lit the fire a bit too, as we see Dimity have a look at that way. But she said there's sort of two sides of that story where she looks at some of the surfing and goes, oh, wow, that's intense. But she also is, you know, she's getting a little bit itchy feet. She wants to be a part of it. She knows she's got the skill set.
Yep, it's an exciting tour. How about Caitlin Simmers?
Yeah. She actually, along with Taj Burrow, they're the only two surfers, I think, in the history of our sport to ever knock back qualification standings.
Yep, imagine having that amount of ability and confidence.
And then the next year she went, you know what? Why not?
Yep, there we go. You called it. Yep, your ticket's back.
My ticket
is
is back. A 6-point ride last of the surfer, Coco Cairns, and just on the base of the speed and just the power she threw into that one manoeuvre, 6-point ride, and Dimity saw a 5.13. So
it's game on here.
It's game on.
Super close as well. 5.13 for Dimity, 4.93 for Holly. Paige Harab has a 5.33. Here's a replay of it.
Wow.
Look at that. Powerful precision, extended turn, and that's what scored the 6-point ride for Coco Cairns, and that's why she's in the lead. Paige Harab second, only needs a 4.35 to go to first, looking to get rid of a 4.3. Holly Williams, 4.93 and a 3.6 in third spot, and Dimity Stoyle with a 5.13 and a 1. Nothing separating them really. It's extremely close. It's going to get down to these second wave scores that they have to get.
I love the the power off the bottom for Coco Cairns, and the fact was, if you slowed that wave down, you'd see all the fins exposed, and that's what gave that speed line. When you talk to young grommets, you always talk about the most important part of a junior surfer's development. Watch how she comes off the bottom. You can see it, just the amount of water coming from the bottom of the board and those fins sort of in your face. And the whole thing with, young surfers is to get them to understand the importance of a solid bottom end turn.
Set up by that beautiful bottom turn.
100%.
Yeah.
There's no surfer in the world who's at the elite level
that doesn't have a great bottom turn.
100%. You try to tell that to 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds. They go, what are you talking about?
No, it is. Sets it up. And Coco Cairns has set herself up to advance into
the quarters.
And
that's where these big points start to come in. And this is a really tight heat, Robbo. Have a look at it.
It is. Nothing separating.
Coco needs to offload that 3.67. She'll be well aware of that. Right now it is priority over to the surfer in black, and she's going to go for it. Nice. Off the bottom, into the lip. This wave starts to taper off a little bit, and that slowed down her momentum.
Yep, I don't think she'll get rid of the 3.67 on that. So back out there, and plenty of time, just under 14 minutes. Priority now with Dimity Stoyle. So Dimity, using all her experience, she'll be looking to use that priority really smartly, because she knows she's got a decent score on the board, a 5.13, has priority at the halfway stage. She'll want to use that priority in a smart, clever way and put herself into the lead. That has to be her aim.
Yep, she's got plenty of time on the clock too. These 30-minute heats have worked wonders, I think, for everyone today, because you can just see there's a certain calmness when they extend the heats out.
Yeah, it's not hectic.
It mentally gives the athletes an opportunity to really sort of think about their strategy and not be over-pressurised in what is going on in the lineup. So it's more about, the opportunities you take.
Get my two good waves.
More than the frantic pace of a 20-minute heat.
Yeah.
Great day of surfing. When you think back, like we've been at it since 8 a.m. and I feel like, the surfing has been on point the whole day.
It has. It's been a fantastic day. And there's a takeoff. Paige Harrop going left here. Looking to get rid of a 4.3, a 4.35 or better would put her into first, but that wave ran into deep water. Deeper water, Paul Kelly.
Good song.
Anyone ever told you look a little bit like Paul Kelly?
No, I normally get asked many times, can you sign something? I'm like, oh yeah.
You're Paul Kelly?
No, they think I'm Justin Langer.
Oh, there you go.
It irritates me. But you're not the only person who said the Paul Kelly thing.
The Paul Kelly thing,
Yeah.
there you go.
Here we go, Paige Harrop up and right in, nice carve, nice, just that really fluent rail work, just engaging the rail, and
Coco Cans.
Coco Cans, impressive. I'd love to know what board she's riding, because that board looks ultra spicy. It's got a lot of speed to it, and the bigger the section, the more speed she's able to carry.
No change to the situation, so those rides from Paige and Coco did not change their score line. Dimity holding priority. She's going to be patient. She's got plenty of time, so she can sit there and use this priority to advantage big time.
Yeah, she's got time on the clock, and she's also got the skill set. She won't be rushed into, taking waves that aren't going to offer up that scoring potential. She only needs a 4.51. And this is a really tight battle, because for the most part, we've seen at least one surfer really sort of extend with a couple of solid scores. I feel like this is a much tighter situation. Surfer in white, Paige Harrop, with third priority, having a look at this wave and not able to get onto it. Just under 11 minutes to go. Like I said, we're going to run right through to the completion of this round of 16 in the women's at the Sisstrevolution Pro for 2023. Geez, hasn't this year just flown by?
It has. And all the focus on the sport heads to Australia right now with this event and the big one in Newcastle next week. Then on to the CTs and the Challenger events. It's all going to happen in the next...
It's the entree into the main event when the CT hits town.
Yep.
That's going to be intriguing in itself when you consider where everyone is positioned on the ratings, and there's some big names. They're going to have to pull
I
that
know.
out of the hat.
Paige Harrop, what she got here, working it through. Again, she's not going to be able to get rid of that 4.3 on that ride. She wants to improve on the 4.3 because Dimity only requires a 4.51 and Holly only requires a 4.71, and they hold first and second priority respectively. They sit in fourth and third positions respectively. 9 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. There's a lot of interest in this wave, Adam.
Here we go. Up and right in the surfing red. Little chandelier, but she's going to have to get to work. She needs something on the inside of that wave, and I don't know, Robbo, if that's going to be enough.
I don't know either. We'll have to analyse the replays. And Holly Williams got a decent wave behind there, so that may be interesting as well. So they've used their priority. They've thrown the dice on it. Dimity needed a 4.51. Holly needs a 4.71. Let's have a look. Good takeoff. Looked for a little bit of a cover-up. Didn't get it. A cut back there. And then the wave, another cut back. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. And Holly Williams gets a rare. I'm not feeling it for either of them, Adam.
Yeah, it looked good on takeoff, Dimity's wave, but I felt like it sort of ran away too quick. So a 4.51, I think it's going to come in under, but again, you just don't know. Because there wasn't much meat left on the bone at the end of that wave. It didn't open up towards the north. So see what the judges think. The good thing for Dimity, there's still just under 8 to go. So
There's still plenty of time, but she has used up priority now. They'll be looking at it. The scores have not dropped, so the judges will be giving it a lot of consideration. There you go. We're on the ball, Adam. A 3.6 for both of them. So not enough for either surfer. Dimity requires a 4.51 still, and Holly requires a 4.71. They've relinquished their first and second priority positions, so the ball is in the court of the surfers currently in first and second position. Coco Cairns and Paige Harrop. Here's a nice ride out the back. This is a good wave. Holly, she's chosen a great wave, so this will be a changing situation, I'm sure. So clever move to pick off that left.
That goes back to that, you know, being a little bit more freed up.
Yep.
Without
under priority, paddling back out. Up, I'll just paddle over this peak, and there you go. Dimity taking off on that wave, did not deliver, but Holly Williams stand by for that score to come in.
Yeah, that was a smart move, and the execution.
Here we go.
That
Look at
first
this.
turn was powerful, and the second manoeuvre, look at that, and it's a grower, Robbo.
Yep, out of nowhere, a left as she's paddling back out, and that's going to change the situation of this heat. Holly Williams needs the 4.71.
Down to 6 to go. We spoke about it earlier. Coco Cairns still trying to offload that score, and there it is, that last wave.
4.93 and a 4.9. Holly Williams in the lead.
What a tight heat this is.
It is. Coco Cairns now in second position, looking for a 3.83. Here's a replay of it from a different angle. Nice opening turn. Gets to work on multiple top to bottom turns. The wave delivered for her in a big way, and she's in the lead, but it's still a narrow lead with around 5 minutes remaining, 5.5 minutes. 4.93 and a 4.9. Coco Cairns only requires a 4.83 to go to first. And Paige Harrop looking for a 4.35 to go to second. Not much more and she would go to first. And Dimity Stoyle very much still in the hunt, looking for a 4.55. 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we've just been told Holly Williams is headed towards the far bank. So
well, it worked for her. That's where she picked off the left, out of nowhere.
She might get another big score over there.
She actually hasn't gone. She hasn't gone way to the north. She's just gone marginally to the north, picked off that left, which we haven't seen ridden, and got the score to put herself in the lead. She's under fourth priority. There's no point going out and mixing it with the other three. She's gone back over there and looking for another good score.
Yeah,
good strategy.
That's a smart move because it frees her up to have a crack at anything she likes. And you can see the other three competitors now moving towards the north. And I think they've just been pulled a little bit too south, so they're trying to put themselves back in the prime position on the bank as we head down towards the last 4 minutes of the heat. This is a very tight encounter, and it is a surfer in black losing
priority.
Wow.
And Paige Harrop now has priority. That's a dangerous surfer to give priority to. She's in third spot. Paige Harrop, the New Zealander, all the experience and know-how, and she's got priority, and here she goes, looking for a 4.35. Nice first turn, nice second turn. She thinks she got the score.
She
gave the fist pump.
And you don't see a lot of emotion from Paige for most part, and she felt that, and she felt that was going to give her the score required. And look at this thing down the peak.
Holly Williams.
That'll run into this inside corner, but will it still stand up on the bank on this high
sort
side?
of is. Oh.
Doing a lot more because as you identified, she's a little bit further down towards the south from where Noah Umura was positioned, and that wave sort of gave her enough opportunity. She might improve.
And Paige might get the score. So So,
Well,
Coco Cairns under pressure here, and Dimity Stoyle. Dimity now holding priority. Another very dangerous surfer to give priority to. Here's a replay of Holly Williams on this right down the bank. This one, just when we thought it was going to hit deep water, it gave a little. There was a critical section there where she was able to get a good turn in. Doesn't finish it off. I'm not sure if that's going to improve her score, to be honest. Paige Arab, on the other hand, a 5.73 puts her into the lead. So we said it was dangerous to give a surfer like Paige priority in the dying minutes. It certainly was. She's gone from third to first position with a 5.73 and a 5.33. Holly Williams in second. And Coco Cairns doesn't need much at all. Here's a replay of Paige Harrop getting the 5.73.
the bulk of the score was that second turn.
Yeah, 2 nice turns. She knew what she had to do. She did it with something up her sleeve. Now, Coco Cairns only requires a 3.83, 1.5 minutes.
She'd be kicking herself right now. She had priority and went for a wave and did not get on it. So she knows that she opened up the door for someone Paige's stature and experience. And she doesn't need much to turn the tide, and she got the job done with that 2-turn combination and puts the Kiwi, the current leader of the series, back into a position of advancement. So it has turned the tables with 1 minute to go. Will there be another opportunity for the surfer in black? She, as you said, only needs a 3.83. It's not a lot. In fact, Dimity Stoyle only needs a 4.70.
No.
And there's a set approaching.
Yep. 50 seconds. This set will get into the lineup comfortably in time. Let's see what they're going to deliver here. Who's in position? This is a great set. Dimity Stoyle. Perfectly positioned. What's she got here? Okay, well, we thought it was a great wave. It crumbled on the inside. Not Dimity's fault. The wave just did not stand up for her.
She was a little bit deep on the bank there.
Yeah.
I think Coco would have had a great line into that wave, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the score required. We're into the mad next minute, and Holly Williams are up and riding once more, surfing green. She's really been impressive in this heat, and you've got to say it, the change of the dynamics of this round 3 or round of 16 heat was that paddle.
That was. Absolutely. Well, we'll go to a break. We'll be back shortly for heat number 4 of the round of 16. So don't go anywhere. It'll be the final heat of the day. We'll be back very shortly at beautiful Avoca Beach.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Pollution issue is a complex problem, but it can be solved.
Take 3 for the sea.
Earth a favor and take 3 for the sea.
It's easy. Just take 3 for the sea.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the final heat of the day at the Vissla Evolution Pro Central Coast. Beautiful place. The sun's out. The weather's been fantastic, and the surfing has been on point. I'm in the booth with Steve Robinson right now, and Robbo, what a great way to finish off what's been a bumper day of surfing. Look at that, true up and riding. Lovely first turn and really solid engagement on the rails, just working this inside section. You'll be stoked with that.
Final heat, big day. It's been hot and offshore winds all day. There's been great surfing and a lot of heats decided on such a critical day for all these surfers. They're vying for points. They're chasing prize money, but points are probably more important as they try and achieve the dream and get onto the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this is one young lady doing exactly that. Elise Cooper was very solid there on that first couple of turns, and we saw a score about to lock in for True Starling as well. So yeah, this is serious times for these athletes, because a win here or a massive result is going to dead set elevate you towards qualification. Only 4 spots. True gets a little bit caught up on that first turn, but able to ride out. And then I love the way she engages the rail and really leans into that. Judges love to see rail work and power and speed and flow. Elise Cooper also looking solid. A 2-turn combination to start. So the difference between a round of 16 and a quarter final when it comes to points could be the difference between you getting onto the Challenger or not. That's
absolutely.
How important it is.
And True Starling doesn't open, but gets a score of 5.33, so she'll be happy with that. Like you said, the first turn wasn't quite precisely executed, but she recovered from that and reeled off some nice turns after it and was well rewarded with a 5.33. So a reasonable start for True Starling. Elise Cooper, 3.33. She'll be hoping to do better than that. And here we go, True Starling again. And riding out of that one. So a better first turn on that one. We'll be interested to see what that score comes in at.
Yeah, been ultra impressed by True's consistency in 2023. She's got such a great platform when it comes to, her surfing, but I felt like it's taken her a couple of years just to find that groove and that consistency in her performances, and she's definitely done that in 2023. And again, she's come out of the blocks firing.
And we await that third wave score of True Starling, which will probably be her second scoring ride on the score chart and increase her lead. And here we have a surfer going left. Nixie Ryan, but that wave not cooperating at all. Will Nixie go to the air again?
Only time will tell. She's the current defending champ, I think, of the series. And she's also right up there in the ratings at the moment. So she's had such a solid run in this series, current series of events. And like she said, she wasn't surprised that she went to the air. She just felt it and had a crack.
Yeah. Well, as commentators asking the question, we say, you must have been practicing your airs. And she told us, no, I haven't practiced them for years. True Starling scored a 6.1, so that's the best score of the heat so far. She has the 2 top scoring rides, a 6.1, a 5.33. So a good start to the heat for True Starling.
Yep, great way to start. Just putting herself right at the top of the ratings as we see Nixie again up and riding on the forehand this side, coming around. The surfer from Lennox Head, she sees no value in that ride, so she's out. But yeah, momentum, builds confidence, and all these 4 surfers come in a good mindset, struggling through some really big heats at the early stages of this event. Like I said, I feel right now True Starling is just starting to find, the magic when it comes to competing. And talking about magic, the young Japanese surfer, look at how dynamic these turns are.
Wow.
She's got such a solid base, and that is going to be an amazing way to start. She's just lit that
Matsuoka.
thing up.
She is ripping on that wave. That was super impressive, Adam. I'm going up into the excellent range
Yeah,
without looking at the replay.
just the aggressive nature of those turns and where she
And
plays the surfboard.
linking them together with speed and precision, I was impressed.
Oh, true.
Setting myself up for a big fall, but I'm going into the excellent range on that
I'm
score.
with you. I just felt it was dynamic surfing. Here we go. Elise, nice turn off the bottom into another turn. Wow, that was sick. She releases the tail. Third manoeuvre. Elise Cooper looking switched on and strong.
The goofy footers enjoying the backhand attack on these rights. Matsuoka from Japan.
Anu Matsuoka, she comes into this series right now ranked third. So she's had some big results.
Okay, here we go. Watch this. Off the bottom. Critical in the top. But watch these turns here. Right in the pocket with power. Snaps hard. A
Well, you should
series.
have seen this young lady surf. She got third, equal third at Nias.
There you go.
There you go.
I get confused. There's surfers coming
they're
from
all
everywhere.
that good. But yeah, she was on fire in Nias, and like you said, it's going to be interesting. I'm calling that is easily going to be up into the good to the excellent range. Elise Cooper waiting on a score to drop in.
That'll be a good score as well. Has to
Look
be.
at these waves. It's starting to turn on again.
It
Here we
is.
go, Nixie Ryan up on the forehand. This is like a mini point break. Wow, just exploding onto that rail and just digging in. Lovely transition for Nixie Ryan. And again, like all these four surfers are in tune with the ocean. So we spoke about True Starling's start of this heat. She locked in a 6.1 and a 5.33.
Well, the others are in the game now.
I have a feeling all four surfers are going to be right up there. Look at that, a 7.83.
We're close. Yep.
And Elise Cooper, a 7.
No, fantastic. And we've got the winner of the last heat, Paige Harrop. Steve Robbo here with Adam Hennessy. Well done, Paige. It must have been a nerve-wracking heat out there for you because it was super close.
Yeah, thank you. It changed a couple of times, and I mean another ex-CT surfer in that heat and a couple of good up-and-comers. So it was a pretty tough heat, and happy to get through that one.
Were you surprised towards the end of the heat when you didn't have priority and Coco Cairns went for a wave and lost priority? That really opened the door for you.
Yeah, that helped me out a lot. I thought she was going to sit on me the whole time, so yeah, happy with that one.
Yeah, I was saying that you can't leave the door open for experienced campaigners, and I felt like as soon as she did that, you went to work to find something and to identify something that was going to offer enough scoring potential for you to get the job done.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky actually, because obviously Dimity didn't need much either, so I knew that I had to get like a 4 something, but there wasn't that much coming through, and it was pretty tricky to decide what one to take, and you know, there could always be a better one behind it for Dimity to get into, but I was lucky with how it played out.
Well done, Paige. We love what you're doing, and you're well positioned in this series, but you've got to keep your eye on the ball and keep these good results running. Good luck tomorrow as we head into the real pointy end of this event.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, absolutely ripping, and it'd be great to see her take that next step again. She was there for 7 years, and talking about, heats that switch on and switch off. I was just thinking about that because it was a slow heat for those last 4 surfers, but this heat has just
Switched
come out
on.
all guns are blazing. Look at this, Nixie Ryan, last wave, a 6-point ride. Elise Cooper locked in a 7.
Yep.
And then you have the Japanese surfer. We spoke about just the dominance on the backhand, a 7.83, and True Starling still sits in the lead. Nixie Ryan fighting back. It is
She
rapid
is.
fire.
Yep.
What a great way to finish the day.
Yes, it is. It's been a fantastic heat up to date. 18 minutes left in the heat. It's fully game on. The surfer in first position, absolutely no longer holding a great position of strength with these surfers racking up the scores. And Nixie Ryan has a score to drop, I think. And yeah, a great finish to the day. What has been a fantastic day. Here we go. Take off. True Starling. And yep, that wave not cooperating for True, so that's not going to improve her scoreline at all. Puts her into fourth priority, but no great loss because there's plenty of time left. And as we saw in that last heat, Adam, Holly Williams not having priority actually helped her cause because she was able to duck off and pick off a left-hander, which got her through the heat.
Yeah, I think at times surfers can lose sort of track of where they're at when they've got priority. But in Holly's situation, it just freed her up and allowed her to sort of move around. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But in her circumstance, it definitely worked for her.
Yep, absolutely. Coco Cairns would be having nightmares about paddling for that last wave.
She would be so disappointed. And I mean, it probably looked like a good wave when it hit the bank, but it just, with that higher tide coming in and it just didn't allow her to get in it. Maybe she was a little bit too far over towards the north. She needed to be a bit more south to get into that wave. But yeah, it was definitely something she's going to have to look at, identify, and she'll come back from that because her surfing is on point.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So 16 minutes to go. Great day. Massive shout out to everyone who's been online on 7 Plus watching the webcast. Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the last event of a 4-event series. This is the Sisstrevolution Pro. Big shout out to the sister brand of Vissla and our presenting sponsor Mad Mex, along with our supporting partners Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales, WSL and Surfing New South Wales. Here we go. True up and riding once more. That wave not offering anything that she likes, but yeah, Robbo, exciting day. It's been a great one to commentate. I feel like we've been blessed with such good conditions. Not a drop of wind when you think about it, or not enough to wind to cause any havoc. In fact,
remained
the
offshore.
Have been really firing up the juices as we see the surfer in white, Elise Cooper, up and riding. This wave is going to have to sit up on the bank. That's twice we've seen both True and the surfer in white taking off, and that's when it becomes a little bit tricky about trying to identify the waves that are going to stand up on the peak.
It is very tricky because that looked like a good wave when she took off on it.
100%. Got sold a dummy, as we say in the NRL.
Here we go.
Japanese surfer. Again.
Wow.
He's got such an amazing backhand.
Surfer from Japan, Matsuoko. She's going to the lead, Adam.
Just slightly. Again, we spoke about it. She's in third position on the current rankings for the Asian Tour. It's an important event. If she get a massive result here, it's going to consolidate her spot and give her an opportunity. Imagine watching the
we want to see her on the
snapper.
We want to see her on the Challenger.
Imagine her at snapper on a backhand.
Beautiful surfing from the Japanese surfer.
That is definitely going to be a great way to back up.
And look, she's picked off the right wave that does stand up on the bank. And very powerful, great backhand surfing. And finishes off superbly. So good for the Japanese surfers, good for the surfers from the Asia region. They're emerging fast, headed by Rio Waida. They're coming from everywhere out of Asia, and there it is. She didn't get the 8 on the first one, but she did on the second, Adam. 8.0, excellent score. Matsuoko is in the lead. She has an extremely healthy lead with a heat tally of 15.83. Second position, however, is certainly up for grabs. That is super close, and there'll be a lot of focus on fighting out for second position, but I feel even with 12 and a half minutes remaining, Matsuoko has opened up a big lead.
Yeah, that's an impressive performance from the Japanese server, Nixie Ryan, up and right in and engaging the rail. Just really lovely, free-flowing, explosive manoeuvre there, but just love the pace she sets on this wave.
Yep, I feel she's going to second, and Elise Cooper, well, we need to see the first manoeuvres on that wave, but she's right in the hunt here as well. So Nixie Ryan needed a 5.44. I think she's going to get that, Adam.
Yeah, I do, but I'd love to see what Elise did on the outside. Just look at how much water she disperses there.
That's
wow,
a great turn.
That's a great turn. A little bit caught on the second turn, but this turn there,
yeah,
exploding through the lip. Unfortunately, she didn't ride out of this final manoeuvre, but the bulk of that score has already been there. And out the back, Elise, you know, a nice series of turns. So this is a 3-turn combination as well for Elise Cooper. Looking very solid indeed.
Yep. So
I reckon that's going to easily better that 3.33, and it's going to make the requirement for Nixie a lot more.
Yep.
And might push it into the 6.5 or 7 point range.
Yeah, you're right. She's having a fantastic heat.
Oh, she's having a dream run in this.
Yep.
Look at the way she's just attacking these inside bowls. She's got every wave to stand up
I know.
on the bank.
The waves she catches don't fatten up.
At all.
Don't stand up for her. So we'll call it good wave choice, but I think there's an element of luck in picking off the waves as well, and she's got that with her. But as far as surfing ability goes, Matsuoko has it all on the backhand anyway. This is great surfing.
Right now, Rob, I feel like True Starling is in a pretty...
She started off magnificently. She was in the lead
situation.
But, yeah, the other women have found their rhythm. And there we go, Adam. Look at those scores. Nixie Ryan with a 7.77 has gone into second briefly. Elise Cooper with a pair of 7-point rides has jumped from fourth back up into second position.
Wow, what a turn of events in this heat. Ladies and gentlemen, True Starling's basically gone from first to fourth. She needs an 8.07. And that last exchange, Nixie Ryan loaded up with a 7.77, and fighting back, Elise Cooper locks in a 7.17 with 10 to go. In fact, when you have a look at this, even the surfer in green isn't secure at this stage, and her performance has just been electrifying.
It has, yep.
Love it.
Another intriguing heat.
Towards the back end of this heat, because Nixie's going to need a pretty good score. She's got a nice looking wave. Is she too deep? Can she come out of the barrel? No, she cannot. So, True Starling holds priority. She knows she needs an 8.07. She can break it into increments, but for her, she knows she can get an 8.7, but it's going to have to be a really good wave.
It's going to have to be an excellent ride.
Elise Cooper holding a 7.17 and a 7.
She wants to get rid of the 7. She needs to.
She needs an 8.66 to take the lead, and that will give her a little bit of breathing space, but this is such a big heat. You've got the surfer in third, sitting there with a 13.772 wave combination. That's incredible.
Yep. And a 7.77 to her name. 6 is the backup, and she only needs a 6.4 to go to second. So, yeah, an intriguing heat. I was going to ask about what the highlight of the day was. It could be this heat. It could be Matsuoko. It could be Nixie Ryan or Alice Cooper. Or it could be TK Huku Butler. And
oh, that was a sick heat. That was a fun heat. Oh, there's been
this
so
could
many.
be the one. Yeah, I know. There's been action all day.
Okay, Elise Cooper comes into this event ranked 8th. She needs a result here. And here we go, True Starling on a good-looking wave. Comes in that first turn, lovely connection with the lip, flying down the line, trying to give herself some space. That's a solid 2-turn combination.
Yep. Great choice of wave, using priority really smartly.
So that's brought her back into the game.
Yep, absolutely. I'd say that's her best scoring ride.
But when you look at where they sit on the rankings, Nixie Ryan sits at number 4. So it's only the top 4 women. But Philippa already through. She's at 5. So it's starting to really heat up. And that's what we want. It's probably a bit nerve-wracking for the different camps of the athletes, but for us as the public, wow. Waiting on this score to lock in with 7 minutes to go. Elise Cooper with priority. She's in 2nd position. The Japanese surfer, who's been absolutely blowing up with an 8 and a 7.83. She has 2nd priority. Nixie Ryan, incredibly, she's in 3rd. And True Starling looking for a big number. I want to know what that last score was to see if she shortened the requirement. And this is where, oh, wow. Robbo, look at that. True Starling just locks in an 8.13.
And goes to 2nd position. Only needs a 7.7 to go to 1st.
Turns. Yep. Love to get a replay of those. Last wave of the surfer in black. True Starling just under pressure. As I said, the consistency of her performances has been wonderful to watch. And look at the power. Bang, into the lip, that first turn. And this 2nd turn, again, just waited.
Critical, airdrop, finish. Rides out of it.
She doesn't claim a lot, and she didn't really claim that either, but I felt
excellent wave. Best wave of the heat.
Loved it. She was liking it.
So, yep, the heat is right on.
Have a look at those 4 two-wave combinations. Nixie Ryan's in 4th. She's got a 13.77. This has definitely been the highlight of my day.
Yep.
Watching these 4 athletes just attack.
Elise Cooper holding priority, only needs a 7.07. And Nixie Ryan in 4th position, only requiring a 6.47.
Just look at that and go, how can this be? This is incredible.
It's been a great heat.
That might be an indication the waves are going to stick around for tomorrow. So if you can't be at the beach tomorrow, come join us.
Tune back in.
Tune back in. We'll be here.
It's going to be a fantastic day.
We go, Red. Nixie up and riding.
Wow, this is an important wave, but just the one manoeuvre, it was a good manoeuvre, but the wave didn't offer anything else. Needs a 6.47.
Just under 5 to go. So she needed an 8.06.
I know.
8.13.
Yep. And Elise Cooper sitting out there holding priority, needs a 7.07. 4.5 minutes to do it in. Pretty sure she's going to get the opportunity.
What a brutal sport. It's been such a clinic for all 4 surfers. These 4 athletes have just put on a wonderful show, and there's going to be another twist in the tail, I feel. I feel like there's been a real pulse in the swell, and I feel like, you know, we've had some of the better conditions we've had in the last couple of hours right now, and that has allowed these athletes to really open up. But when you look at the 3 best waves of the heat, surfer from Japan with that 8-point ride, True Starling with that last ride an 8.13, and that
7.83.
Yeah, that 7.83 solid connection on the backhand. And then you have Nixie and Elise with 2 big scores of their own.
Okay, eyes on the lineup. Elise Cooper's having a close look at this wave. Will she throw the dice, Adam?
Going to have a crack at something. Here we go, Elise up and riding, surfing, so strong, lovely extension. Comes around into the lip again. She's going to get around the corner. Nice turn and kicks on out. Is that going to be a
7.07? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not a judge.
No. But I'm not going to sit on the fence. I'm going to look at the replay and I'm going to give it a score.
Oh, you got your ticket back out.
Yeah.
No, judging tickets come out. Now, I will go back to her best wave. And I don't know. I feel
They're going to
I might be
analyse this closely.
might come in
She
just...
surfed it well.
She's absolutely ripping, to be
Yep.
honest. She's ripping the bag out of it, but
Okay.
quality of the wave. Let's have
I
a look.
need to have a
Did it
close look
stand
at
up?
this. Nice bottom turn into top turn combination. Round that section into the critical part of the wave. Wave died out on her. I'm only going to give her a 6.5.
Let's see what the judges think of that last wave. They're probably having a good look at it, and it was more that the wave tapered off.
It did. It wasn't Elisa's fault that I didn't give her the score. The wave didn't deliver the full opportunity. I think that's just my opinion, and it counts for nothing really. And True Starling looking to get rid of a 6.1. She won't do it on that wave. Take off here. All right, this is an important wave for Nixie Ryan. Very important. Good start to it. It's lining up on the inside. Hits the critical section. Looking for a 6.47. Wave ran out on her as well. I'm not feeling the 6.47 on that one. As we get down, with the clock ticking.
That last of Elise Cooper was not enough. It was only a 4.73.
Wow, I gave it a 6.5.
Yeah, so your ticket goes back in the bin. But it wasn't the surfing. It was truly
it was
based
the wave.
on the quality of the wave.
It was.
She might have another opportunity. She's still back in the lineup, but it is the Japanese surfer who has priority. She's up and riding again. And again, she's found herself a nice little pocket to work with it open up. No,
Deep water.
fans up on the bank.
35 seconds. True Starling wants to know the position. Elise Cooper holding priority. Time could be the biggest enemy for Elise with under 20 seconds remaining. There's a line there, Adam. Will she get it in time? She has the priority.
Here we go, Nixie up and riding.
Nixie riding on the inside. That's not going to do the job. Elise, that wave did not stand up for her as we count out the heat. And yep, what an amazing finish to the day. And there goes Elise after the siren. So, the Japanese surfer and True Starling.
Wow, what a heat. What a way to wrap up.
Perfect way to wrap up a
webcast.
fantastic day. It was an amazing day. There's the final heat winner. Great performance from her, along with True Starling. What can we expect tomorrow, Adam?
I think we're going to get waves maybe in the 3 foot range and pretty clean. It doesn't look like a lot of wind, but what we're going to see is we're going to see the performance levels, and what we see right there is the Japanese contingent frothing right now to see this young lady just absolutely on a burner out there. But yeah, tomorrow, another exciting day. The pressure's going to continue to build because we are getting towards the business end of this Sisstrevolution Pro and the Vissla Pro, part of the Surfing New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We're going to throw off some highlights. It's been great to be here, Robbo. Enjoy.
I'll be back tomorrow with you, Adam.
Yep.
At this beach, a beautiful place to be.
Enjoy your afternoon, folks.
was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. When only all I know, see, where you're stamming it down, know what you're doing me. Jerk left, jerk right, I'm number 23. Every day of my life, the win is all I see. Train harder than most, is more than a dream, this is reality. I was born to be king, break the sweat from my soul as I resound in and let it go with the form of a javelin throw. Come on, stay on my head to be dope. Wrap my hands up tighter than the rap that he wrote, then let it float like a butterfly right to your throat. Think it's a joke till you tenderize. Beat you up so bad, your friends are ask which way did he go? Hard to recognize, sorta like the face of a ghost. I'm blazing your boat, don't think you gon' be staying afloat. The waves on the coast claiming you on your way to the ropes. So let's go, come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. I've been a champion for all of my life. Had some young and golden medals, more than something I like. I would always look for challenges, the sorcerer's type. Always where the hazard is, left hook, so where the jabbing is. Brought up with the savages, I had to win. Thought about the war long before they brought the battle in. Aztec warrior, what he channeling. Pick up the ball, then I'ma slam it in. What do you call what's really happening? Slapping with the bat in hand. Full house, now bring it back again. Oh, you lost, get back to hassling. Or hustling hard to get back to the front. Reach for the stars until the day you catching them up. But you ain't never gonna catch me, son. You can call me the immaculate one. Flip the track and you're done. Supersonic, I'm a comic, show the black of the sun. It's 9 back to the 1. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks and kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.